Lin Seven-Night was admiring the moon on a certain night. He accidentally made eye contact with the seraphim on the moon. From then on, his eyes could never be opened again. And since then, every night, he would dream of a psychiatric hospital. No matter how hard he knocked on the door, there was no response. This daily torment left Lin Seven-Night physically and mentally exhausted. So he found a psychologist. But the doctor believed he was mentally ill. He did not tell his family about the doctor's diagnosis when he got home. Because his parents passed away when he was young, he was raised by his maternal aunt and younger brother. During meals, his maternal aunt comforted him, saying that even if his eyes could not be healed, she would still take care of him for a lifetime. Lin Seven-Night, in order to not worry his family, confidently expressed that he could already see light with his eyes, and believed that it wouldn't be long before he could be like a regular person. But in fact, he tried all methods, but still couldn't open his eyes. But he didn't mind because even with his eyes closed, he could see everything around him clearly. 5 years ago, he seemed to awaken a power similar to heart sight. Within a radius of 10 meters, he has absolute vision. Even tiny specks of dust in the air, he can see clearly. At night, he still tries to open his eyes as usual, but just like before, no matter how hard he tries, he still can't open his eyes. He really wants to see the world with his own eyes, but every time he reaches out to touch the sky, the whisper of the angel is always faintly heard in his ear. Somewhere in this city, a man is placing a signboard in the ground. The signboard is prominently displaying the words, "Do not enter." He was seen speaking into the earpiece saying, "3 signboards are now in place." Following this, he gestured with his right hand, and red energy surged out of his palm, opening the forbidden ruins. In an instant, a red beam of light shot straight into the sky, responding to 2 other light beams. Soon, a red forbidden area emerged, trapping 2 monsters inside. The woman slowly took off her hat and said, "Operation Purge commences." The next day, Lin Seven-Night appeared at the entrance of No. 6 Middle School in Songnan City, with a red blindfold over his eyes, and a white cane in hand. His appearance also drew the attention of many people. As the scene shifts, the teacher in the classroom is introducing Lin Seven-Night, the transfer student. Before coming, Lin Seven-Night had already prepared himself to be excluded by others. But contrary to his expectations, his classmates warmly greeted him and offered help. This greatly surprised Lin Seven-Night. How come it was so different from the script he had envisioned for himself? It wasn't until the end of class that he learned from his classmates that Lin Seven-Night's maternal aunt had come to the school the day before, giving each student candies and asking them to take care of Seven-Night. Upon hearing these words, Lin Seven-Night's eyes became slightly moist with tears. After school, several classmates insisted on seeing Lin Seven-Night home. On the way, they talked about the recent serial killer incidents. As they passed through a bridge tunnel, Lin Seven-Night suddenly smelled something foul. A curious classmate immediately suggested going in to take a look. But as he turned on the flashlight, what came into view was a monster gnawing on a woman's body. Grace Jiang was instantly scared, paralyzed on the ground, continuously shouting for help. However, Lin Seven-Night had no idea what they saw because he was essentially as blind as a bat beyond 10 meters. At this moment, the monster also sensed them. It abandoned the body and pounced towards them. Classmates scattered and ran away without even considering Lin Seven-Night, the blind person. As the monster approached, Lin Seven-Night finally sensed it and turned to run desperately. Unexpectedly, Jiang Grace in front of him suddenly threw his school bag at Lin Seven-Night. Fortunately, Lin Seven-Night noticed in time and dodged by lowering his head. The school bag happened to hit monster's head. Unexpectedly, Jiang Grace had just run to the entrance of the alley. Suddenly, another monster appeared and bit her head. Lin Seven-Night was so scared that she froze on the spot. Just as he was dumbfounded, the monster behind him pounced. Lin Seven-Night promptly noticed the trajectory of the monster and barely avoided its attack. He had monsters in front and behind. He had no choice but to fight them. He raised the cane in his hand. He swung towards the monster. Although he could track the movements of the monster, he ignored one thing: his body couldn't keep up with his mind's reactions. Soon he felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and then Lin Seven-Night flew out. The cane in his hand also broke into pieces. He struggled to get up. He was horrified to discover that the monster beside him was gnawing on Jiang Grace's body. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night noticed that another new monster had appeared above him. It suddenly pounced towards Lin Seven-Night, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. At this moment of no escape, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He resented the unfairness from above, being treated as mentally ill for so many years. He had finally managed to start a new life, and now he encountered these monsters. He tightly gripped the white cane in his hand. "I refuse to accept it," he hoarsely roared out in anger, and suddenly countless golden lights erupted from Lin Seven-Night's eyes. And at this moment, the seraphim far away on the moon suddenly turned their heads to look in Lin Seven-Night's direction. At this moment, the satin ribbon covering Lin Seven-Night's eyes slowly fell off. Those tightly closed eyes for a decade have finally opened at this moment. Now, his eyes are like the sun. Unprecedented heat fills his whole body. In an instant, a golden energy burst out from Lin Seven-Night's body. A radiant and fiery pillar of light erupted from the old city district and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, several people wearing dark red cloaks elsewhere were startled when they saw this pillar of light. The energy is incredibly strong, at least at the level of a 5-stage or even a 6-stage climb. At this moment, there is also a man in a dark red cloak inside a house, staring at the monitor showing Lin Seven-Night. This doesn't seem like a human forbidden ruins, but more like deity ruins. Divine Codename 003 Archangel Michael. The boy was blinded for 10 years just by looking at the sky for a moment, because he accidentally made eye contact with the angel on the moon. Afterwards, his eyes could never open again. However, when his life was at stake 10 years later, his eyes, which had been sealed for a decade, finally opened again. Originally, when Archangel Michael confronted him, he bestowed upon his eyes an unbearable power. Now, he also relies on this power to awaken the deity ruins at the risk moment, and his eyes have finally regained their light. But all this did not stop the march of monsters' attacks. They were both vigorously attacking Lin Seven-Night, but these attacks seemed too slow in the eyes of Lin Seven-Night. He only needed to twist his body slightly to easily dodge the attacks. Because he found that not only did his vision recover, but his sensing range and reaction speed also doubled. Within a range of 20 meters, he could be aware of everything. He faced the monster attacking him head-on. He was as fearless as if an angel had come, just watching him casually toy with the half-blind cane in his hand. He suddenly threw it at the monster coming towards him, accurately piercing the monster's left eye. At the same time, it pierced through the monster's brain, wiping out all its vitality. But the next moment, his head suddenly became dizzy. Immediately after, his body became unable to move. The other two monsters were not willing to let go of this opportunity. They immediately launched an attack on him. At this critical moment, Night Watcher Zhao Empty City appeared just in time to block the attack. He then quickly cut the monster in half with one slash. After resolving the situation, Old Zhao casually remarked, "Wasn't I super cool just now? Do you want to join us and be as cool as me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night simply turned his head to the side and stated, "Not cool at all. I'm afraid of death. I don't want to join you." Old Zhao wanted to find a place to have a good chat with Lin Seven-Night upon hearing this, but in the end, Lin Seven-Night used taking his backpack as an excuse to escape from the scene. After returning home, Lin Seven-Night immediately prepared to go back to his room to sleep. The younger brother suddenly asked Lin Seven-Night if something had happened. Lin Seven-Night just smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing. Go to bed early." After the older brother went upstairs, the younger brother suddenly said to the little black cat on his head, "Did you smell it too? There's a smell of blood on him. Lin Seven-Night, lying on the bed, had many thoughts. He knew that there must be a huge organization behind old Zhao. Although he was curious about what had happened to him, once he knew some secrets, he would never be able to escape. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wants to protect his current home. Lin Seven-Night fell asleep again that night, and found himself at the psychiatric hospital once more, only to see the words, "The Psychiatric Hospital of the Gods," boldly displayed on the entrance gate. He repeated his usual actions. But this time, he found that the gate, which had been sealed shut for 5 years, could actually be opened. He walked inside, and continued to explore. After a moment, he arrived at a door covered with spells. He pushed it open, and found a woman inside. Immediately, a data panel appeared before him. The patient Nix's mission required helping Nix treat mental illness. Once the treatment progress reaches the requirement, some of Nix's abilities can be obtained. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Nix is one of the 5 primordial gods in Greek mythology. Can such a powerful god also get sick? Just as he was wondering what illness the goddess had contracted, Nix suddenly looked at him and exclaimed, "My child, I have finally found you, my good child." Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was dumbfounded. He was raised by his maternal aunt since he was young, and he had no memory of his parents. Could the woman in front of him really be his mother? Just as he was stunned, Nix unexpectedly flew past him. She reached back and grabbed the vase, still whispering incessantly, "I finally found you, my good child." Shortly after, Nix ran towards the table next to them, still repeating the words they had just said. Seeing this, Lin Seven-Night was speechless for a while. After all that, it's really driving me crazy. When he woke up again, it was already morning. How to cure Nix had become his top priority. However, he quickly came up with a solution. Lin Seven-Night went straight to the hospital. He made up an excuse that his friend was sick, and then he told the doctor about Nix's symptoms. After listening, the doctor immediately said that your friend's illness is serious and suggested hospitalization for better treatment. Lin Seven-Night, however, said that she doesn't have the conditions to stay in the hospital. Helplessly, the doctor prescribed only a few bottles of medication for him. When he took the medicine back, he was pondering, can actual medicine be brought into dreams? Just then, old Zhao suddenly appeared. Lin Seven-Night subconsciously turned around and wanted to run. But he was still caught by old Zhao. Shortly afterwards, old Zhao took him to the Love Hotel. Old Zhao threw him onto the bed. Children who awaken superpowers at birth are all unlucky ones, because they need to leave their parents as soon as they are born. But at the same time, they are also fortunate, because they easily join the organization Night Watcher that others dream of joining. 100 years ago, a mysterious dense fog appeared in Antarctica, and the mysterious poisonous fog spread at an astonishing speed. Within just 24 hours, it had engulfed nearly 98% of the Earth's surface. However, this unimaginable mist came to a halt just as it was about to invade the territory of Great Xia. People were unable to explore the areas shrouded in mist, and they had no idea whether there were any survivors within it. Until September 2022. People observed a super-large dragon flying in the sky above the Mariana Trench. That is Leviathan, the dragon of chaos. This is the first time that humans have discovered mythological creatures. Its existence has overturned the cognition of all mankind. Soon after, a mysterious revival occurred. The external gods reappeared in the world. Various creatures from mythological legends appear. Beneath the technologically advanced city, they mercilessly slaughter Huaxia humans. The external gods not only do not help but also participate in it. At the same time, people have discovered that children born after the mist has appeared have a chance to awaken special powers. And this power has been named Forbidden Ruins by humans. Zhao Empty City in the hotel continues to give scientific popularization to Lin Seven-Night. The range and characteristics of the Forbidden Ruins will grow as the owner's divine power grows. The golden light last night was Michael's energy fluctuation. Your Forbidden Ruins ability should have awakened at that time as well. Lin Seven-Night now understands that his intuition ability is actually the Forbidden Ruins ability, and the dynamic vision after opening his eyes, and the Seraphim Divine Authority should be the growth of the ability. At this time, Zhao Empty City continued, according to the strength of the divine power, we divide the Forbidden Ruins into 6 major stages. Like the water in a cup that is still and unmoving, it is called the first stage, Lantern stage. Like the water in a pond that is plentiful and still, it is called the second stage, Pond stage. Like the flowing water of a river that is abundant and circulating, it is called the third stage, Flowing stage. Like the vast and expansive water of the ocean, it is called the fourth stage, Sea stage. The fifth stage, Infinite, is characterized by divine power that is nearly limitless and awe-inspiringly grand. If the divine power is inexhaustible and boundless, breaking through the spatial dimension similar to a Klein bottle, it is the sixth stage, Klein. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night asked what stage old Zhao was. After all, back then, he was quite cool with his one sword and one ghost-faced person. Zhao Empty City, who was drinking water, suddenly sprayed it out, then awkwardly said that he had not awakened the Forbidden Ruins stage. He relied on combat experience and martial skills to kill monsters. There are 3 ways to obtain the Forbidden Ruins. The first way is to be born with the Forbidden Ruins. The second way is to use special Forbidden Ruins items. The third way is bestowed by the gods. Some gods will bestow their power upon chosen humans, making them their agents in the mortal realm. However, the corresponding agent will also receive instructions from the gods and act on behalf of the will of the deity. Most of the agents of the divine discovered so far are spokespersons for evil deities, who are trying to destroy human society and return the world to chaos. They have also founded an organization called the Ancient Gods Cult. So what are the instructions Michael gave you? Which side do you belong to? Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night looked disdainful. I don't know what he wants to do. Even if he gives orders, I won't follow. I can give him back these eyes if I need to. Later, Lin Seven-Night stood up to leave, but Zhao Empty City grabbed him. Aren't you curious about the organization behind me? Lin Seven-Night said he didn't want to know anything. Following the logic in novels, once one knows the secret, they either join or get killed. Angered by these words, Zhao Empty City punched Lin Seven-Night in the head. He then stated that they were soldiers, and at most would have Lin Seven-Night sign a confidentiality agreement. Zhao Empty City continued speaking. We are an organization established by the military to ward off the invasion of mythical creatures, named Night Watcher. Our existence as Night Watcher is to protect the people from suffering. Isn't such a noble and handsome organization just perfect for young people to protect their homes and country and show off their skills? So why don't you join us as well? Very noble, very handsome. I respect you all very much, but I can't go. I have a maternal aunt and a cousin. My maternal aunt's health is failing. My cousin is still too young. They cannot afford to support this family. They have never given up on me as a disabled person in the past 10 years. Now that my eyes are finally better, how can I abandon them? Now I just want to stay by their side, guard this home, and lead a peaceful life. Zhao Empty City chuckled after hearing it. He sighed immediately. You may leave. I have been thinking of you too simplistically. When Lin Seven-Night returned home, he was preparing to take off his clothes and go to bed. Suddenly, something dropped from his pocket. He picked it up and saw that it was a badge of Zhao Empty City. Only a few lines of text are written on the top, which says, If the dark night finally comes, I shall stand before 10,000 souls, blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the heavens. When Lin Seven-Night falls asleep, he returns to the psychiatric hospital again. After messing around in the director's office for a while, he found a white coat and a stethoscope. He then walked towards Ward 1, ready to start today's treatment. This is the one and only psychiatric hospital in the entire universe. Nyx, goddess of the night, Merlin, god of magic, Bragi, god of poetry Sun Wukong, the monkey king Gilgamesh, the heroic king Yeland, god of creation. They are all patients here. And Lin Seven-Night's first patient is Nyx. Although Lin Seven-Night asked the doctor, he has also consulted a lot of Greek mythology, but still has no clue about the treatment. Suddenly Lin Seven-Night, looking at Nyx, who knelt on the ground and kept calling for her child, had a sudden inspiration. In the end, she was simply plagued by longing, turning everything around her into her own child in her imagination. If one could go along with her fantasy, perhaps it could open up her heart. At this point, Lin Seven-Night suddenly hugged Nyx. He whispered softly in Nyx's ear, "Mother, I'm back!" Nyx burst into tears the moment she heard this, and hugged Lin Seven-Night tightly. At the same time, the system displays that the treatment progress has increased by 3%, reaching the condition to extract abilities. Then Lin Seven-Night immediately pressed the extract button. The next second, a roulette wheel appeared out of nowhere. Soon, the roulette wheel stopped spinning. The pointer landed on an ability called Starry Dancer. Lin Seven-Night reached out and grasped it. Suddenly, those 4 words turned into a beam of light and entered Lin Seven-Night's body. Lin Seven-Night only felt a mysterious force rapidly transforming her body. Her whole being, from soul to flesh, felt like it was being purified. The next day upon waking up, Lin Seven-Night felt refreshed for the first time. He walked out the door and told Maternal Aunt everything he could see. Upon hearing this, Maternal Aunt burst into tears, and her younger brother also excitedly danced around. Arriving at school, classmates were also happy to see Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night is grateful that she can finally live a normal life. That evening after school, to his surprise, he found Zhao Empty City in his house. Seven-Night was momentarily stunned and then asked, "How did you find my house?" Zhao Empty City shook the badge in his hand and said, "I tossed this into your pocket. It can be tracked." Lin Seven-Night simply said in silence that he would not join the Night Watcher. At this moment, Zhao Empty City took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Lin Seven-Night. "I know, so I didn't come for this reason this time." Turns out, after listening to Lin Seven-Night's words, Zhao Empty City thought of his own experience of losing his father since childhood. His mother worked 2 jobs alone to support him. As he grew up, he could have comfortably become a village cadre. But he chose to join the army against his mother's objections. Afterwards, for various reasons, he had even fewer chances to go home after joining the Night Watcher, but he never regretted it because he carried the mission of protecting humanity. But Lin Seven-Night made the opposite choice to be with his family. This reminded Zhao Empty City of his past, so he wanted to give the money to Lin Seven-Night to allow him to take good care of his maternal aunt. Lin Seven-Night directly refused the money. He expressed that he can already see that he has the ability to support his family. Zhao Empty City smiled at this, and then got up and left. And just as Zhao Empty City was about to go back, he suddenly received an urgent situation. Other members found the bloodstain of the King of the Phantom Mask. Inferred from the bloodstain of the King of the Phantom Mask, it is very likely heading towards the Old City area or the city center to escape. Zhao Empty City immediately indicated that he was in the Old City area. Red Tassel has already sent people towards your location. Your task is to evacuate the residents of the Old City area. The captain has taken the majority of the troops to the city center. There is a huge traffic flow in the city center. Once the King of the Phantom Mask appears in the city center, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just because there are fewer people in the Old City, does it mean there's no problem? Zhao Empty City immediately expressed his discontent upon hearing this. The other party didn't even listen to his complaint and continued. If King of the Phantom Mask really comes to your place, don't confront it head-on. You can try to trap it with no restriction airspace. Although Zhao Empty City was disgruntled, as a soldier, he could only obey orders. He knew that no restriction airspace couldn't trap King of the Phantom Mask at all. But he still took out the no restriction airspace from the car. Then he quickly ran towards the Old City area. Unconsciously, he arrived downstairs of Lin Seven-Night's house again. He was thinking that the Lin Seven-Night family should be having dinner at this time, right? But suddenly, he smelled a stench of corpses. In the end, he fixed his gaze on a sewer manhole cover. A strong smell of rotting corpses wafted out continuously. He knew he had hit the jackpot. He immediately reported through the walkie-talkie that he had encountered the king of the Phantom Mask and was ready with the items for the no-restriction airspace. Excited voices immediately came through the earphones. The bulk of the troops are moving towards the Old City area and will arrive at Old Zhao in at most 10 minutes. Do not engage in direct combat with the king of the Phantom Mask. Just trap it using the no-restriction airspace. Under no circumstances should you fight against the king of the Phantom Mask. Casualties caused by the mystery are happening all the time. We, the Night Watchers, are not gods and cannot prevent all casualties. Losing a veteran member because of the king of the Phantom Mask is unavoidable. Definitely not worth it. Just as Zhao Empty City prepared the no-restriction airspace. The king of the Phantom Mask rises from the underground. Zhao Empty City then spoke in a low voice into his earpiece. Southern Xiang, do you remember the vow we made? This time, there are not tens of thousands of people behind me. But behind me, there is the whole world of that child. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Empty City drew his sword and clashed head-on with King of the Phantom Mask. At the same time, Lin Seven-Night, who was having dinner, noticed Little Black barking wildly on the balcony. He went to the balcony to comfort Little Black. He found Zhao Empty City's billboard using no restriction airspace, and then he dashed out suddenly. At this moment, Zhao Empty City, all disheveled in the heavy rain, lit a cigarette. Today I'm really unlucky. While sighing, the captain is really fierce. He can wound King of the Phantom Mask so severely. But the monsters on Flowing Stage are at a freakishly high level even if they are severely wounded. Not to mention Zhao Empty City is just an ordinary mortal in terms of physical body. He faced the oncoming king of the Phantom Mask Zhao Empty City, and once again raised his sword to meet him. But the disparity in their levels was too great. He was completely unable to break through the defense of the king of the Phantom Mask. The king of the Phantom Mask simply flicked his hand, and sent Zhao Empty City flying. The next second, King of the Phantom Mask let out a roar. Just then, a struggling ghostly face appeared under the feet of the King of the Phantom Mask. Zhao Empty City's face changed suddenly, when the spectre-faced grounds of Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176 appeared. Zhao Empty City felt dizzy and disoriented in that instant. In just an instant, Zhao Empty City was attacked several times by the King of the Phantom Mask. He knew that if he continued like this, he would undoubtedly die. Lin Seven-Night the Jr. sent General Zhao Empty City off in triumph. General Zhao Empty City died while protecting the family of Lin Seven-Night. He burned his own life to slay the King of the Phantom Mask. This action also completely changed Lin Seven-Night's life. The strongest Night Watcher in history is born. Speaking of it, as soon as the King of the Phantom Mask used the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Empty City immediately fell into crisis. But soon, Zhao Empty City came up with a solution. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He used his own perception to sense everything. He stood there like a statue, as if he did not notice at all that the King of the Phantom Mask had silently arrived behind him. Just as the King of the Phantom Mask was about to strike and finish him, Zhao Empty City suddenly turned around and blocked the attack. But although he successfully blocked this fatal blow, he was also knocked back several meters. Zhao Empty City suddenly laughed, his smile filled with ridicule. That's it, if I had the Forbidden Ruins, you would have died 800 times already. The King of the Phantom Mask seemed to understand, and was thoroughly angered, rushing furiously towards Zhao Empty City. Zhao Empty City dodged it easily. He seized the opportunity and struck at the neck of the King of the Phantom Mask. However, this knife was unexpectedly stuck, and the King of the Phantom Mask also seized the opportunity to throw a punch and blasted Zhao Empty City several meters away. At this moment, Zhao Empty City remembered the day he had just joined the Night Watcher when he was awarded the insignia. He was told that this was the symbol of the Night Watcher, and also its ultimate move. The ghost god's invocation inside the badge can burn all of a person's life to greatly enhance their divine power. Even without the forbidden ruins, it can awaken the forbidden ruins in the last moments of life. Zhao Empty City took out his own badge at this moment, struggling to get up from the ground. It looks like it's time. At this moment, there was a sudden angry pounding on the signboard outside.
Zhao Empty City, I know you're inside. Let me in quickly.
Lin Seven-Night's voice grew more urgent. However, Zhao Empty City directly refused him.
You little brat, go home and eat your dinner.
This is the king of the phantom mask, not a ghost-faced person. It is 2 stages higher than you, little boy. Rest assured, as long as I, Zhao Empty City, am here, this thing won't be able to harm a single hair on you and your family. He finished speaking, and then took out a badge. He ruthlessly stabbed into his own neck. In a moment, his momentum suddenly soared. Forbidden Ruins Moonflash of Oblivion. Later, he simply waved his sword lightly, severing the arm of the king of the phantom mask. Watching the painfully king of the phantom mask Zhao Empty City with red eyes, he laughed heartily. I knew that I, Zhao Empty City, am a damn genius. The king of the phantom mask once again utilized the specter-faced grounds to try to trap Zhao Empty City, but the current Zhao Empty City is already a world away from the previous one. He only made a light stroke with the sword. Specter-faced grounds were easily shattered like a mirror. At this moment, Zhao Empty City suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew his time was running out, and he must act quickly. He gathered his strength and engaged in battle with the king of the phantom mask once again. He keenly felt his own power diminishing. After several rounds of fighting, Zhao Empty City landed a hit on the arm of the king of the phantom mask. He hacked the arm of the king of the phantom mask into pieces of meat. But Zhao Empty City was also punched and sent flying by the king of the phantom mask. Zhao Empty City struggled to climb up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. But at this moment, he didn't feel any pain. He cannot fall down until the king of the phantom mask is dead. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind Zhao Empty City. He turned around abruptly with a look of disbelief and exclaimed,
How did you get in?
Lin Seven-Night casually ran his hand through his hair and said,
I just gave him a stern look, and he opened up.
Shortly after, Lin Seven-Night was about to walk towards the king of the phantom mask. Let me help you with that. Zhao Empty City, however, raised a knife to block in front of Lin Seven-Night. Step aside and let me assist you. Lin Seven-Night was about to say something, but suddenly noticed Zhao Empty City's injury. Zhao Empty City smiled and said,
Give me another strike. After this one, you can help me. It's not too late.
Zhao Empty City took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the knife handle. Kid, you need to watch this knife closely. This knife will look very cool. Forbidden Ruins Moon Flash of Oblivion. A giant red crescent moon appears with a single slash. Beheaded the skull of the king of the phantom mask and let it fall to the ground. After that, Zhao Empty City fell straight down. He raised the insignia high and smiled lightly, saying, Not bad. Before dying, I also experienced the Forbidden Ruins. I have achieved it. Blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Lin Seven-Night was in tears, his face filled with emotion.
That sword just now was too cool, cooler than anyone I've ever seen. Can you teach me?
Before Lin Seven-Night could finish speaking, Zhao Empty City had completely lost his vitality. Just as Lin Seven-Night was guarding by Zhao Empty City's side, the head of the nearby king of the phantom mask suddenly made a goo-goo sound. In the following moment, several claws suddenly popped out with a pu sound. A red spider crawled out. However, at this moment, Lin Seven-Night was still murmuring,
I am the one who can least afford others' kindness. You saved my whole world, but what can I do for you?
At this moment, the king of the phantom mask behind Lin Seven-Night unexpectedly did not die. His body was slowly recovering. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night pulled out Zhao Empty City's knife. He turned back to look at the king of the phantom mask, and at this moment, his eyes were already burning with fierce golden flames. Lin Seven-Night activated the ability of Starry Dancer, pushing his physical abilities to the limit. He effortlessly dodged the king of the phantom mask's attacks dozens of times. He seized the opportunity and thrust the ghostly face on his chest towards the king of the phantom mask fiercely. However, the disparity in their levels was too great, and Lin Seven-Night's attack only left a very light wound. He saw that a single slash couldn't kill the enemy, so he went crazy with his knife, stabbing wildly. 10 knives, 100 knives, 1,000 knives. He exerted all his strength, stabbing one after another into the ghost's face. Watching the gradually collapsing main body, he gathered his strength for one final blow. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted. The original body of King of the Phantom Mask dissipates and disappears. After doing all of this, he put away the knife of Zhao Empty City and tied it to his own body. Then he shouldered the door of Zhao Empty City, his face filled with determination as he made a solemn oath. You saved my whole world. In exchange, I will guard your world for 10 years. I don't know how long has passed. Night Watcher other members hurried over. Everyone saw the body of Zhao Empty City, and they all stood there dumbfounded. Lin Seven-Night's tears mingled with the rain as they continued to fall. He shouted to the sky with all his strength. Junior Lin Seven-Night! Sent General Zhao Kongchen off in triumph. The next day, in the Night Watcher office, Lin Seven-Night told everyone the full story of General Zhao Empty City's death. He also stated that he is the representative of Seraphim Michael, and wants to join the Night Watcher for 10 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Wilderness said that the Night Watcher is not a community volunteer group. Once you join, you cannot leave. So I cannot promise you the 10 years you mentioned. Lin Seven-Night smiled and said, I'm just informing you, not discussing it with you. You can just say whether you will accept it or not. Chen Wilderness also smiled upon hearing this and said, Okay, if you have the ability in 10 years, you can leave Night Watcher on your own. But if you want to leave Night Watcher through proper channels, forget about it. Lin Seven-Night nodded decisively and said, If I can't leave in 10 years, then it's my own problem. Chen Wilderness was astonished to hear such arrogant response from Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night will stay temporarily at Captain Red Tassel's house for training camp after that. And he asked his comrades to bring the wages he advanced to maternal aunt. The goddess gave birth to 3,000 children, leading to mental instability, and has been confined in the psychiatric hospital Lin Seven-Night. In order to rescue the goddess, he actually publicly acknowledged her as his mother. And the goddess directly accepted this son. She also gave Lin Seven-Night a new forbidden ruins. Lin Seven-Night goes to feed her medicine every day in order to completely cure the goddess. When he went to feed her the medicine today, he felt that the goddess's condition had improved a lot. She was actually happily swinging on the swing. The goddess soon noticed Lin Seven-Night and greeted her happily. Lin Seven-Night walked up to the goddess and handed her the medicine. The goddess didn't hesitate at all and swallowed the medicine in one gulp. Then she looked at Lin Seven-Night with a face full of love and said, My child, you seem to have something on your mind. Lin Seven-Night replied perfunctorily, Sort of. After all, he had just experienced the death of Zhao Empty City in battle, and immediately had to leave his home for 10 years. These are things that outsiders cannot help with. The goddess seems to have figured something out. In that case, my child, I will give you my bracelet so that you can. She hadn't finished her sentence when she realized that the bracelet she was talking about was missing. The goddess only remembered after thinking for a while that her bracelet had been taken by a little girl. Lin Seven-Night was surprised to hear this news and asked, What were you competing for? How did she win the bracelet? The goddess explained lightly, saying that she wanted to compete with me in craftsmanship. If I won, she would give me back my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet. Lin Seven-Night was even more surprised at this point. A little girl actually managed to surpass the goddess of the night in creating beings. Who is she? So Lin Seven-Night continued to inquire about the girl's name. The goddess thought for a moment and said,
She seems to have the surname G. Oh, she also mentioned leaving a letter for you here. You can look for it.
Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night immediately searched in the mental institution and finally found a note under the desk. When he glanced at it, his expression suddenly became a bit strange. The contents of the note were, "To someone, but I know you are the true owner here. When you see this letter, it should be years later. Don't make fun of my bad handwriting, after all, I am still young. Sorry, I kept your hospital for a while, but don't blame me since it's returned to its original owner. Also, I borrowed something from your patient. I will return it to you when I find you again. Lastly, a reminder, there is a place under this office. When I grow up, I will come find you. A stranger, after all, you are my hope of going home. Bye-bye, commemorate." Upon seeing this letter, Lin Seven-Night immediately realized that this psychiatric hospital still hides many secrets. Finally, he found a tunnel under the mat and discovered a dungeon after entering the basement. Suddenly he found the king of the Phantom Mask, whom he had killed, in the dungeon. Just as he was looking at the king of the Phantom Mask in confusion, the system popped up a message explaining that as a mythological creature you personally killed, you have the right to decide its soul's fate. Choose one, grind its soul, causing it to be completely extinguished from the world. Choose option 2. By making it fear you to a value of 60, you can hire it as a hospital orderly, caring for patients while providing you with protection to a certain extent. The current fear value is 1. After reading the explanation, Lin Seven-Night realized that this psychiatric hospital also has the ability to take away souls. It seems that any mythical creatures I personally kill will be imprisoned here. If I were to kill a real deity, wouldn't that mean the deity is also my hired hand? Suddenly, the roar of the king of the Phantom Mask interrupted Lin Seven-Night's train of thought. Just saw a flash of golden light in Lin Seven-Night's eyes. King of the Phantom Mask was scared to his knees by the Seraphim's divine authority, even though his fear level had reached 60 points by now. But Lin Seven-Night still didn't hesitate to extinguish its soul, because it had killed Lin Seven-Night's idol. On the second day, Lin Seven-Night arrived at the martial arts hall, ready to start a month-long special training. The captain threw a knife at him. He told him that he could only have his own sword after completing the special training. Until then, he should use this one. Lin Seven-Night looked at the knife in his hand, and couldn't help but feel sad because this was Zhao Empty City's knife. The captain explained that he was the one Zhao Empty City had chosen, so he entrusted his knife to him. Starting from today, you will practice knife skills with me. After saying that, the captain drew his sword and prepared to start this special selection. As expected, Lin Seven-Night was beaten without any ability to fight back. At noon, when Inquisitor helped him bandage his wounds while persuading him not to have psychological pressure. Thinking back to the first time he practiced with the captain, he was beaten and laid down for a day and a night. As they chatted, the two of them started talking about the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Seven-Night said that she can sense everything within a radius of 20 meters. Suddenly, Red Tassel walked past the two of them. The two of them looked at the perky and round buttocks. The two of them locked eyes for a moment. Lin Seven-Night said seriously,
"White underwear."
Therefore, the deep friendship between the two was established on the spot. Subsequently, when Inquisitor began to explain the Forbidden Ruins sequence. The so-called Forbidden Ruins sequence is the categorization of the risk levels in the Forbidden Ruins. The further forward in the sequence, the higher the risk. After Forbidden Ruins sequence 600, they are classified as harmless Forbidden Ruins. The effect of this type of Forbidden Ruins is minimal. At most, it can kill some mosquitoes and insects. Sequence 400 to 599 are classified as low-risk Forbidden Ruins. This type of Forbidden Ruins has offensive power, but poses little threat. Proper use may yield unexpected results. Sequence 200 to 399 are known as risk-forbidden ruins, which can pose a large-scale threat to human society. They possess the ability to engage in mysterious battles. Sequence 90 to 199 are high-risk forbidden ruins, with extremely strong combat capabilities. Possessing this type of forbidden ruin sequence undoubtedly makes one a top-tier powerhouse, such as the Captain. As for sequences before 89, they are critical threat forbidden ruins. Not only do they possess extremely strong large-scale destructive power, but they also have unimaginable special abilities. These types of forbidden ruins have already exceeded human capabilities, often possessing the ability to destroy an entire city. Lin Seven-Night's divine domain of the mortal world sequence is 003, but that belongs to Seraphim Michael, not him. His current abilities focus on perception and prediction. Although he can use Seraphim divine authority, the true power of deity ruins extends far beyond that. This situation is either that the Seraphim only gave him a small part of his abilities, or that other abilities have always existed but he couldn't sense them. On the first day of school, the boy snatched the school bully's girlfriend. And he also confessed to all the school girls, asking them to go back to the dorm with him, because most of them have been replaced by monsters. And the favorite activity of these monsters is to arrange secret dates with the opposite sex at night. And then they eat them. When they are spit out, they also turn into monsters. Lin Seven-Night is here to deal with these monsters. And all of this began with a not very clever act of peeping. Yesterday, Li Flying left his keys in the classroom after school. Unexpectedly, he ran into the monitor and the teacher. He originally thought the two of them were there to hey. He didn't expect that the monitor would transform into a monster and eat the teacher, followed by the monster throwing up an egg. As a rumbling sound came from the egg, the teacher unexpectedly broke out of the eggshell. Li Flying was so scared that he kept hiding under the lectern. He didn't come to report to the night watcher until this morning. After listening to Li Flying's account, the captain began to analyze it. This monster has the ability to disguise and assimilate, and it is highly likely that it has already caused a spread of infection. You should know that among lower-tier mythical creatures, assimilation is the most tricky ability. If not careful, the number of victims could grow exponentially. Disguise is an even more dangerous ability, representing that it possesses intelligence no less than that of humans. At this point, another team member pushed their glasses up and said,
"We need to prepare for the worst. It's possible that the entire number 2 middle school has been infected, and it may have even spread outside the school." In response, the group decided to split into two teams. One team would investigate based on the social relationships of the victims, searching for any other infected individuals. The other team entered the school to follow leads and quickly locate the source of the outbreak. Upon arriving at the school, they changed into school uniforms and decided to split up. Red Tassel and C. Little South went to the office building to investigate the head teacher Lin Seven-Night. They planned to blend into the class to contact Lu Willow and use his abilities to identify the infected individuals. Lin Seven-Night is constantly searching in the hallway. 2 of them. 3 of them. There are even more. He couldn't believe that just on this floor, 6 people had been infected and turned into monsters. If a riot breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the end, Lin Seven-Night arrived in the classroom. He found that Li Flying, who had been very scared just now, had also returned to school. So he asked Li Flying if there was anything that could gather all the teachers and students in the school together. He wanted to find out about the situation of the whole school. Li Flying instantly thought of the flag-raising ceremony. At the same time, on the other side, Red Tassel and the other person found out that the infected teacher was not around. They took the opportunity to quickly enter the house to investigate. Unexpectedly, they found a piece of human skin under the floor. Just then, the flag-raising broadcast started playing. The students lined up and headed to the playground. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night noticed that a girl in the crowd was infected. Seeing this, he asked Li Flying about the girl's identity. Li Flying said her name is Tian Sylvia, and she shares a dorm with Lu Willow. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night immediately informed Red Tassel that the source of infection may be in the girl's dormitory. Just as Red Tassel went to investigate the dormitory. However, Lin Seven-Night arrived at the flag-raising platform and snatched the flag from a classmate's hand, telling him that the school leader temporarily changed the flag bearer. After saying that, he walked up to the flag-raising platform, closed his eyes, and began to perceive. When he opened his eyes, he was startled by what he discovered. The crowd was filled with infected individuals everywhere. He immediately prepared to go meet Red Tassel. Along the way, he quickly informed the team leader of the situation via walkie-talkie. At least 60 teachers and students throughout the school have been infected. It seems unlikely to resolve this secretly. Once the entity discovers our presence, it may control over 60 infected individuals and indiscriminately attack the teachers and students. If any infected individuals manage to escape the school, it will lead to a citywide disaster. The captain who heard this asked Lin Seven-Night to calm down first because the infected individuals have started to infiltrate outward. While investigating Lu Willow and the teachers' residences, several people found that their family members had all been infected. In the midst of speaking, the captain raised his hand and solved a monster with one sword. We will gradually investigate the social relationships of the infected individuals to block transmission. The school side is up to you. It is necessary to find and resolve the source within the shortest time possible. Additionally, I will have Ling Xian open up the no-restriction airspace to prevent the monsters inside number 2 middle school from escaping. This way, you can rest assured and deal with the monsters. Lin Seven-Night agreed to come down, and soon he rushed to the girls' dormitory to meet with Red Tassel. He told Red Tassel that the flag raising had ended early, and now a group of girls were about to return to the dormitory. "Do you need my help coming up?" Red Tassel nodded with a smile and said no need. "You go to the teaching building to prevent monster from launching indiscriminate attacks. I can handle it." Just as Red Tassel finished speaking, he was seen by a group of students, admiring Red Tassel's impressive hills. The female student immediately concluded that they were not students from their own school and asked which class they were in. Red Tassel casually made a few perfunctory remarks and then made an excuse to leave. The faces of the several girls darkened instantly. Several people blocked the two of them together. The two elder sisters are very beautiful with precise features and lovely skin, which is truly enviable. As they spoke, several girls began to reach out and touch. They are so attractive that makes one want to eat them up in one bite. After speaking, they revealed their true forms as monsters and pounced towards Red Tassel and the other person to bite them. Seeing this, Red Tassel was delighted and directly opened the box in his hand. In an instant, a long spear appeared in her hand. With just a light strike, the monster was left with only its head. The other two monsters were dumbfounded. She then spun her long spear. She swung again, and the two monsters were instantly incinerated by the flames. Another infected person appeared at the end of the corridor at this moment. Just as Red Tassel was about to launch an attack, she found more and more infected people surrounding them. Upon seeing the situation, Red Tassel sneered and said, "Come on, the more the better. Those few just now weren't enough for me to warm up." A moment later, the explosion sound came from the girls' dormitory. At the same time, a love feast was taking place in the classroom. The school bully was holding a nutritional drink, expressing his love for Han Ruoru affectionately. Ruoru agreed directly as well. She arranged to meet the school bully in this small grove after school. Just as the school bully was overjoyed, Lin Seven-Night suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "Classmate Ruoru, in fact, I also really like you. Can you be my girlfriend?" Suddenly, the classmates in the class were all excited by this scene. At this moment, Han Ruoru shyly replied, "Okay then, I agree too." The school bully was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard of confessing one's love and being intercepted. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night stood up and left. "Let's meet in the garage after school," he said. At the same time, the girls' dormitory was also in chaos. Lung Xian also opened the no-restriction airspace. There was a riot at the school, and the students scattered and fled. But the youth not only did not run away. Instead, he took out a gun and a knife to harvest the lives of students in the crowd, all in order to protect the students, because the people he killed were all monsters. Just now, Red Tassel had just cleaned up the infected individuals. She was met by a teacher who pulled the two of them to escape. The teacher said, "It's very dangerous here, hurry and leave." Suddenly, a bullet shot straight into the teacher's chest. The next second, the teacher transformed into the monster's true form. Seeing the monster's big mouth about to bite Little South, Lin Seven-Night took 7 steps directly up the stairs. He hit Monster directly in the jaw with 1 shot. 2 shots shattered Monster's skull. Red Tassel regained consciousness and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise Little South would have been in danger." So the 3 of them started discussing the location of the monster's main body. Lin Seven-Night first analyzed that theoretically the monster should still be in the girls' dormitory. But now that the monsters in this building have all been cleared by you, did it sense the danger and leave early? Suddenly, Little South nervously pointed upwards and asked, "What is that?" Lin Seven-Night and Red Tassel looked up and saw a snake-headed monster. Seeing this, the 2 quickly chased after it. In the end, the 2 chased up to the rooftop and finally saw the true form of the monster. Only saw the monster standing on the edge of the rooftop preparing its big move. Afterwards, it let out a loud roar. The monster immediately made the 2 of them dizzy and disoriented with a sudden shock. The monster also took the opportunity to escape from here. At the same time, the infected individuals hiding in the crowd all turned into monsters at this moment and bit the people around them. At this moment, the classmates who were in chaos and trying to escape suddenly found themselves blocked by an invisible barrier. Seeing the situation, the 2 of them divided the work clearly. Red Tassel, who has high combat power, is chasing after the leader of the snake monster. Lin Seven-Night is responsible for maintaining student order. He came to the crowd to ask everyone to stay calm and listen to his instructions, but the frightened students completely ignored him. Look at this situation that is gradually getting out of control. He fired a warning shot directly. Instantly, everyone around stood still in shock. Lin Seven-Night took the opportunity to quickly wield a knife and kill the infected individual in the crowd. After eliminating the infected individuals in the crowd, he had the students line up and exit the school gate. After arranging the students, he notified Lung Xian to close the passage. Continuing from the previous text, the scene shifts to Li Yiflang's side. He is also at the school organizing classmates to resist the monsters. After blocking the classroom door to create a safe area, he called on classmates with good physical strength to rescue students on other floors. They created ropes using strips of cloth. He climbed to the 3rd floor. As soon as he arrived at the 3rd floor, he saw a monster guarding a classroom. The previous text, the scene shifts to Li Yiflang's side. He is also at the school organizing classmates to resist the monsters. After blocking the classroom door to create a safe area, he called on classmates with good physical strength to rescue students on other floors. They created ropes using strips of cloth. He climbed to the 3rd floor. As soon as he arrived at the 3rd floor, he saw a monster guarding a classroom. So, they went up together and quickly took care of the monster, just as they were preparing to rescue the trapped classmates. The student and fishing inside the classroom refused Li Yiflang's rescue, because he analyzed that there were too many injured classmates in the classroom. Shifting the defense line would be too dangerous. He also suspected that these people might be monsters in disguise, just trying to lure them out. Li Yiflang saw that the classmates inside were not willing to evacuate, so he was prepared to go back first. Several monsters suddenly came when they heard the sound. The monster quickly took care of one of the students, but luckily fishing in the classroom opened the door promptly to rescue them, thus narrowly escaping the danger. But the noise of the monster hitting the door was too loud, attracting other nearby monsters to come over in no time. In just 2.5 minutes, they broke open the classroom door. Seeing this, the students inside the classroom felt hopeless. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night appeared as if sent by the heavens. He wielded his long knife with swift movements, killing all the monsters in just 2.5 seconds. The scene left the classmates in the classroom stunned. And fishing unexpectedly started researching the body of the monster, with an excited expression on his face, saying that he had finally found something interesting. But in the blink of an eye, he flatteringly greeted Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night just exchanged names, and then asked Li Flying about the situations of Han Ruoruo and Lu Willow. Li Flying said they were mingling in the crowd and not going crazy, so he found a reason to isolate them in the classroom. Lin Seven-Night is also very satisfied with Li Flying's approach. Li Flying was overjoyed when he heard Lin Seven-Night's approval and eagerly asked Lin Seven-Night to say some words of praise to Night Watcher. He has been dreaming of joining. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night told him to first escort his classmates to the auditorium. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. At this time, Red Tassel told Lin Seven-Night that the monster had escaped. Little South is still tracking the monster's traces. But the vice captain browsed through the information and found out that these monsters possess extremely strong camouflage ability and high intelligence, enabling them to seamlessly integrate into human society without drawing attention. It can devour humans and implant snake seeds into their bodies, then control their actions. Ultimately, it can completely devour human society and replace humans with its offspring serpent Yugwai, but fortunately its infectivity is limited. Its main body can only produce 1 snake seed per day. Lin Seven-Night, who has acquired the information, knows that this Yogwai has been lurking in the school for a long time. Now, the monsters are secondary. The most important thing is to save the other classmates first. So he took a group of classmates to rescue people. The man licked the school beauty crazily for 3 years, but never held her hand. Did not expect today, the school beauty actually took the initiative to ask for a hug. And she even hung on him directly, indicating that she wanted to play a little game with him. It turns out that the school beauty at this time has been infected by the monster. Just now, Lu Yuan got into a conflict while trying to rescue the trapped school beauty and classmates and almost ended up fighting. At a critical moment, a fierce monster suddenly jumped out and pounced directly towards the classmates. Watching as a classmate was about to be killed by the monster's mouth. Just in time, Lin Seven-Night arrived and cut off the monster's head with a sword, saving the classmate. After dealing with the monster, Lin Seven-Night approached the last infected student, the school beauty Han Ruoruo. Lu Yuan saw this and stood directly in front of Han Ruoruo to protect her. Lin Seven-Night stepped aside to let the infected student go, then instructed Li Flying to take the remaining students to the auditorium. At this time, Fishing came to Lin Seven-Night's ear and whispered some of his speculations. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was full of shock. Then he handed the gun to Fishing, asking him to be more careful. Later, he went alone to search for the true body of the Nanda serpent demon. Lin Seven-Night asked Lung Xian if he had seen 2 students who got separated as soon as he left the group. Lung Xian told him that Han Ruoruo and the other person had entered the Meiyin building. He arrived and immediately informed Red Tassel. At this moment, Lu Yuan in the piano room has completely become a dog-like follower, saying that he will definitely protect her. Han Ruoruo smiled and reached out to him after hearing this. When Lu Yuan got closer, she hung on him and said she wanted to do something interesting with him. Just when Lu Yuan's mind was filled with all sorts of colorful images, Han Ruoruo suddenly revealed her true form and swallowed Lu Yuan in one gulp. By the time Lin Seven-Night arrived, Lu Yuan had already been infected and turned into a monster. Lin Seven-Night also sent Lu Yuan on his way, with a single stroke of the blade. After dealing with Lu Yuan, Lin Seven-Night continued to search for Han Ruoro. Just as he walked into the piano room, he saw Han Ruoro had regained her human form. Lin Seven-Night immediately expressed a desire to chat with her, asking why she suddenly decided to reveal herself and engage in extensive reproduction. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoro suddenly became somewhat nervous and said, "Reproduction is instinctual for our clan. What do you humans understand? Creatures like you with super high intelligence must be able to suppress biological instincts. So what exactly is your conspiracy?" After listening to Lin Seven-Night's words, Han Ruoro laughed. "It seems you really enjoy deduction. Can you guess whether the girl with the long spear on the pawn stage will be able to find the snake seed I planted on you?" Afterwards, Han Ruoro transformed back into her original form and pounced towards Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night could only dodge in embarrassment. This Nanda serpent Yogwai seems to be the real body, much stronger than the previous monster. Subsequently, Lin Seven-Night fell into a non-stop escape. As long as he can hold on until Red Tassel arrives, it will be okay. So Lin Seven-Night unleashed his remaining divine power to counterattack. He hoped to cut off the tail of the Nanda serpent Yogwai to restrict its mobility. The Nanda serpent Yogwai, whose tail was cut off, howled in pain and anger, looking up at the sky. In the chaos, another tail whipped Lin Seven-Night away. Watching the Nanda serpent Yogwai charging towards him, Lin Seven-Night felt numb all over. He wouldn't sacrifice himself in the first day of the mission, would he? Suddenly, Red Tassel's musket repelled the Nanda serpent Yogwai. Watching Red Tassel reaching out with his hand, Lin Seven-Night felt a warm feeling in his heart. Having teammates is really great. But who knew that the next second, Red Tassel caught her long spear, while he fell down into the bushes. Red Tassel then walked over to check if Lin Seven-Night was okay. Lin Seven-Night said expressionlessly, "I'm fine. You should focus on dealing with Serpent Yogwai." Serpent Yogwai, upon seeing the three individuals converge, quickly fled. Fortunately, Lin Seven-Night's eyes were able to clearly see its escape route, providing information on its whereabouts. Red Tassel danced with the fire spear and then gathered strength to throw it out. The fire spear pierced through the house, like cutting through tofu. After a few people rushed over, they found that Serpent Yogwai had already died completely. But Lin Seven-Night looked at the body thoughtfully, feeling that the death of this Serpent Yogwai seemed a bit too suspicious. At this moment, many students in the auditorium are celebrating their survival after the disaster. And Fishing was inquiring about the information of the Lin Seven-Night organization. Li Flying boasted proudly, "Their organization is called Night Watcher. Even if you know it now, it will be useless because your memory will be erased soon." After all, revealing this kind of thing will cause a great panic. And Fishing curiously asked what the conditions were to join them. Li Flying here looked even more proud. "Do you want to join them? It's not that easy. Their standards for recruiting are very high. But after this is over, I will be able to join them." At this time, Lin Seven-Night also rushed to the auditorium and informed everyone that it was safe. Everyone present was very happy to hear the news. Li Flying was even more excited as he stepped forward to shake hands with Lin Seven-Night. "I have achieved great success this time. I should have no problem joining the Night Watcher, right?" Lin Seven-Night simply responded in a calm tone, "Perhaps." Suddenly, a pistol was pressed against Li Flying's head, and Fishing fired 3 shots in a row and emptied the magazine. Suddenly, all the classmates became chaotic. The young man's head was pierced by 3 holes, but he did not die as a result. Instead, he was especially excited because he felt that this was his awakening of superpowers. But in fact, he is a monster. Originally, and Fishing has always suspected that Li Flying has a problem. He was constantly probing Li Flying even before Lin Seven-Night arrived at the auditorium. His suspicion of Fishing deepened as he watched Li Flying's confidence in joining the Night Watcher. And when he saw how attentive he was towards Lin Seven-Night, and fishing deduced that he was the Nanda serpent Yogwai. So and fishing fired 3 shots towards Li Flying. After being shot, Li Flying asked Lin Seven-Night if he had awakened superpowers. Lin Seven-Night directly exposed the truth that he is a Nanda serpent demon. But Li Flying is unwilling to believe. He continues to firmly believe that he is Li Flying. Lin Seven-Night picked him up in one go. The divine authority of Seraphim flashed. Countless golden lights crazily surged into Li Flying's spiritual world. Suddenly, Li Flying's body went limp, and he fainted. The next second, a strong hand fiercely grabbed Lin Seven-Night's wrist. Li Flying's eyes suddenly opened as well. He asked in puzzlement, "How did you discover it, Lin Seven-Night? Based on your stage, you shouldn't be able to see through my disguise." Lin Seven-Night immediately shook off Li Flying's hand. "I indeed cannot see through it. Otherwise, I would have exposed you when you reported the case. But since I entered this school, everything that has happened here seems reasonable yet also reveals an air of strangeness. If you want to escape, why did you boldly run to the piano room? If you want to slaughter, why not expand the range of infection? The 3rd floor wherein fishing is located is full of injured students, who clearly have no resistance, but the infected do not attack them. When you come to rescue them, the infected swarm towards you. This may seem chaotic and disorganized, but through careful analysis, one can discover that you have only one purpose in doing so. That is to highlight that Li Flying is a hero who can selflessly risk his life to save his classmates. And all of this is your preparation to enter the Night Watcher. So in fishing, and I made a bold guess. You, Li Flying, are the 2nd personality born to disguise Nanda's serpent Yogwai. Actually, you can enjoy all aspects of human society to your heart's content with your lifespan and talent. But why do you have to take the risk of planning this drama? I guess it's because you were scared by the King of the Phantom Mask event half a month ago, right? You are worried that you will also be hunted by the Night Watcher, so you staged this big show by yourself. And all this is just to join the Night Watcher, to transcend beyond this troubled situation." Upon hearing this, Nanda's serpent Yogwai couldn't help but applaud. "It's truly wonderful. I never expected to fall into your hands." The next moment, it revealed its true form. Lin Seven-Night looked at the large hand coming towards him, and smiled slightly. "Sorry, the night has fallen, the tables have turned." With the blessing of Starry Dancer, countless afterimages appeared on the battlefield. In less than a second, Nanda's serpent Yogwai's body simultaneously split open several gashes. Lin Seven-Night took the opportunity to decapitate him with one stroke. Just as everyone was about to pack up and return, a staff member hurried over and said, "Captain Chen is in trouble. The head of the Nanda serpent monster has gone missing. I suspect someone has hidden it." Upon hearing this, Chen Wilderness immediately ordered for Dream Whispers to be played throughout the entire campus. The person who stole the snake head after having their memory wiped will then fall into the trap. At this moment, and Fishing is desperately covering his ears and running wildly on the campus. He opened the manhole cover and hid in the sewer, only then could he barely withstand the broadcast sound. Afterwards, he hastily opened his backpack, wanting to take a look at the head of the Nanda serpent monster. The next second, his eyes gleamed with green light. He instantly saw the skeleton inside his palm. Then he frantically sliced the skull with a small knife, all the while shouting in his mouth, I understand. So this is how it works. It's really interesting." After the troops were dismissed, Lin Seven-Night went to the dungeon of the psychiatric hospital. The system prompt reappeared. Unlike the previous King of the Phantom Mask, this time Nanda's serpent Yogwai has 2 loyalty values, which made him suspect whether it was caused by a dual personality. He stepped forward and said to Nanda's serpent Yogwai, "Now is the time for you to show me your worth. If I am not satisfied, you will disappear." Nanda's serpent Yogwai knelt on the ground and said, "He can infiltrate and penetrate unnoticed. His combat power will be even stronger when he grows up." But Lin Seven-Night was not satisfied after hearing that, and then asked him if he would take care of mental patients and just make the old lady happy. Upon hearing this, Nanda Serpent Yogwai was furious. "Damn it, you want me to do this kind of work? You might as well kill me." But when he saw Lin Seven-Night really ready to take action, he backed down again. He said that although he couldn't do it, Li Flying was very good at it. So Lin Seven-Night took out the labor contract and made him agree that his body would be controlled by Li Flying except when absolutely necessary. As a result, Li Flying smoothly became the first caregiver at the psychiatric hospital. Nick saw him at first sight, treating him as her own grandson. And for the past half-month, Lin Seven-Night chats and takes medicine with Nix every day. His condition has improved a lot, and it is believed that the treatment progress will reach 50% in no time. During this time, he has also thoroughly stabilized the lantern stage through cultivation. It won't be long before he can break through to the next stage. And in a few more days, the new recruit training in Songnan is about to begin. At the same time, inside a temple somewhere, a man is practicing meditation by knocking the wooden fish. Suddenly, he seems to lose control and strikes the wooden fish wildly. He only snapped out of it when the abbot appeared. The abbot handed him the letter, saying, "Patron Chalabis, your letter has arrived." Looking at the contents of the letter, he asked in confusion, "Abbot, I have committed serious sins. Do you think I should go?" Abbot said that Chalabis has been meditating here in this temple for 5 years, and the evil nature in his heart has been suppressed, so he is allowed to go. Before leaving, Abbot reminded Chalabis that on his journey to Songnan, he will meet a noble person. If he seizes the opportunity, not only can he cleanse his sins, but he can also achieve enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Chalabis asked Abbot who the noble person was. However, Abbot only told him, "With 2 trees I stand, one of 8 gods departs, a decade into darkness, guide the souls of mortals." Sitting in the car, Chalabis kept thinking about the meaning of the sentence that Abbot said. This is a fight for the dignity of the new recruits. In the same stage situation, 239 people fought against 5 people. As long as you lift the mask of any one of the 5, you can win and graduate early. But the man said that he alone is enough to deal with these new recruits. Just now, Lin Seven-Night arrived at the training camp and was greeted by an instructor named Hong Immense. Hong Immense first familiarized him with the surrounding environment. Lin Seven-Night noticed that the passers-by were constantly sizing him up, consciously or unconsciously. He asked Hong Immense why they kept staring at him. Hong Immense replied, "Agent of the Divine is a rare commodity. The last one who walked out of the training camp was an agent of the Divine. He is now the captain of Masked Squad. You should know that Masked Squad is one of the 4 major special operation teams. The strength of these 4 captains is second only to the commander-in-chief in the entire Great Xia. It's normal for them to feel curious about you." At the same time, another instructor in the distance also greeted Lin Seven-Night with a smile, but he showed helplessness when he lowered his head to look at the list. What the hell lineup is this year? Besides Lin Seven-Night, this Seraphim agent, there are also 3 users of critical threat Forbidden Ruins. One of them, Sequence, is at least in the top 50. If it weren't for the Masked Squad, I really couldn't control them. At this moment, someone pointed to a name, and the instructor immediately widened his eyes. "Why is this young Master Bailey Daylight here too?" After Lin Seven-Night finished understanding the training camp, he came to the dormitory. Just as he was checking the bedding, a burly man in a suit suddenly broke in. After looking around, he spoke into the intercom and said, "Confirming safety, you can let the young master in now." A group of security guards was seen walking and carrying something. Then, they all stood on both sides, leaving a path for the teenager. The teenager grasped Lin Seven-Night's hand tightly, as soon as he entered the room, his face beaming as he called him brother. This really caught Lin Seven-Night off guard. Later, the young man asked the security guard to bring out all the gifts, and he said that he could also call himself Bailey Daylight Fatty.
These watches are specialties of his family, and are not valuable items. Let Lin Seven-Night just take them, and don't despise them. Lin Seven-Night briefly introduced himself, then he refused Fatty's kindness and turned to leave. 2 days later, the new recruit training began. The chief instructor Yuan Gang criticized the recruits, saying that they are even worse than useless rookies. At this time, a young man unconsciously made a disdainful sound. Yuan Gang immediately became interested after listening. What's going on? Is someone not convinced? The young man earlier was the first to raise his hand and express his dissatisfaction. The next second, more and more people in the crowd raised their hands. Yuan Gang roared at this moment. Since so many of you do not surrender, I will give you a chance to recognize yourselves. At this moment, on a plane, the members of the masked squad are enjoying barbecue. The next second, the bottom of the cabin suddenly opened. Several people are falling straight down like this. Several people are striking a handsome pose as they make a grand entrance, seeing the formidable masked squad. Intense discussions erupted in the audience. Everyone did not expect that the masked squad would actually be invited to the stage, and their entrance was unexpectedly handsome. Upon seeing this, Yuan Gang smiled lightly and said, "Who asked you not to accept it? I will let you know later what true top experts are." Therefore, Yuan Gang began to announce the rules. Masked squads suppressed their stage to lantern stage level and faced off against 239 new recruits in a 5v5 battle. Using any means necessary, if they could remove the mask of any member of masked squad, they would be considered the winners. The battle time is from now until 9 p.m. If you win, it proves that you are indeed very awesome, and I will apply for early graduation for you tomorrow. But if no one achieves it before 9 p.m., then it proves that you are indeed rubbish. In the future, your ridiculous pride and arrogance will be thrown into the toilet. Obey whatever the instructor tells you to do. Do you understand? If you need weapons, you can find them in the warehouse. With that, the instructor team left the scene. Many new soldiers on the scene immediately felt discontented. Wow! So arrogant! It's all about combat skills at the lantern stage anyway. Even if the masked squad is extraordinary, our group of over 200 people can overwhelm them easily. They are really looking down on us. Charge, brothers! Let's kill them! The next second, the field was ablaze with fire, and everyone started the attack on the Forbidden Ruins. However, at this moment, Lin Seven-Night pulled Fatty and ran towards the back. Fatty was a bit puzzled by this. Clearly, masked squad was done for, so why were we running? Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night calmly explained that it's impossible for a special squad to be defeated so easily. Their combat strength is still completely unknown, and rushing forward without knowing the abilities and fighting style of the Forbidden Ruins is simply asking for trouble. As Lin Seven-Night predicted, the new recruits who launched the attack not only failed to harm the masked squad at all, but were also sent flying by a single blow from them. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night brought Fatty to the weapon arsenal only to find that the door was locked. Because his Forbidden Ruins did not have the ability to cause large-scale destruction, he asked Fatty to try using Forbidden Ruins. Who knew Fatty said he didn't have Forbidden Ruins at all? Hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was stunned. How did you manage to get into the Night Watcher in the first place? Suddenly, a red-haired woman ran over, exuding a majestic aura from all around her. The next second, the door of the armory was blasted into pieces. So Lin Seven-Night asked if she was using the critical threat level Forbidden Ruins. But the woman's attitude was very arrogant. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? In an instant, Lin Seven-Night swung his sword directly towards the woman's neck. This is the most humiliating battle for the new recruits. 40 new recruits were surrounded by 4 veteran soldiers on the same stage, while the 40 individuals could only stand in place and be beaten up. The veterans even taunted them, saying they were like chicks in a chicken coop. Just now, Lin Seven-Night suddenly swung his knife and attacked Molly. Molly instinctively wanted to draw her knife, but she quickly realized something was wrong. Just then, a knife appeared out of thin air and clashed with Lin Seven-Night's. Seeing this, Molly quickly drew her own knife and cautiously searched for the enemy. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was Moon Ghost from the masked squad. Moon Ghost asked,
"You must be the agent of Seraphim, right? Your aura is very similar to the captain's. No wonder you could sense my presence."
However, Molly didn't want to waste time talking to him. She immediately activated the Forbidden Ruins and attacked. With one strike, she severed Moon Ghost's right hand. But in the next second, Moon Ghost's arm instantly healed. Seeing this, Molly looked shocked. How is this possible? Even with high-speed regeneration, it shouldn't be this fast, right? The all-seeing Lin Seven-Night then explained,
"Your attack didn't actually touch him at all. When your wind blade hit his body, he had already disintegrated his own arm into moonlight to dodge the attack."
Upon hearing Lin Seven-Night's words, Moon Ghost smiled and said,
"Indeed, Seraphim Agent is the most dangerous. I'll have to take you out first."
Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded beside them. A group of new recruits, holding weapons, excitedly shouted,
"Brothers, seize the opportunity! Take off his mask and we win!"
Countless bullets were shot towards Moon Ghost in an instant, but not a single one hit him. They couldn't hit him even when they shot directly at him. Many new recruits were dumbfounded. In an instant, Moon Ghost rushed to their front. Just as Moon Ghost was about to wield the knife to deal with them, suddenly Moon Ghost felt a powerful oppressive force, and then his ability to transform into the moon in the Forbidden Ruins was nullified. Then Lin Seven-Night engaged in a fierce battle with Moon Ghost, holding a sword. Suddenly Lin Seven-Night swiftly retreated and shouted to open fire now, but when the new soldiers were about to shoot, their weapons actually floated up on their own. Members of the masked squad, Vortex and Rose, emerged, saying excitedly,
"The mice hiding in the hole have finally come out. You are surrounded by us. Surrender quickly."
Moon Ghost hurried to his teammates and said,
"Luckily you arrived just in time. Among the new recruits, there is an agent of the divine. I almost messed up."
Upon hearing this, Vortex laughed and said,
"So what if he is an agent of the divine? He's just a rookie now. Let's see how Grandpa Vortex trains him."
Rose on the side couldn't stand it anymore and immediately waved her hand, signaling them to quickly resolve the battle. Molly, feeling the pressure, looked at Lin Seven-Night with a serious expression and asked,
"What should we do now? Should we fight them?"
Lin Seven-Night advised her not to act recklessly for the time being. Later, Lin Seven-Night shouted to the other new recruits,
"Listen to me. The masked squad may be powerful, but there are only 4 of them. Even if we can't win in a fight, as long as everyone breaks through at the same time, there is definitely a chance to escape."
The new recruits all felt that this plan was very feasible. It's not shameful for new recruits to run away if they can't beat the enemy. Vortex laughed when he heard this and said,
"You little chicks, why do you always think about running around? Just let us defeat you quickly, okay?"
At this moment, Lin Seven-Night quietly signaled Molly to use the Forbidden Ruins to break the wall next to them. Shortly after, Lin Seven-Night called out with a long sword in hand for everyone to launch an attack. Find the right moment to escape. At the words, Rose's momentum suddenly surged. Do you want to attack aggressively? Then let me play with you. Looking at Rose's momentum, the new recruits were all stunned on the spot. Molly also quietly gathered her strength, while everyone's attention was on Rose. She split open the wall next to her with a single stroke. Lin Seven-Night immediately shouted,
"Take action now!"
Everyone started to move upon seeing a chance to escape. After all, in this situation, whoever runs slow will be left behind. Vortex directly manipulated the force field to launch several blades. The new soldiers were immediately thrown into chaos. Rose also casually summoned a pink hammer. She immediately sealed up the crack that had just been opened. She stood on the hammer playfully, looking down at the new soldiers below. Then she shouted,
"Run! Why aren't you running?"
Seeing this scene, Fatty was dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, this masked squad is too fierce. Maybe I should use. He didn't finish his sentence. Lin Seven-Night picked him up and ran, leaving Fatty bewildered. Didn't we agree to break out? What are you doing? Lin Seven-Night explained speechlessly. Are you dumb? The main gate is unguarded now. Why not just go that way? And so, Lin Seven-Night, Fatty Molly, and 3 others left through the main gate in broad daylight. Molly couldn't help but praise. Using those new recruits as a cover to attract the attention of masked squad, you are really clever. After seeing Lin Seven-Night escape, Rose didn't care anymore. She directly dealt with the new recruits on the scene. Vortex then chased after him. They are the strongest fighting force of Huaxia. The octopus sea monster, 1 ship, and 1 ship at a time, were all cut in half by them with 1 sword. But they were almost killed by Lin Seven-Night. Just now, Lin Seven-Night escaped from the weapon arsenal using a trick. Vortex immediately chased after him, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw a cart awkwardly coming towards him. Lin Seven-Night, on the other hand, was holding a key with a smile on his face, waving and greeting him. Just as Vortex was full of doubt. Suddenly, he saw the cart piled full of explosives in the cart. He hadn't reacted yet when in an instant, flames shot up into the sky, directly devouring everything around. The smoke cleared, revealing that the armory that had just stood before their eyes had been completely leveled. The other members of the masked squad looked incredibly at the scene in front of them. After a moment, Rose realized that it was the entrance that exploded first, triggering the explosion of all the ammunition in the armory. At this moment, Vortex walked out cursing in the smoke. This guy's heart is truly dark. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened up the devouring vortex in time, I might have been done for. Suddenly, he hurriedly touched his mask. Fortunately, the mask was still there and everything was fine, otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to show my face. At the same time, the instructors were all praising Lin Seven-Night. He truly lives up to the title of Agent of the Divine with remarkable skills. In such a situation, he was able to break through successfully and almost blew up Vortex's mask. Another instructor, looking at the report in their hand, raised a question: why hasn't Lin Seven-Night used the deity ruins of the Seraphim yet? That is the divine domain of the mortal world at sequence 003. If he had used it just now, he could have easily escaped without detonating explosives, right? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang said that he was waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night and the others have also escaped to a safe place. Fatty looked worried and said, Seven-Night, you are so ruthless. You didn't blow him up directly, did you? Lin Seven-Night didn't think so. He said, if he died so easily, he would have become a member of a special squad who relies on connections. It's a pity we didn't blow his mask off just now, otherwise, we would have one. At this moment, Molly stood up and introduced herself. I am Molly from the Forbidden Ruins, part of the All Things in Motion sequence 076. I can control the vibration frequency of any object I come into contact with within the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Seven-Night also shook hands with her and said, I am Lin Seven-Night, a Seraphim agent. The one over there is Bailey Daylight. He does not have access to the Forbidden Ruins. After getting to know each other, Molly asked Lin Seven-Night seriously why they were deceived to act as bait. Lin Seven-Night, contemplating the next plan, replied, they were never going to escape. We were able to break out because there were only 3 of us. If more people attempted to break out, the masked squad would undoubtedly redirect their main forces to intercept. None of us would be able to escape then. In the end, we simply exploited the difference in value between ourselves and the majority, forcing the masked squad to make a choice. If we had stubbornly joined the others in breaking out, not a single person would have escaped. Fatty's face was full of worry when he heard this. According to what you said, the masked squad is too strong, almost without any weaknesses. Are we destined to lose? Lin Seven-Night directly denied Fatty's statement, saying that as long as we have not been eliminated, we still have a chance. Many new soldiers have been eliminated now. Those who can stay are either like us, who stick together, or slightly stronger in strength. They are all preparing to ambush Masked Squad in various corners. Masked Squad will definitely seize the opportunity and defeat them one by one. The only places in the training camp where undercover operations can be carried out are the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory building, and tactical research laboratory, with the largest area and the highest level of concealment. Therefore, the ambushing team will definitely be the largest. Masked Squad will inevitably choose the toughest challenge at the beginning considering the consumption of time, physical strength, and divine power. But Masked Squad has a fatal flaw, which is the disadvantage in numbers, and this is also our greatest opportunity. It is time to take the initiative and attack. At the same time, Shin Azure Bamboo is also with a group of people discussing how to ambush Masked Squad. At this time, one of his teammates thought that this ambush seems a bit too obvious, and they might be taken out by Masked Squad in one fell swoop. Shin Azure Bamboo, however, paid little attention to this statement. It's okay, everything is within my plan. Moon Ghost, who had been eavesdropping on the side, couldn't listen any longer and couldn't help but show up to comment. I've been listening to your plan for so long, I can't help it anymore. Your plan has too many loopholes. If you go into battle, you'll definitely mess things up. Everyone reacted instantly and drew their swords, charging towards Moon Ghost. Moon Ghost quickly dealt with most of the new recruits in just a few moves. Shin Azure Bamboo looked at Moon Ghost with a myriad of thoughts. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and instantly a black barrier unfolded around him. Soon, it enveloped Moon Ghost. Trapped inside, Moon Ghost realized something was amiss. At this moment, Shin Azure Bamboo spoke. Mask, I know even though you can't hear my voice, you must be able to understand my lip movements. I have removed all the gas in the vicinity now. In a vacuum environment, people do not die immediately. Typically, they can survive for 6 seconds. Except for me, everyone else in this vacuum environment can only survive for 6 seconds. It has been 7 seconds now. You'd better take off your mask yourself, otherwise I don't mind killing you along with them here. Just as Shin Azure Bamboo finished speaking, a long knife was shot towards him. He instinctively wielded his knife to defend against it. But he quickly realized something was wrong, yet it was already too late. He was kicked into the air by the air itself. Moon Ghost slowly lifted the invisibility and looked at him with a cold expression. When Shin Azure Bamboo was kicked away, the gas in this area returned again. Moon Ghost's tone was icy to the extreme. You lunatic! How could you be so ruthless in this battle? Shin Azure Bamboo shakily raised his hand. How else could I force you out? At this moment, the ring on his middle finger emitted a sizzling energy. The next second, a violent explosion erupted with a deafening roar. The new recruits were determined to defeat the veteran soldiers. They even launched grenades at their seniors. But the seniors simply raised their hands and caught the grenades. Just now, there was a big explosion on the dormitory rooftop. Lin Seven-Night and the other two who have been secretly observing from a distance also noticed the situation. Lin Seven-Night observed and analyzed, saying, It's just as I thought. The Masked Squad will first spread out, then expand the search area in the dormitory area. Once anyone makes contact with the enemy, everyone will quickly converge towards that person. The guy named Shin Azure Bamboo is causing a stir, although he hasn't blown off his mask yet. I'm afraid the Masked Squad has already started to focus in his direction. On the side, Fatty questioned, Didn't you just say we should actively hunt down the Masked Squad? Why are we still here watching from the sidelines? Molly, feeling frustrated, scolded, Fool! He is waiting for the leader of the Masked Squad to make a move. Until now, only his abilities remain unknown. It is common sense to gather information about the prey before hunting. After observing, Lin Seven-Night thinks that Shin Azure Bamboo probably still has a trick up his sleeve. At the same time, Moon Ghost and Shin Azure Bamboo are putting on a chase show. I see Shin Azure Bamboo has been chasing after Moon Ghost all along. Moon Ghost immediately threw the long knife backwards, slowing down Shin Azure Bamboo's pace.
but the long knife was immediately bounced back by the barrier. Fortunately, he had transformed his body into a shadow in advance, avoiding the damage of the long sword. Next, Shin Azure Bamboo raised his hand, and the ring emitted a sizzling energy again. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted with a loud bang. Moon Ghost walked out of the thick smoke looking a bit angry. Why are these new recruits so fond of causing explosions? Have they watched too much Naruto? Shin Azure Bamboo said that by compressing the content of oxygen and nitrogen to a certain ratio and adding some sparks, an explosion can be triggered. This kind of wide-ranging indiscriminate killing power is your nemesis. Upon hearing this, Moon Ghost adjusted his mask and said, "With your current stage, your attack range is only 10 meters, which is still a far cry from the wide-ranging indiscriminate killing power. It's enough to deal with you." After saying that, Shin Azure Bamboo charged towards Moon Ghost again. Suddenly, the light above his head dimmed as if being enveloped by something. Looking up, he discovered a gigantic square object descending from the sky. Startled, he hurriedly exerted force to resist. That Zhonghai giant hammer was no joke. Rose shrank the hammer and said with some amusement, "Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, Chi Min, critical threat, Forbidden Ruins. No wonder Drillmaster Yuan called on us to take action. This is indeed a bit tricky." At this moment, the entire masked squad gathered and looked around in confusion. Wasn't it said that among the new recruits this time, there were 3 critical threats in addition to 1 agent of the Divine? The woman with the machete just now, along with a man who manipulated the air. Where is the third one? No one answered, only saying that we had been deceived. Vortex turned around and saw 4 people walking towards them. At the same time, windows on both sides of the dormitory suddenly broke, countless guns aimed at them, and vines and soil walls dozens of meters high rose along the way. The new soldiers tightly blocked the area of the 5 people, combined with the structure of the dormitory building, turning this place into a closed arena. The smoke cleared, Shin Azure Bamboo appeared with dozens of new soldiers. He sneered and looked at the masked squad, saying, "You don't think there is someone hidden in the masks, do you? We still don't know this information even now." In fact, the real battle arrangement was finished long ago. The plan just now was deliberately mentioned for this assassin with the moon mask to hear. Upon hearing this, Libra couldn't help but commend the cleverness of the arrangement. They knew they couldn't win in a direct confrontation, so they set up a closed circular firepower network here. They intend to wear us down with their numerical advantage. Vortex looked at King Face and said, "This is getting a bit tricky, Captain. It's time for you to take action too. I want to get back early for barbecue." Seeing Vortex being so arrogant, the new recruits immediately opened fire. But Vortex just casually raised a hand and opened a purple vortex, which swallowed all the attacks. Seeing that the attacks were ineffective, the new recruits became nervous. Shin Azure Bamboo, however, yelled, "Keep attacking! They can't hold on for much longer against Lantern Stage's divine power." As expected, Vortex has started complaining to King Face, saying that he is being drained quickly. Upon hearing this, King Face instructed Vortex to stop. In an instant, the purple vortex disappeared as its ammunition was detonated. Upon seeing this, the new recruits all became excited. "We did it! Let's keep it up, brothers." But to their surprise, the bullet stopped in front of King Face again, and at the same time, Shin Azure Bamboo's movement slowed down. He suddenly realized that time had been slowed, and during this stagnant time, King Face seemed to slowly draw the dark blade from his waist. Just as a flash of golden light, followed by a giant blade aura, cut the entire building in half. Molly, who was secretly observing from a distance, was incredulous when she saw this scene. Is this really Lantern Stage? It's like cheating, almost unbelievable. At this time, Fatty next to them explained, "You're right, he really cheated. Behind King Face is Kronos, the time god, codenamed 017. His deity Ruins is all about controlling time. The dark blade in his hand is a forbidden item that can unleash the Forbidden Ruins Blade Swan.
The effect is to condense one's own speed into blade gang. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade gang. Although this forbidden item itself has a low danger level, in King Face's hands, it possesses a killing power comparable to critical threat. With just the acceleration of Lantern Stage, he can unleash a blade gang comparable to Flowing Stage. Lin Seven-Night and the fatty were both very shocked to see how familiar King Face was. The blade swan in his hand was originally a gift from my family to him. When I was young, I used to use that knife to kill mosquitoes. Upon hearing this, Molly asked in surprise,
"Is your family the one known as the Forbidden Objects Museum Biley clan?"
"Keep a low profile. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family." Molly said disdainfully that she hates rich young playboys the richer they are, the more she dislikes them. Men are natural masters of swordsmanship but cannot draw their swords. Because once he grasps the sword, the power of the demon within him will awaken. He who draws the sword will become like the infernal Azura. Kill everything he sees. Just now, King Face sliced the building in half with one stroke of his sword. He immediately started arranging the operation. "Rosemoon, Ghost Vortex, you three come with me to search elsewhere. Libra, stay at the dormitory and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. It's time to have a good meeting with that agent of the divine who has been escaping all this time." Libra complained while cleaning.
"How is it possible for anyone to slip through when we're doing this? Captain, you are too cautious."
As soon as the words fell, Chow Abyss in the ruins just moved the stones and walked out. This really scared Libra. "I might be a jinx, but it's interesting that everything is okay. Your adaptability as a new soldier is very good." Chow Abyss explained that I was not adapting, just resting in the room. "Floating rubble, is this your forbidden ruins? Feels pretty good. Hurry up and eliminate me." Libra was stunned. "What did you say? Don't you want to resist a little?" Chow Abyss sat up with a helpless expression on his face. "Boring. And I'm afraid I'll kill you after resisting." Libra burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Interesting. You're quite confident as a new soldier. Are you looking down on me?" Chow Abyss said seriously, "Maybe." This immediately aroused Libra's curiosity. "If that's the case, then I have to give it a try." Just as the two were talking, a sword energy attacked Libra. He dodged and controlled the surrounding debris to counterattack at the same time. Molly easily shattered all the debris with a long knife in her hand. Lin Seven-Night also took the opportunity to grab Chow Abyss's collar, wanting to take him away to escape. But Chow Abyss counter-questioned Lin Seven-Night.
"Why are you trying to save me? I actually want to be eliminated."
Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was momentarily stunned before saying,
"Suit yourself. However, we are about to engage in a battle with masked squad here. If you have no intention to participate, please do not interfere with our actions."
At this moment, Fatty shouted from behind,
"Seven-Night, come help me quickly. I can't handle this Azure bamboo on my own."
Upon hearing the name Seven-Night, Chow Abyss's face was full of shock as he asked,
"What is Lin Seven-Night's surname?"
Lin Seven-Night turned around and said his surname is Lin. Chow Abyss immediately recalled the characteristics of the nobleman that the abbot had told him about. "With 2 trees I stand, one of 8 gods departs, a decade into darkness, I guide the souls of mortals." Suddenly a hand interrupted his thoughts. Only saw Libra eagerly looking at him. "I finally got rid of that lady with the broadsword just to come find you. Come and chop me quickly. I'm really curious. Don't worry, you can't kill me." Chow Abyss picked up the knife and muttered to himself,
"It seems like he sees me as a deserter now. I need to change this bad impression."
He then drew his sword and looked seriously at Libra.
"I want to confirm one last time, are you sure you can survive?"
After receiving a positive answer, Chow Abyss immediately slashed forward with his sword. Libra immediately activated defense. At the moment of confrontation, Libra felt a strong sense of unease. This blow vividly made Libra feel a life-or-death crisis. Luckily,
King Face arrived just in time at this critical moment of life and death. A terrifying blade gang chopped Chow Abyss, and the others directly with knives. King Face looked helplessly at Libra and told him that he had underestimated the enemy. Libra rubbed his eyes and still couldn't recover from the shock. What exactly was that thing? The first 30 levels of the Black King's Annihilation Forbidden Ruins sequence, which is said to be a place where all beings are equal under the gods, are collectively known as the Divine Domain. And this Black King's Annihilation is level 31 of the Forbidden Ruins sequence. This power is too strong while he is too weak. So much so that he will completely lose consciousness after using the Forbidden Ruins. Right now, he is relying on instinct to fight. This is a truly indiscriminate attack. When going crazy, he would even attack his own mother. Upon hearing this, Libra's body slowly rose. He gazed at the madman Chow Abyss and said seriously, "I understand. I was indeed careless just now. Now I will go all out." He spread out his palm. In an instant, countless small stones flew towards Chow Abyss, while Libra also jumped onto the stones to start flying Chow Abyss's kite. Watching Libra's ability vortex, Chow Abyss couldn't help but exclaim with envy, saying, "I'm so envious of Libra's ability to fly whenever they want." Upon hearing this, Rose swung a punch at his head and scolded, "Fool! The captain told you not to just stand by and watch Libra fight. Quickly find that agent of the divine from earlier." Just as they were talking, Molly suddenly brandished a sword and struck towards them. Vortex used Forbidden Ruins and easily blocked Rose's attack with a single move. At the same time, Lin Seven-Night, who was watching from a distance, immediately instructed Shin Azure Bamboo to help Molly. Shin Azure Bamboo, feeling displeased, said, "Why do you have the authority to command me?" Lin Seven-Night's eyes sparked with golden light. "You all help me delay the masked squad members. I will go fight their captain," Lin Seven-Night said. Shin Azure Bamboo looked bewildered by this statement. Before leaving, he said, "Damn it! If I don't win, you better wait for me." And at this moment, Fatty was secretly watching Molly's gracefulness, completely unaware that Moon Ghost had already approached him from behind. After Moon Ghost swung his knife down, it was blocked by a golden barrier. Then the air suddenly became quiet, and the two of them looked at each other somewhat awkwardly. Moon Ghost strikes again. As a result, the small knife was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Looking at the broken knife, Moon Ghost fell into contemplation. Fatty shyly raised the necklace on his neck. "Sorry, with this jade-like barrier, physical attacks can't hurt me." By the way, it can also be used for attacks. It is sequence 171 and ranks high in the Forbidden Ruins. The entire battlefield is filled with smoke. Apart from Lin Seven-Night and King Face, everyone else is fighting together. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night has also found King Face. "Why are you just standing here and watching?" King Face waved his hand and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." At the same time, the instructor's basement is shaking violently. Should we consider changing location? They wouldn't collapse this place, would they? It shouldn't happen. This place is 10 meters underground. How could a group of lantern stage do that? However, after looking at the surveillance footage, the instructor suddenly became less confident. "Do you think a group of lantern stages can engage in this level of combat?" Yuan Gang looked at the list in his hand and was very satisfied. It is unexpected that so many talents emerged in this new recruit training. It's possible that in a few years, the vacant 5th Special Team will be born again. Lin Seven-Night and King Face are about to have a showdown at their peak. On one side is the dignity of all the new recruits. On the other side is the prestige of the Special Team. Let's wait and see which side will emerge as the final winner. At this moment, in the field, Lin Seven-Night and King Face were staring at each other, both drawing their blades to break the silence. "I know you, as the new agent of the Divine, have many doubts. After this battle, you can come to me for a chat." "Thank you," said Lin Seven-Night before initiating the attack directly.
King Face immediately activated the deity ruin's divine domain of time. Lin Seven-Night suddenly felt that the movement slowed down, as if being shackled. Fortunately, now that it's nighttime, with the bonus from the Starry Dancer, Lin Seven-Night's movements are faster than during the day. At the moment when their weapons collided, King Face was greatly surprised by the speed. Could it be that the divine domain of the mortal world also has acceleration abilities? King Face didn't wait for Lin Seven-Night to respond, and instantly appeared behind him, delivering a strike towards him. Luckily, Lin Seven-Night reacted in time, and only had a few strands of hair cut off. The next moment, Lin Seven-Night quickly distanced himself from King Face, only then did he have time to catch his breath. If it weren't for the beating with Chen Wilderness's wooden knife before, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even 5 seconds now. King Face suddenly swung his knife again, and chopped towards Lin Seven-Night. The two began to fight again, and in just 2.5 minutes, they exchanged 250 blows. Meanwhile, on the ruins in the distance, Fatty and Molly have already seized the battle with the masked members. They are both watching the fight between Lin Seven-Night and King Face. Fatty, holding a pair of binoculars, sighed.
The speed at which these two are fighting is too fast. I can't see them clearly at all. Aren't they tired from fighting like this?
Moon Ghost helplessly replied.
I don't know if they are tired, but I've been taking hits all day. I am really tired.
Suddenly, Fatty shouted.
Seven-Night, come on! Beat them up!
Masked squad members also saw Fatty cheering, and didn't want to fall behind. In the midst of battle, King Face joked.
Listen to my cheering, it's more powerful than yours.
Lin Seven-Night disagrees, saying,
Opening the deity ruins for so long, with your outstanding divine power on the lantern stage, you must be nearing your limit.
King Face did not deny it but said,
My deity ruins is powerful, but my divine power is also quickly consumed. However, I still have one final blow left. By the way, is winning this battle so important to you?
Lin Seven-Night charged at King Face again, saying,
I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to give it my all.
Upon hearing this, King Face also positioned Blade Swan in front of him and said,
Well said. Then I will also give it my all with my final blow. This time, you won't be able to dodge it.
In an instant, King Face emitted a strong aura of divine majesty all around him. A surge of impact rushed into Lin Seven-Night's mind, causing his movements to pause for a moment. When he came back to his senses, King Face's knife had already appeared before him. Lin Seven-Night's eyes flashed with a golden light in an instant. Two powerful divine powers collide with each other. The explosion's shockwave pushed back the crowd in the distance several steps. Just as the two were deadlocked, Lin Seven-Night suddenly felt a surge of warmth filled with power. Just saw Lin Seven-Night's eyes shining even more brightly, and in an instant, it shattered King Face's time deity ruins. Before King Face could come to his senses, Lin Seven-Night's knife had already slashed towards his mask. Only a crisp sound was heard. The next second, the mask shattered with a bang. The onlookers were all stunned at this moment. The instructor watching the monitor was also stunned. The mask had actually cracked open. King Face looked at Lin Seven-Night and quietly said,
I'm sorry.
Suddenly, his eyes shone with golden light. Fragments of the mask shattered in midair, rapidly flowing back to King Face's face. Lin Seven-Night's figure also strangely returned to its position before the attack. In a trance, the mask on King Face's face was suddenly restored to its original state. Lin Seven-Night is confused. What is going on? King Face explained that he just liberated his stage, and used the deity ruins to rewind everything within a radius of 2 kilometers back by 3 seconds. Lin Seven-Night stared wide-eyed, like brass bells, and pointed at the crowd in the distance. Can't they see it? King Face cleared his throat. Apart from you with the deity ruins, everyone's memory has also gone back 3 seconds. However, my teammates and some stronger instructors should all realize that I have reversed time. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was furious. How dare you try to shift the blame? King Face felt a bit embarrassed by the remarks. Lin Seven-Night, I admit I just lost to you, but this new recruit training must proceed. Do you understand what I mean? Are you asking me to pretend that I didn't win? To act as if nothing happened just now? I'm sorry, my principles do not allow me to do that. I will tell the truth to all the new recruits. Upon hearing Lin Seven-Night's words, King Face raised his hand and gestured a 5. There is a 500,000 red envelope plus a prohibited item, and I owe you a favor as well. Is that enough? Upon hearing such generous terms, Lin Seven-Night felt that his principles didn't seem so important anymore. He agreed to the deal immediately. At this moment, the female instructor in the monitoring room had a worried look on her face. She asked the leader if his mask had just been broken by Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang nodded. I sensed that King Face must have used that move. This is a last resort. Training must continue. This is not for our own reputation, but for the future of these children. He glanced at the clock. It's 9 o'clock. The battle is over. Suddenly, a powerful voice swept through the training camp. The battle is over. Masked Squad wins. Yuan Gang stood on the stage angrily reprimanding the new recruits. I am very disappointed in all of you. 239 people against 5 people. Most of you didn't even touch the hem of Masked Squad. Just as I said before, you are useless. Since we lost, follow what I said before. Abandon all your self-esteem and pride, forget your past, and devote yourself wholeheartedly to training. He pointed to the blackboard next to him and said, This training session will last for 1 year. The first half of the year will be purely physical training. During this time, we will use an object to suppress the forbidden ruins within you, making you lose your proud special powers and become completely ordinary. During this period, we will torture you in various ways, making you physically and mentally exhausted, keeping you on the brink of collapse. You will feel despair, pain, and even think about seeking death. Unfortunately, here, you won't even be able to seek death. As for the second part, let's talk about it when you can survive this first half. The man slashed the dormitory into 2 halves with one strike. Just when everyone thought they would have to spend the night in the wilderness, they were surprised to find that the dormitory building had returned to its original state. Many new soldiers were baffled, but Shin Azure Bamboo was so shocked that he was trembling. What kind of power was this that could restore the building in just half an hour? Lin Seven-Night sighed in the dark as he laid his hand on the rebuilt dormitory building. I guess that fellow made a move again, he said. Fatty stood nearby, looking confused. What's going on, Seven-Night? How come you're speaking in riddles now? Meanwhile, King Face looked extremely weak, as if suffering from severe kidney deficiency, being carried forward by Vortex and Libra. Vortex said in distress, Captain, why go to such lengths? Just let the logistics team fix the dormitory building. Why do we have to resort to time reversal and put back the building together? It's too much of a burden on your divine power. Upon hearing this, King Face slapped Libra's head and said, You can't say that. I was the one who demolished those 3 buildings. One person does the deed, one person bears the responsibility. At this moment, Rose also spoke up in confusion. Captain, we have actually been wanting to ask you this for a while. Did you use time reversal today? Did we lose? King Face did not beat around the bush. We did lose. The younger generation is truly formidable. They are much stronger than we were back then. I believe they should be able to breeze through this training camp without any problem. However, on the training field the next day, Shin Azure Bamboo looked in pain. He was being pushed beyond his limits during training, rolling his eyes in agony. Many new recruits were even trained to exhaustion, lying on the ground. Yuan Gang stood in front of Shin Azure Bamboo and taunted. What? Can't handle just 50 laps? I remember you were so cocky at the beginning, saying 100 laps would be a piece of cake. What's wrong now? After hearing this, Shin Azure Bamboo stood up unsteadily and said, As a man, I can't back down. Just you wait and see. At the same time, Fatty was taken to the medical room after being pushed too hard. The doctor beside him said, "This chubby guy's physical fitness is really not good. He looks like this after just 20 laps. But his spirit is indeed commendable. He's the first one who passed out from running too hard." Till now, the only one in the entire training camp who can pass the 100 laps is Lin Seven-Night. Seeing him calm and composed without any signs of heavy breathing, everyone was amazed. What kind of monster is this guy who can run 100 laps without panting? Is he a humanoid Gundam? At this moment, Yuan Gang shouted from afar, "Lin Seven-Night, come here, someone is looking for you." It turned out that the person waving beside him was none other than King Face. This time, he came specifically to have a chat with Lin Seven-Night about the issue of being an agent of the divine. And Lin Seven-Night's first question to him was, "What is the relationship between an agent and the divine?" King Face explained that fundamentally, the relationship between an agent and the divine is actually a contractual one. Due to certain reasons, the divine generally does not appear directly in human society. If they want to do something, they must find a suitable person to help them complete it. At this time, a covenant will be formed between the individual and the divine. The essence of a covenant is exchange. God gives a portion of divine power to the agent, and in exchange, the agent needs to help God accomplish certain things. Of course, not everyone can become an agent. Only after God approves you do you have the qualifications to become an agent and fulfill this covenant. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night felt even more puzzled because he had no impression of any covenant. This made him doubt whether the seraphim had given him divine power for some other purpose. Driven by curiosity, Lin Seven-Night asked King Face and Kronos, the time god, what their covenant was. King Face replied nonchalantly, "It was probably 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, I was still an ordinary person. That day, as I was crossing the street, a drunk driver's truck came rushing towards me. At the moment I was about to be thrown by the impact, time around me suddenly paused. Then, Kronos, the time god, pulled me into the void and made a contract with me, granting me his deity ruins in exchange. At the moment when I was about to be hit and sent flying, the time around me suddenly paused. Then Kronos, the time god, pulled me into the void and made a contract with me, granting me his deity ruins in exchange. In the future, I must enter celestial heights and retrieve something for him from within." Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was somewhat surprised. Is Celestial Heights the home of the gods in Japanese mythology? Is it a real place? King Face did not give a definite reply. Since Kronos, the time god, mentioned its existence, it surely exists. I just haven't found it yet. At the same time, on the other side, someone is using a telescope to secretly observe the female soldier's chest muscles. Just as he was getting interested in what he saw, suddenly a stick struck Fatty on the head. "You little stinker, pretending to be dead during training every day. You only get excited when you sneak a peek at the female soldier's training." The instructor snorted coldly. "You didn't listen at all to the knife skills I just taught, did you? How many times have I said it? Hot weapons are nothing but a fart. Only cold weapons are useful. If you don't practice your knife skills properly, you'll just be waiting to die in front of the enemy." After saying that, he grabbed Fatty and headed towards the teaching platform. "You come over here. Use the knife skills I just explained to spar with me in training." Seeing Fatty dawdling, Instructor Han immediately became even angrier and swiftly picked up the wooden knife from the ground. "Don't worry, the wooden knife won't kill you, but you won't escape some pain and suffering." In an instant, he swung the knife towards Fatty, all the while reminding to keep an eye on your opponent. Raise the knife and defend yourself. Only heard a clang sound. A golden barrier appeared around Fatty, blocking the attack from the instructor. The air instantly quieted down a bit. He is the most pitiful instructor in the entire boot camp. He originally wanted to catch a weakling to establish his authority. But he didn't expect that this weakling is actually Doraemon, who possesses numerous treasures. The instructor almost had his head cut off by the rebound of his treasures. The just defeated instructor turned his head and set his sights on the listless Chow Abyss, resulting in him almost being killed by the opponent's sword. Just now, the instructor carried Fatty to the teaching platform for a practice match. The instructor triggered the automatic defense of the treasure on Fatty's body with a single stroke. Fatty immediately apologized and prepared to deactivate the automatic defense. Who knew that Fatty, being clumsy, actually pressed the wrong button and switched to attack mode. The next second, the wooden knife in the instructor's hand was cut into 3 pieces by 2 flashes of golden light. Fatty, seeing this, hastily apologized, and the instructor, speechless, gestured for him to step down. So he began to search for a new sparring partner in the audience. At this point, the dispirited Chow Abyss in the crowd caught his attention. "That sleepy little brat is you. Come here for some practical training." Chow Abyss walked onto the stage looking confused. "Why is this instructor so excited? I have led so many new recruits, but you are the most disrespectful, peeking at female soldiers during class and sleeping. Today, I must address your bad habits." He then threw a wooden knife towards Chow Abyss. Chow Abyss looked at the knife in a daze, then said, "I'm sorry, instructor. I can't touch any knives, not even wooden ones. I'm afraid I might lose control and hurt you." Upon hearing these words, the instructor trembled with anger. "Do you look down on me, you little brat? I command you to pick it up. Do not underestimate any instructor." Upon hearing these words, Chow Abyss reluctantly bent over to pick up the knife. At the moment he grabbed the knife, a majestic ominous aura surged around him, which also startled the instructor. Then, Chow Abyss's eyes turned bloodshot, and he looked excitedly at the instructor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot and dashed towards it. Fortunately, the instructor reacted quickly and avoided the attack. However, it was obvious that the blow had scared the instructor. Chow Abyss also took advantage of the situation and counterattacked. The instructor hurriedly defended against it. But unfortunately, his attack was too fierce. He cut the wooden sword in one stroke, and the instructor was sent flying backward. The slashing strike even stirred up a strong wind on the training ground. Instructor Han, steadying himself, shouted while gripping his sword, "All new recruits, immediately disperse and retreat. Remember, this is not a drill, it is real combat." The next second, Chow Abyss struck again. But even though the instructor switched to a real knife, he was still forced to retreat by Chow Abyss's wooden knife. In just 2.5 seconds, the instructor was knocked down by Chow Abyss. At this moment, the mad Chow Abyss, laughing foolishly, headed towards the new recruits around him. Seeing where he was heading, the instructor couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. It seems that something bad is about to happen. The instructor directly threw the knife in his hand towards Chow Abyss. However, the knife was blocked by him with one hand, and Chow Abyss was instantly attracted by the instructor. So he swung the knife towards the instructor. At a critical moment, Fatty appeared in front of the instructor and blocked the attack with a jade light. The instructor seemed a little anxious upon seeing this. "Didn't I ask you all to evacuate? Why did you come over? It's too dangerous here." In the time it took to speak, the knife is about to shatter Jade Light's shield. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night appeared and kicked Chow Abyss away. The 3 of them looked somewhat helpless, as they watched Chow Abyss still in a frenzied state. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night said, "Fatty, give me a knife, or else we can't defeat him." Immediately, Fatty began rummaging through his pockets. He found a small knife named Sting. Before Fatty could explain, Lin Seven-Night quickly took the knife and chopped at Chow Abyss. In just 2 short seconds, the 2 of them created several afterimages while exchanging blows. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night discovered that the blade was inexplicably emitting energy fluctuations. The next second, a violent explosion erupted. The instructor looked doubtful about life when he saw it. "Is the power of this forbidden item a bit overboard?" Fatty explained awkwardly. "This knife can store the impact it receives and release it in the form of an explosion." At this moment,
Lin Seven-Night in the field was somewhat embarrassed. The explosion was too sudden, breaking several of his ribs. The smoke cleared, revealing Chow Abyss holding a straight knife, excitedly charging towards him. At this point, Lin Seven-Night knew he couldn't escape. Suddenly, a majestic golden light burst from his body. Immediately, Chow Abyss was controlled by Lin Seven-Night's divine authority. Even Lin Seven-Night did not expect the divine authority to work so well. Immediately he said to Fatty, "Give me something that can seal the forbidden ruins." After a thorough search, Fatty pulled out a forbidden item called the Scroll of Sealing. Lin Seven-Night tore open the Scroll of Sealing and flew rapidly towards Chow Abyss. In a moment, Chow Abyss's head was completely wrapped up by the Scroll of Sealing. In an instant, he fell weakly to the ground. Yuan Gang felt somewhat helpless at the sight. How did it become like this again? Are these new recruits like a demolition team? At that moment, the instructor who had just been lying on a stretcher passed by from the side. "Sorry, Commander. You told me this group of new recruits is not simple. Initially, I didn't take it seriously. As a result, due to my carelessness, we almost had an accident during the training. I am willing to accept any punishment." Yuan Gang sighed and held his hand upon hearing this. "Today, it's not your fault. You didn't see how ridiculous the showdown was a few days ago between this group of new recruits and the masked squad." This incident made Yuan Gang realize that conventional training methods may not satisfy this group of new recruits. They need to be pushed harder and given some tough assignments. Upon hearing Yuan Gang say this, the subordinates behind him cautiously asked, "Sir, are you planning to use that journey of size?" Yuan Gang excitedly clenched his fists and said, "Yes, it's time to let these new soldiers experience some hardship." This man is the most brutal new recruit. With just one glance, he scared the instructor so much that he wet himself. However, he is willing to be Lin Seven-Night's loyal follower. Lin Seven-Night just took his steamed bun. He can be happy for the whole day. All of this is because he carries the lives of hundreds of innocent people on his back. He went to Johua Mountain to chant sutras and meditate for 7 years in order to redeem the monstrous sins he carries on his back, but it is still not enough. Master Golden Cicada said that only one person can help him absolve his sins and attain complete merit, but Master Golden Cicada did not specify who that person is. He only left behind 4 sentences. "With 2 trees I stand, one of 8 gods departs, a decade into darkness, guide the souls of mortals." After observing Chow Abyss for these days, he found that only the poem content of Lin Seven-Night fits. "With 2 trees I stand" corresponds to Lin in Chinese. "One of 8 gods departs" corresponds to 7, and "a decade into darkness" corresponds to night. So, putting them together becomes Lin Seven-Night, which is why he transformed into the follower of Seven-Night. After hearing Chow Abyss reveal this information, Lin Seven-Night was very puzzled about how Master Golden Cicada could accurately report his information. However, after thinking for a while, he stopped pondering. Lin Seven-Night picked up a steamed bun and said while eating, "Forget it, do as you wish. I am not capable of disaster relief or helping you through calamities, nor can I provide any guarantees." Suddenly, a broadcast of Yuan Gang's voice echoed through the cafeteria. "Attention, you have 10 minutes left to finish your meal. 10 minutes later, gather for special training outside the camp." After hearing the broadcast, Fatty's eyes lit up. "Seven-Night, we can leave the camp now. This is great. Finally, we can go out for a stroll." "I see, it may not be a good thing. The fact that we can leave the camp indicates that the facilities here may no longer meet the requirements for special training." Upon hearing Lin Seven-Night's words, Fatty was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. And the place they came to is exactly South Jin Mountain. Lin Seven-Night also started to explain to the two of them that South Jin Mountain is a wild mountain on the outskirts of Songnen City, not well known, and hardly anyone comes here all year round. Chow Abyss looked at the mountain and muttered, "Even if this mountain is less than 4,000 meters tall and not very large in size, training here wouldn't pose much of a challenge.
Suddenly, Yuan Gang's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts.
Can you all see the mountain range behind me? He asked. Each of you will be carrying a 35-kilogram load. The goal of this training session is simple: to cross this mountain range before dawn tomorrow.
Report. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the crowd, and Molly spoke up.
Isn't this just a normal cross-country with weight training?
Yuan Gang responded nonchalantly to Molly's question.
Don't worry, this cross-country weight training is not as simple as you think.
You see the unmanned drone above our heads? It is equipped with a machine gun, but the gun is loaded with electric shock rounds. The weight on your body has a built-in positioning function. After the training starts, these drones will enter the mountains to chase you. Once hit by a bullet, it means failure, and the punishment for failure will be unforgettable for a lifetime. I would like to emphasize 3 more rules. First, you are not allowed to discard the burden without authorization. Second, you must not touch the drones in any way. Third, you are not allowed to attack each other. Violating any of these rules will be considered an immediate failure. Alright, now entering the mountains. Special training begins. Meanwhile, somewhere in South Jean Mountain, a person in black clothing crouched on the ground, opened a red umbrella, and energy waves emanated from the umbrella. After arranging everything, the person in black clothing chuckled. Now, no one can leave South Jean Mountain. Fatty, who had entered the mountain not long ago, had already collapsed from exhaustion.
Wait for me, I really can't go on, he said.
Chow Abyss looked disdainfully at him.
Don't you have a lot of gadgets with you? Just take out a little trinket casually, isn't that enough?
Fatty got angry when he heard this.
It's all because I saved you yesterday that Instructor Han found out about my background and took away my pocket dimension before entering the mountain.
Speaking of this, Fatty expressed his doubts. No matter during the training or here, the instructors have always carried that forbidden item, the Chow Abyss, that can suppress the forbidden ruins. Why were you still controlled by the forbidden ruins yesterday? Lin Seven-Night speculated.
That forbidden item probably can only suppress ordinary forbidden ruins, like my divine domain of the mortal world, while Chow Abyss's Black King's annihilation could still be unleashed.
Upon hearing this, Chow Abyss suddenly realized.
So, Seven-Night, you have been using forbidden ruins all along?
Fatty beside them sneered.
No wonder it seemed like you were playing instead of training. Turns out you were cheating by keeping forbidden ruins activated.
Suddenly, Chow Abyss made a gesture for silence. They saw a drone hovering above their heads. But soon they realized that the drone's target was not them. And instead, it was the new recruits hiding in the bushes ahead, even though they were trying their best to hide. But he was quickly hit by a stun grenade. The next second, a robotic arm reached out and took away the unconscious new recruit. Fatty let out a long sigh at the sight, feeling that being eliminated was not bad either. Who cares about the punishment? I think hiding from drones in this mountain and running all day is the biggest punishment. Suddenly, the locator device on their necks made a sound. At the same time, conversation could be heard coming from the other side of the tent.
Leader, the sound system is ready. We can begin.
Yuan Gang sat in the chair and calmly said,
Well then, let the punishment begin.
Hearing the voice coming from the device, Fatty couldn't help but feel puzzled.
What's going on here?
The newly enlisted soldier being captured at the moment was answering questions with a dumbfounded expression.
My name is Wang Liang, 24 years old, 174 centimeters tall, 92 kilograms in weight, penis length is 2.5 centimeters.
The instructor continued to ask,
Do you have someone you like?
Wang Liang showed a look of infatuation and replied,
I have never been in a relationship, but I have liked the older sister upstairs for a long time. She is really beautiful. I dream about her every night.
The instructor jokingly pursued,
What does she do in your dreams every night?
I dream that she wears high heels and steps on my face, then uses a whip to beat me. These are my favorite things. All the new recruits, after hearing Wang Liang's little secret, are trying their best to control their laughter, fearing they will be discovered by drones. Lin Seven-Night speculated that the instructor might have used some kind of forbidden item that makes people tell the truth. At this moment, a big hand slapped on Lin Seven-Night's shoulder. Fatty's serious and cold voice said,
"Seven-Night, you must promise me one thing if I get hit."
"Please kill me immediately on the spot." The man is usually fearless and acts as the leader. But today he is really afraid. Because he found out that the person Li Liang likes is actually himself. It is the kind of liking where one wants to protect his backside with their body. So it turns out that all of this is because when Li Liang was young, he was always bullied and bullied every day. Later, the older Li Liang was seen by Shen Azure Bamboo of the same generation and couldn't bear it anymore. Shen Azure Bamboo single-handedly sent more than a dozen thugs to the hospital. Because of this, he was expelled from school. Afterwards, he could only return home to farm. Since then, Li Liang vowed to follow Shen Azure Bamboo for life, even though Shen Azure Bamboo had a very bad temper. But after a long time together, Li Liang discovered that Shen Azure Bamboo was actually the gentlest person in the world. Sometimes Li Liang even wished that Shen Azure Bamboo would be stricter with him, like using a whip to punish him. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, even covering their mouths. Shen Azure Bamboo couldn't hold back any longer and leaped out to kick the three of them.
"Enough from you three. You've been laughing non-stop since the beginning. Damn it, it's that kid who should be punished. Why am I the one who's going to die from anger?"
Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night kicked Shen Azure Bamboo flying with one kick. It turned out that Fatty discovered a drone. If it weren't for Lin Seven-Night's kick, Shen Azure Bamboo would have been eliminated. At this point, Fatty reminded from the side that Seven-Night's drone reloads quickly. "Let's make a quick escape." Hearing this, Lin Seven-Night looked at Shen Azure Bamboo and said,
"Let's split up. This way, the chances of being caught are only half. Treat your friends well. They all genuinely care about you."
Shen Azure Bamboo was surprised that Lin Seven-Night was lecturing him, and he immediately became angry. He then called Ding Wei behind him to leave together. And he kept muttering in his mouth,
"I didn't like that guy when I was fighting the Mast. He's just an agent of the divine. What's he pretending to be? Just you wait. This time, I will definitely be the first one to walk out and show you who is the strongest."
But suddenly Ding Wei accidentally tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground.
He was gasping heavily, trembling all over. "Brother Shen, I can't go on. You go alone."
Seeing his condition, Shen Azure Bamboo quickly stepped forward to inquire about his injuries. Ding Wei said that his foot was twisted a moment ago, and now it's getting more severe to the point that he can hardly move. While the two were talking, two drones had already locked onto their position. Looking at Shen Azure Bamboo, who was hesitant to leave, Ding Wei persuaded,
"Brother Shen, don't worry about me. You are the one who is meant to achieve great things. This time, you must win the first place and show them."
Upon hearing this, Shen Azure Bamboo remained serious and silent. He then got up and left. Ding Wei, who fell behind, continued to cheer and encourage Shen Azure Bamboo. At this moment, Shen Azure Bamboo kept telling himself that to become strong, he must be ruthless. He had to be the first to step out and make everyone know how strong he is. Watching the unmanned aerial vehicle, Ding Wei, who was close to being eliminated, had given up resistance.
"Come and eliminate me quickly. It's a pity for Brother Shen,"
he said. He sighed, knowing he was about to hear some strange questions again, as he closed his eyes in acceptance of the incoming electric shock pellet. But at this moment, a figure appeared and helped him block the attack. Ding Wei couldn't believe it. Looking at Shen Azure Bamboo, Brother Shen reminded him that the rules prohibit removing the weight. Hearing this, Shen Azure Bamboo looked disdainful, saying,
"Rules mean nothing. True strong people are never bound by any rules."
He then threw the stone in his hand at the drone. The next moment, the drone exploded on its own. Shen Azure Bamboo smiled faintly and said,
"The rules say we can't shoot the drone, but I insist on shooting it.
He then extended his hand to Ding Wei and said,
Can this waist still stand up? Brother Shin is here to save you.
Ding Wei looked at him, stunned in place, with complex emotions, but not knowing how to express them. Brother Shin once again gave up his own future for these waste individuals. At the same time, the instructor also learned about the drone being destroyed, so he immediately brought out the electric shock missile. With a command from Yuan Gang, all the missiles swished towards the direction of Shin Azure Bamboo in unison. Shin Azure Bamboo was a bit speechless at the sight. Missiles? These instructors really know how to have fun. Suddenly, he revealed an ecstatic look. These missiles rely on oxygen in the air for propulsion. As long as I use my forbidden ruins to vacuum all the air around, these missiles will be useless scrap metal. Just as the missiles were approaching, suddenly Ding Wei shouted from behind,
Brother Shin, have you forgotten that you can't use the forbidden ruins now?
Upon hearing this, Shin Azure Bamboo was stunned. The next second, they were blasted away. After the smoke cleared, only the grappling hook was seen picking up the two unconscious individuals and carrying them away. 10 minutes later, the instructor looked at the dazed Shin Azure Bamboo and scoffed.
It's not easy to catch you. Troublemaker Shin Azure Bamboo, you wasted a whole set of our missiles. Tell me, how dare you break the rules and blow up a drone?
Under the influence of the Tour word ring, Shin Azure Bamboo humbly apologized.
I'm sorry. I let my ego get the best of me.
Just as the instructor was about to find some difficult problems to punish Shin Azure Bamboo, Instructor Han suddenly rushed in. The punishment was put on hold, as there was an urgent situation. Instructor Han looked troubled and said that the forbidden item in the space had been discovered by a new recruit. Just a drone is enough to cause fear among countless new recruits. But now the instructor has actually used all the drones for one recruit. And this is all because that recruit discovered their secret. All of this starts from Lin Seven-Night taking a glance at the moon. The moon at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening should be at the horizon. But now the moon is located at the highest point in the sky. Lin Seven-Night inferred from this that this space has been altered by the forbidden item. The purpose of the instructors doing this is to drain these new recruits dry here, and as night falls, Lin Seven-Night also used the starry dancer to turn nocturnal creatures into informants. Lin Seven-Night has been observing his own tracks through nocturnal creatures and discovered that they have been circling around in place all along. Fatty immediately expressed confusion upon hearing Lin Seven-Night's words, saying that it's impossible. If we had been passing through the same place repeatedly, we would have realized it long ago. Lin Seven-Night then pointed to the surrounding scenery, saying,
The scenery around us is all fake. Our perception of the scene mainly relies on vision.
And the instructors took advantage of this by using a certain forbidden item to alter the visual scene of the entire South Jin Mountain, misleading us into running in circles in the same spot. This is also why the position of the moon is off. Because the sky's scenery has also been altered, probably to prevent any of us from using celestial navigation. Upon hearing this, Chao Abyss asked Seven-Night,
Don't you have nocturnal creatures to scout for us? Can they help us find a way out?
Lin Seven-Night replied,
No, they can't help because the visual illusion of this forbidden item keeps changing. Even nocturnal creatures cannot escape the deception.
Even if we know that we are going in circles, it's still useless. We are still unable to find a way out. Lin Seven-Night denied Fatty's statement. Although we cannot directly find a way out, I found the location of the forbidden item. As long as we remove the forbidden item, we will naturally be able to leave. But I believe the instructors will not make things that simple. Do you want to go together? Upon hearing this, Chao Abyss immediately chose to accompany them. Fatty hesitated for a moment, but soon agreed as well. At the same time, inside the instructor's tent, everyone is discussing the discovery of the forbidden item. The Mirage Umbrella can not only alter the visual landscape of nearby space, it can also sense the nearby forbidden ruins and issue warnings through the umbrella cover. The entire South Jin Mountain area has already been evacuated. Only the group of new recruits can approach the Mirage Umbrella. Upon hearing this, the female instructor said that the surveillance near the Mirage umbrella showed no abnormalities. Moreover, this time we have brought the forbidden item to suppress the forbidden ruins. In theory, no one should be able to approach. Yuan Gang suddenly interrupted her, saying, "Not necessarily. That forbidden item can only suppress the forbidden ruins beyond sequence 40. Don't forget, among our new recruits this time, there is the existence of the deity ruins." Upon hearing this, the young military instructor's expression darkened. "Are you referring to Lin Seven-Night, Commander?" Yuan Gang's expression turned serious as he said, "Release all the backup drones and have all the electric shock missiles target the direction of Mirage Umbrella. Journey of Size has been with us since we were new recruits during training over 20 years ago. No new recruit has left here in all those years. I hope this record won't be broken by us." Lin Seven-Night, the three of us were amazed to see so many drones. Just as you said, it seems they are determined not to let us out. While Lin Seven-Night and Chao Abyss were discussing tactics, they suddenly realized that Fatty was missing. At that moment, Fatty actually appeared in front of many drones and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Seven-Night, if a crisis comes one day, would you prefer to be a hero for a second or a coward for a lifetime?" Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was a bit confused and did not understand the meaning behind it. Suddenly at this moment, Fatty shouted loudly at the drone, "Hey, I'm here! If you dare, then come at me!" The next second, 4 drones fired stun bullets at him simultaneously. He barely managed to dodge the attacks with a leap. He weakly lay on the ground. "What are you two still waiting for? Hurry up and go. If the 3 of us leave together, none of us will be able to escape." Seeing Fatty taking the initiative to sacrifice, both of them were a little at a loss. Lin Seven-Night, who had come to his senses, immediately pulled Chao Abyss away. Fatty had just immersed himself in handsome lines. He was immediately targeted by the merciless pursuit of the drone. At the same time, the female instructor is monitoring the situation in the field in real time through surveillance cameras. She indeed spotted figures appearing around Mirage Umbrella, which should be Lin Seven-Night. The instructor behind them said, "Indeed, that chubby guy must be trying to distract the drones and create an opportunity for Lin Seven-Night to get close to Mirage Umbrella. However, he surely couldn't have expected that we were already prepared." With this command, all the electric shock missiles were heading towards the direction of Mirage Umbrella. Seeing hundreds or even thousands of missiles coming towards him in the sky, the figure couldn't help but curse. F***K. He instantly fell in front of Mirage Umbrella. Seeing this, the female instructor breathed a sigh of relief and reported that Lin Seven-Night had been hit and lost the ability to move. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly discovered something. Wait, something seems to have gone wrong. The Mirage Umbrella unexpectedly malfunctioned. This is not Lin Seven-Night, it's Chao Abyss. Yuan Gang glanced at the pocket watch and said, "We have been trapped. But now we only have half an hour until midnight. In this half hour, Lin Seven-Night will not be able to reach the exit. Once midnight hits, this edition of the Journey of Size will end. The record of no one leaving the mountains within the time frame will still stand." At this moment, Chao Abyss, who had lost the ability to move, smiled with relief and said, "It's up to you now." Lin Seven-Night, looking at the moon which had recovered to its normal state, also smiled at Chao Abyss and said, "Thank you all." It turns out that all this was their plan. 15 minutes ago, Chao Abyss suggested that he go alone to remove the forbidden item to ensure that Lin Seven-Night can leave here, because he was sure that the instructors would tightly guard the area around the forbidden item. At this time, Yuan Gang is announcing on the radio that there is half an hour left until the end of the training. You should know that it is impossible for Lin Seven-Night to walk out of the mountains in half an hour on the mountain road. The only possibility is to climb over the cliff in front of them. Lin Seven-Night did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Starry Dancer and started rock climbing barehanded. At 11:59 p.m., Lin Seven-Night appeared at the exit. He stood straight and saluted, reporting, "New recruit Lin Seven-Night has arrived at the exit and completed the training mission." Yuan Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Good lad. Welcome to the finish line, Lin Seven-Night. You created a miracle.
This is just an ordinary basket of Xiaolongbao. This made Fatty, the rich second generation, burst into tears because it was the best meal he had in the past 6 months. He is grateful to Lin Seven-Night for completing the task so that he could eat this basket of buns. At this moment, everyone in the cafeteria is discussing how Lin Seven-Night, as the agent of the divine, truly deserves praise for becoming the only person in the past 20 years to complete the journey of size. On the side, Shin Azure Bamboo looked displeased, cursing that the limelight was once again stolen by that kid. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Chao Abyss also joined in praising Seven-Night, saying,
You are the first person in decades to complete the project. You have really made us, a few heretics, proud.
Fatty looked puzzled upon hearing this and asked,
You said a few heretics. Besides the two of you, who else is there?
As soon as the words were uttered, Lin Seven-Night and Chao Abyss looked at Fatty as if he were a fool. Fatty subconsciously wanted to say that he was just a child from an ordinary family, but he was stopped by the two of them speaking in unison. After just finishing dinner, Hong Immense found Lin Seven-Night King Face and told us about it. At that time, he promised to give you a benefit, and you indeed did not reveal the matter of the broken mask. Now it's time for us to fulfill the promise. There is 500,000 in the bank card on the left with the password 6/8, and in the box on the right is a forbidden item. After saying that, Hong Immense couldn't help but joke, saying,
To be honest, you're quite impressive. Not many people can benefit from a leader like you do.
Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night asked in surprise,
Could it be that all of this was done by Drillmaster Yuan alone?
Hong Immense nodded and said,
Yes, having the masked squad come was the leader's idea. I didn't expect you to actually be able to break through the masks, so the leader took the responsibility himself and came up with these conditions for you. We wanted to help him out a bit, but he refused.
Lin Seven-Night pushed back the bank card directly. That's fine. Let's forget about it. Upon seeing this, Hong Immense explained,
Actually, you don't have to do this. The leader is the deputy team of the Night Watcher squad stationed in Shangjing City and also holds a position in the higher-ups. Do you think he lacks this 500,000?
Lin Seven-Night casually remarked that he never accepts money from soldiers. Upon hearing this, Hong Immense discreetly prepared to reclaim the box. Good lad, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Lin Seven-Night awkwardly took the opportunity to hold the other party's hand. On the other hand, the other hands of the two people were grabbing the box on the table. In the end, Lin Seven-Night still took out the forbidden item from the box. Hong Immense introduced to Lin Seven-Night.
It's called Azure Heart. While within a 1-meter range, the Azure Guardian of Forbidden Ruin Sequence 278 is always open and can resist most mental attacks.
Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was overjoyed. Neither of his two deity ruins possessed abilities towards mental power, and his abilities were lacking in defense and more focused on offense. With this, it could conveniently compensate for his weakness in mental defense. Upon learning that Lin Seven-Night had spoken the words,
Do not want military money,
Yuan Gang was also relieved and said the same words as Hong Immense. At this point, Hong Immense curiously asked why we give Lin Seven-Night such a valuable forbidden item. Yuan Gang explained,
Even if King Face did not reach an agreement with him, I would still find a way to give Azure Heart to him.
Old Hong, you don't understand. The storm is about to hit, and the eye of the storm is on Lin Seven-Night. At this moment, Li Flying in the psychiatric hospital is lecturing Nix not to always use his hands to grab food. Nix, with tears in her eyes, expressed that she doesn't know how to use chopsticks at all. Li Flying patiently taught her again. Suddenly, Nix grabbed Li Flying's hand and asked,
Grandson, when is your father coming back? It's been so long since he's been home. Is he causing trouble again outside?
Just as Li Flying was at a loss, Lin Seven-Night in a white coat appeared. He joyfully greeted Nix.
Mother, I'm back.
Nix was overjoyed.
My child, you finally came back for dinner.
But Li Flying started crying and making a scene.
You only know how to come back now. Do you know how hard it is for me alone?
Nix saw Li Flying crying and immediately began to educate Li Flying, while Lin Seven-Night was extremely delighted to see Nix's progress in therapy. He remembered that last time Nix's therapy progress was only just above 20%. How did it suddenly jump straight to 48%? So he quietly asked Li Flying what he had been doing with Nix during this time. Li Flying said it was just everyday life, taking care of her like a grandchild. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night understood that for Nix, having someone accompany her in family life is the best form of therapy. Immediately, he gave a thumbs up to Li Flying.
You really are a genius in nursing care.
During the meal, Lin Seven-Night looked at the food that Li Flying prepared and fell into contemplation.
Where did these ingredients come from?
Li Flying said that the vegetables and rice were grown on the reclaimed land he cultivated, while the fish were caught from the pond in the yard. While eating, Lin Seven-Night thought that turning Li Flying into a caregiver was indeed the right choice. And at this time, Nix was crazy about giving Lin Seven-Night more dishes. Lin Seven-Night also couldn't refuse. But as he ate, he noticed that Nix's healing progress had increased to 49%. Lin Seven-Night was stunned to see this. Can eating a meal really increase the progress? So when faced with Nix's feeding, he happily accepted without hesitation. But in the end, he ended up eating like a pregnant woman, only to discover that Nix's treatment progress was still stuck at 49. In confusion, Lin Seven-Night suddenly looked towards Li Flying beside him. Quickly, Li Flying, hurry up and perform a talent for Grandma. Li Flying can only reluctantly perform a backflip. But unexpectedly, halfway through the flip, he injured his waist. Seeing this, Nix was extremely happy. It's been a long time since our home was this lively. As she spoke, she became sentimental again. After you children grew up, each one of you went far away. Even though I had so many children, in the end, I was left all alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night and Li Flying hurried to console her.
At least now you have us, right? Yes, we won't leave.
I don't know if it was due to the influence of the words spoken by Lin Seven-Night and Li Flying, Nix's healing progress suddenly reached 51%. At the same time, Lin Seven-Night received a reminder to randomly draw Nix's godhood ability. The boy was just bored and took his mother out for a walk. He triggered a national first-level alert in Huaxia. The military even dispatched several aircraft carrier battle groups to go there. All this is because the young man's mother is a deity feared by everyone. Just now Nix's treatment progress exceeded 50%. Lin Seven-Night begins extracting Nix's godhood ability. As the roulette wheel spins, Lin Seven-Night dares not blink for fear of drawing supernatural birth. However, in the end, the pointer stopped at the abyssal corruption column. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared, wrapping him in the most primal darkness of abyssal corruption, corroding everything around him. Anything covered by abyssal corruption is under your control, and the range and intensity of control of the abyssal deity ruins will increase with your own mental strength. Seeing this, Lin Seven-Night was very excited, feeling like hitting the jackpot. This should be the core ability of the goddess of the night's deity ruins. And just then the system reminded him that Nix's treatment progress exceeded 50%, allowing him to leave the psychiatric hospital of the gods temporarily. Waking up, he kept thinking about the words from earlier. Does it mean that Nix can come to the real world now? He immediately avoided the surveillance and arrived at the dormitory rooftop. He wanted to familiarize himself with the effect of abyssal deity ruins. Standing still, he closed his eyes tightly. The next moment, waves of dark energy spread from him in all directions. Soon, everything around him was gradually being covered by this darkness. With a single thought, a stone split from the wall and was under his control. However, he could clearly feel that due to his low stage, his control over the objects within the deity ruins was very limited. Currently, he can only perform simple cutting and moving actions. But with the deity ruins, he can trigger the starry dancer at any time, be it day or night. It's a pity that his mental power is still too weak, and can only maintain the deity ruins for 2 minutes. At this moment, he remembered the incident of letting Nix briefly leave the psychiatric hospital for activities. He then immediately returned to the psychiatric hospital. Lin Seven-Night asked Nix with a mocking smile if she wanted to go out for a walk. Nix smiled and said that as long as you want me to go with you, I'm willing to go. After gaining Nix's agreement, Lin Seven-Night returned to reality, with Nix floating behind him, asking,
Deities, is this your kingdom of gods?
Lin Seven-Night replied with a smile.
This is not a kingdom of gods. This is the real world.
Nix pointed at the glittering city in confusion.
But this is clearly a kingdom of gods.
Lin Seven-Night continued to explain.
That is the light illuminated by human technology. The world now is probably completely different from the world in your memory, Mother. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this training camp right now, otherwise I would take you around for a walk.
In the modern world, there are many interesting things. Upon hearing Lin Seven-Night's words, Nix smiled lightly and said,
Although I don't understand what you're saying, as long as we're under this night sky, I can take you anywhere.
Lin Seven-Night was about to say something. Nix then grabbed his hand and said, Imagine the place you want to go in your heart. I can take you there using twinkling night sky. At the same time, the fleet conducting high-altitude surveillance suddenly issued an alert. Respond to the alert immediately. A divine power fluctuation has been detected at the position of east longitude 118 degrees 24 minutes, north latitude 35 degrees 7 minutes. At this moment, inside an office, after the operator's analysis, the report showed a concentration of divine power fluctuation at 4.7. It is confirmed to be the true deity appearing. The city where the deity has appeared belongs to Songnan. Hearing that it is Songnan, Xiao Pinch beside them is lost in various thoughts. The deities are appearing directly in the world, and it just happens to be that city. What exactly do these deities want to do? He immediately ordered to sound the global alarm and contacted the military to redirect the 2 aircraft carrier fleets in the nearby waters to Songnan. Also, a report was sent to the Supreme Commander to see if a human sealing being could be mobilized. Upon hearing the last sentence, the operator was clearly surprised. At this moment, at Lin Seven-Night's home, a large bowl suddenly shattered. Maternal aunt muttered pessimistically,
I'm getting old. I can't even wash a bowl properly anymore.
At this time, Yang Jin came over upon hearing the sound.
Mom, stop moving. I'll sweep the floor and wash the rest of the dishes. You go rest for a while.
Yang Jin said as he picked up the broken pieces.
If my brother were here, he would scold you again. You come back from work so late. Don't do these house chores. Resting early is more important than anything else.
Maternal aunt looked out the window inside, saying,
I don't know how your brother is doing now.
Unaware that at this moment, on the opposite high-rise building, Lin Seven-Night is secretly watching what is happening at home. Nix, who brought him, asked if the 2 mortals across from Deities are your friends. Why are you standing here watching from afar? Why not go up and say hello to them? Lin Seven-Night said that they are not friends, but family. In fact, sometimes not seeing family is the best way to prevent them from worrying. After watching for a while, Lin Seven-Night proposed that they should head back first. It's not good to be away from the training camp for too long. This time was too rushed. They will take Nix to other places for a good visit when they have time next time. At this moment, Little Black, who was sound asleep at home, suddenly woke up and kept barking towards the direction where Lin Seven-Night was. Yang Jin came over when he heard the noise and tried to calm Little Black down, saying,
Little Black, stop barking, or you'll wake Mom up.
Later, he and Little Black both looked in the direction of Lin Seven-Night, another Western god. How could he be by his side? The beautiful lady was just bored and took her son out for a walk. Unexpectedly, this action triggered the entire Huaxian nation to enter a state of military readiness. The military has dispatched several fighter jets and an aircraft carrier to head towards the area. It's because the American woman is a goddess that everyone fears. At this moment, Nix just brought Lin Seven-Night back to the rooftop of the dormitory building and found Yuan Gang waiting for them with a long knife in hand. I, Great Xiao Night Watcher, am the deputy team leader of Team 006 stationed in Shangjing City. May I inquire about the honorable name of the god you are referring to? Facing the imposing Yuan Gang, Nix casually mentioned her own name. But it was precisely this name that made Yuan Gang feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was in a state of panic. Just then, Xiao Pin's voice came through the earphones. Old Yuan, 2 aircraft carrier battle groups have already headed towards your location. There is also a human sealing on the way. You must delay them. Yuan Gang continued. So it is your excellency, the goddess of the night. May I ask your excellency's purpose for coming to my great Xiao? Nix blurted out that she had come to find her son. Lin Seven-Night, who arrived later, saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense and quickly stepped forward to ease the situation. She meant that she had come to find the proxy. Seeing Lin Seven-Night's appearance, Yuan Gang was shocked and asked, "How did you end up here?" Lin Seven-Night quickly explained, "It's a long story, but in short, she found me as her agent." This sentence made Yuan Gang's CPU overheat. "Aren't you Seraphim's agent?" Lin Seven-Night helplessly scratched his head and said he was trying to have a foot in both camps. At this moment, the fleet carrier group has arrived at the designated coordinates and reported to Chief Yuan that Air Force Squadron 04 has arrived in the Songnan airspace and can launch an attack at any time. Yuan Gang continued tensely. "Goddess, since the agent has been found, please leave the Great Xia territory. Thank you for your cooperation." Lin Seven-Night also persuaded the agent by saying, "Once you have been found, it's time for you to go home." "Okay, listen to you, Dana. Thus, remember to come home often to make sure Nix has left." Yuan Gang report immediately. "I, Yuan Gang, the deity has left. Cancel the attack. Repeat, cancel the attack." At the same time, inside the Night Watcher Command Center, upon hearing Yuan Gang say the deity has already left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except for Xiao Pinch, who furrowed his brow slightly. The fluctuation signal disappeared on the spot. Does this goddess of the night have the ability of teleportation? For a while, no one could figure it out. He calmly said, "Report to the Supreme Commander. The human in the ceiling doesn't need to go." Meanwhile, in a canyon somewhere along the Yangtze River, a carriage was smoothly moving on the river. Suddenly, a modern cell phone ringtone sounded, but the young driver in front had already fallen asleep. At that moment, the person in the carriage woke him up with the handle of a fan, and he hurriedly answered the phone. He then said to the people in the carriage, "Master, the commander said that the god in Songnan has left, so we don't need to go there. Shall we turn back now, or what should we do?" "Turn back. It's better not to visit that eerie place in Songnan." At this moment, Lin Seven-Night and Yuan Gang are sitting on the roof of the dormitory building. I've turned off my earpiece. "Tell me, what's going on with you, kid?" Lin Seven-Night awkwardly said. "I was sleeping peacefully in my bed, and suddenly she pulled me here. After chatting for a while, she asked me to be her agent." "Is it that simple? Then what's the matter with her calling you Dana thus?" "Foreign gods, calling me by a Chinese name doesn't sound right, so she gave me a new name." "Sure, what task did she give you as an agent?" Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night hesitated for a long time. It seems like often go back home to visit. Yuan Gang knew instantly that this kid was talking nonsense. "Can you come up with a more reliable story, kid?" "Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask. But the fact that you become the agent of 2 gods is unprecedented. Go back to sleep. I'll take care of the rest." Before leaving, Yuan Gang suddenly stopped Lin Seven-Night and said, "I want to ask you a serious question. Are you still standing with the humans, or standing with our great Xia?" Lin Seven-Night didn't hesitate at all and said, "I made a promise with someone to protect Great Xia for 10 years. Since that day, a new deity, Sequence 43, was added to the Night Watcher's divine sequence records. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived and Fatty was training while complaining. Getting up so early in the cold winter is truly torturous. Yuan Gang on the side, seeing Fatty complaining, immediately shouted, "Finally daylight!" and ran while rubbing his face, and completed 10 laps. However, the 10 laps now are nothing for Fatty. He quickly caught up with Lin Seven-Night and Chow Abyss. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. No matter what, we should take a break during the new year. Lin Seven-Night replied,
"You are thinking too much. We are in a closed training camp. How can we take a break?"
And at this moment, inside the office of the head instructor, a shocked Yuan Gang questioned,
"What did you just say?"
And sitting across from him was the captain of the 136th team stationed in Songnan, Chen Wilderness. "I said the training camp has to be put on holiday." Very beautiful, but no one dares to look at her. Because as long as you make eye contact with her, you will be petrified. At that moment, your body will easily crumble like rocks in soil. And the one who gives women the power of terror is none other than Medusa. At this moment, Chen Wilderness in the office is discussing with Yuan Gang about taking a break. Yuan Gang refused without hesitation. After all, this closed training has a history of decades, and there has never been a precedent for taking a break to go home for the Chinese New Year. But Chen Wilderness's attitude is very firm, stating that even if there is no holiday break, Lin Seven-Night must be granted leave separately to accompany him home for the Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. Yuan Gang casually mentioned that it's not possible as it goes against the rules. Chen Wilderness got angry after hearing Yuan Gang's casual remark. "It doesn't matter if you release them or not, but I'll tell you that 2 teammates from our squad are currently lurking outside the training camp. If you don't agree, they might start abducting people." Yuan Gang was shocked to hear this. He never thought that Chen Wilderness would be capable of doing such a thing. So he asked in confusion,
"What does Chen Wilderness want to do exactly?"
"Aren't your 136th squad always very low-key?" Chen Wilderness frowned and explained,
"Recently, Songnan City has been unstable with members of the ancient gods cult mixing in."
Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang was shocked.
"How dare the ancient gods cult?"
But he quickly recovered from his astonishment.
"They must be planning to target Lin Seven-Night. They are underestimating things. As long as I am here at this training camp, no newcomer will be harmed."
Chen Wilderness looked at him seriously and said,
"You are the deputy team leader stationed in Shangjing City, a strong warrior. With you here, safety is assured. But can you guarantee there are no traitors among the instructors?"
His voice just fell. Just a loud bang. The next moment, the table in front of Yuan Gang turned into pieces with a loud bang. "By your account, are we now facing threats on all sides, with troubles within and external pressure? If even our training camp cannot withstand the ancient gods cult, why do you think your 136th squad can protect Lin Seven-Night comprehensively?" "Because we only have 6 people in total, and we absolutely understand and trust each other. We have no internal troubles. As for external threats, our 136th squad has never been afraid." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang fell silent. Being selected as the deputy squad leader in charge of the Shangjing City team and serving as the chief instructor, he is certainly not a fool, as Chen Wilderness mentioned. He truly could not guarantee that all the instructors at the training camp were reliable. Therefore, he asked Chen Wilderness what to do next. Chen Wilderness responded plainly,
"It's simple. Give everyone a break. Disband and disappear into the crowd."
Yuan Gang immediately gathered all the new soldiers through the broadcast and announced the vacation time. The physical training for the first half of the year has been completed. From today until the second day of the Lunar New Year, there will be a total of 4 days off. After returning, the training for the second half of the year will begin, focusing on the forbidden ruins and weapon tactics. Thaddy was so happy that he danced with joy upon hearing this. "That's great. Seven-Night, did you hear that? The god of holiday I pray to every day is truly efficacious." Hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you to Guangshan for a good time. As soon as Fatty finished speaking, Yuan Gang said,
There is a requirement for this holiday. Nobody is allowed to leave Songnan. Anyone found violating this rule will be immediately disqualified from becoming a night watcher.
Upon hearing this, Fatty almost fainted. Lin Seven-Night mentioned that he didn't have a place to stay in Songnan, so he might have to rely on Fatty himself. The training camp quickly arranged a bus. As soon as everyone left the training camp, they felt relaxed all over, and their spirits were rejuvenated. It felt as if some kind of shackles were broken. A cool sensation flowed from the brain to the whole body, cleansing every inch of the skin. Everyone's stage was elevated at this moment. Yuan Gang lightly said,
Do you think we use that precious forbidden item just to suppress your forbidden ruins? It's not that simple. While your forbidden ruins were being suppressed, mental power flow was also restricted. That forbidden item has suppressed you for half a year. Now, suddenly released, the mental power that has been suppressed for so long will rebound violently, easily breaking through the shackles of the stage and entering a new stage.
When queuing to board the bus, several stellar blades were placed on the ground for everyone to take one. Remember, during the holiday, the knife must not leave your side, but under no circumstances should it be used unless absolutely necessary. Lin Seven-Night opened the knife and found that there were no engravings on it. Prove that this is a standard issue knife temporarily borrowed. Combine all the things that happened today. He always felt that this holiday was not simple. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp, inside Missile Launch Base 039, a woman led 2 sheep here. Upon seeing this, guards immediately aimed their guns at her and asked why she was here. The woman explained that she had accidentally lost her way while grazing her sheep. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards put down their weapons and informed others to stand down. Later, they vividly described the way for the woman to leave. The woman then flattered, saying,
Do you think I'm beautiful?
With that, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with a deep green color. And the guard facing him gradually turned to stone. By the time he realized it, he found that his companion behind him had already turned into a stone statue. He tried to raise the alarm, but his body turned to stone, making it impossible for him to move an inch. In the end, he ended up smashing himself into a stone block. At this moment, the woman took off her headscarf, revealing her true face. This lack of charm truly makes him a tasteless man. The man simply had a thought in his mind. He then controlled all the missile fragments. And the ability he used comes from the core power of the strongest Greek goddess of the night. Abyssal deity ruins. Just a few minutes ago, inside the bus, all the new soldiers were chatting and laughing, discussing how they were going to enjoy their break. Only Lin Seven-Night remained silent and worried. Seeing this, Chow Abyss asked him what was wrong, and why he wasn't happy even though everyone was on vacation. Lin Seven-Night replied with a hint of thoughtfulness, feeling that there might be some issues with this vacation. Oh well, hopefully it's just me overthinking. After hearing Lin Seven-Night's nonsensical words, Chow Abyss was left bewildered. Is there a problem? What's not right? At this moment, an alarm went off in the underground base of the training camp. There are fast-moving objects approaching the base, as well as vehicles carrying the new recruits. Yuan Gang, with a look of surprise on his face, couldn't believe it was such a coincidence. Immediately lock on and shoot down the approaching objects. After a series of maneuvers, the female instructor looked embarrassed when the moving object turned out to be our own weapon and the interception system couldn't lock onto it. Upon realizing that it was our own weapon, Yuan Gang was dumbfounded. He couldn't come up with a strategy for how to respond next. At this moment, 5 missiles are approaching the training camp. 3 of the missiles are targeting the training camp, while the remaining 2 are aimed at the highway where the bus carrying new recruits is traveling. The new recruits were also drawn to the side of these missiles, but due to the distance, they found it challenging to see clearly what was flying towards them. By the time they could make out the missiles, they were already close to the bus. They had no time to escape or counterattack.
Suddenly, a long spear flew out. The long spear accurately intercepted the missile in midair. But due to the close proximity, the impact from the explosion still affected the bus. At this moment, except for Lin Seven-Night, all the new recruits inside the vehicle lost gravity and fell to one side. Lin Seven-Night realized that he must quickly control all these missile fragments, otherwise, given their quantity and speed, the people present might not survive for long. The next second, a touch of extreme darkness erupted around him, enveloping the bus and quickly forming a hemisphere. And countless shrapnel flew towards the darkness, but every one of them paused in midair upon contact. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night in the car held the railing with one hand and controlled abyssal deity ruins with the other. His body was sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably. If he hadn't just advanced to the pawn stage, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Soon, he couldn't hold on any longer, losing consciousness like the others and falling to one side. After a brief pause, the bus also continued to be impacted. Upon closer inspection, it can be observed that while the exterior of the bus is heavily damaged, not a single fragment has penetrated into the interior. At this moment, a thin golden film covers half of the training camp, protecting the lives of all instructors and logistics personnel inside. At this time, the female instructor hurriedly caught up with the news from the side of the new recruit, Yuan Gang. A member of the 136th squad promptly arrived. He skillfully destroyed the missile with a spear, and then a black light flashed by. All missile fragments were intercepted, protecting the lives of all new recruits. Upon hearing about the black light, Yuan Gang nodded in agreement, indicating that it was most likely the work of Lin Seven-Night. Then, he changed the topic and said, "Just as the new recruits left the training camp, missiles were already launched at us. Indeed, there is a traitor among us." With that, he took a sudden step forward, shattering the entire ground. The next moment, rings of light revolved around him towards all directions, immediately reporting and checking the origin of those marked as our side's missiles. At this moment, at missile base number 39, blood splattered everywhere, with sporadic cries for help heard. However, all the soldiers were petrified on the spot. And the one who took action was the divine being, Medusa's agent Snake Lady. At this moment, a male voice came from the side, saying, "The agent of the divine used the deity ruins missile, but it did not cause any deaths among the Night Watcher new recruits. Let's proceed to the next step." Snake Lady looked at the photo of Lin Seven-Night and said, "He seems like an interesting boy. We will meet soon." As she spoke, her face flushed with a sickly excitement. The next day, Lin Seven-Night also woke up from a coma. He looked around the room and felt a sense of familiarity with the decor. Suddenly, Wu Southern Xiong popped up, startling him. "Seven-Night, you're finally awake," he said. Red Tassel slapped Wu Southern Xiong on the back of the head. "Look at how scared you've got, Seven-Night," Little South asked calmly. "Are you feeling better now, Seven-Night?" Lin Seven-Night looked a bit bewildered. "My body is fine now, but how did I end up here?" This is a beautiful fatty. He, who had just taken a bath, was even attacked by the ancient gods' cult. They even bombed a hotel floor in order to steal him. Just now, Lin Seven-Night woke up a little confused after staying at Red Tassel's house. Chen Wilderness explained that Seven-Night, you probably exhausted too much mental power in the deity ruins in a short period, which caused you to faint. Red Tassel and Inkwisher happened to arrive and brought you back directly. When Inkwisher chuckled and added reassuringly, "Don't worry, the new recruits are all fine. Your instructor Hong even told me to report your credit of intercepting the missile fragments. You might even receive a medal directly." Lin Seven-Night slowly stood up with Red Tassel's support and asked, "I didn't expect Instructor Hong to guess that it was me. But why were we attacked by a missile? And who would want to attack us?" Chen Wilderness calmly explained, "You are wrong. The target of the attack was not the ancient gods' cult as a whole, but only you and that chubby boy." Upon hearing about the ancient gods' cult and Lin Seven-Night, King Face's warning immediately came to mind. Although he knew that being a seraphim
and an agent of the goddess of the night, would attract the attention of the ancient god's cult. He had not expected them to be so crazy. On the other side, Yuan Gang was also reviewing the report of the recent attack. The female instructor beside him reported that it had been confirmed that the ancient god's cult had attacked the number 39 missile launch base, and the missile was launched from there. According to the intelligence, their target this time was Lin Seven-Night and Bailey Daylight. Yuan Gang had an expression that confirmed his suspicions when he heard this. Their target is indeed the first double god agent in history, and the sole heir of the Bailey clan. However, I really didn't expect the missile launch base to fall without any warning. Based on the large amount of broken stone statues at the scene and a snake I painted with blood, it should be the work of Midyus Agent Snake Lady from the ancient god's cult. At that moment, Instructor Hong Immense walked in and asked,
"Leader, should we halt the vacation and protect Lin Seven-Night and Bailey Daylight?"
Yuan Gang flatly refused him, saying,
"Not only can we not stop the vacation, but we also need to appear defenseless to the outside. After all, it's not the fear of theft, but the fear of being targeted by thieves. Remember, we can't protect them for a lifetime."
Excitedly, the female instructor asked,
"Chief Yuan Gang, are you planning to lure out the ancient gods cult using them as bait, in order to resolve the issue once and for all?"
Of course, Chief Yuan Gang's idea is not a sudden decision. The reason he agreed to Chin Wilderness's proposal for a vacation at that time was to use Lin Seven-Night and Fatty to eliminate the rats hiding in Songnan. But Chin Wilderness is opposed to this suggestion because he thinks it is too dangerous to use Lin Seven-Night as bait. If something unexpected happens, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Gang replied lightly,
"People always have to grow. Captain Chen, you cannot always protect Lin Seven-Night. One day, he will have to leave here and become a strong independent person. Giving him too much protection now may not necessarily be a good thing."
Chin Wilderness remained silent upon hearing this. He indeed agreed with what Yuan Gang had said in his heart. That night, to celebrate Seven-Night's return home, Team 136 gathered together, drank, and chatted joyfully. After a fierce battle, Lin Seven-Night was the only one left standing except for Chin Wilderness. He then said to Chin Wilderness,
"Captain, I want to go check on my two friends. After all, as the host of Songnan, it's not good to just leave people aside like this."
But Chin Wilderness told him that it is a critical time, and it is best not to leave Red Tassel's house unless necessary. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night sneered and said,
"Captain, I am actually quite capable of fighting now."
Chin Wilderness breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"I don't know if you can fight, but you have indeed become more confident."
He then handed Lin Seven-Night a room key card and a stellar blade.
"Your chubby friend is staying in a 5-star hotel indoors. He asked me to tell you that the room number is 9039.
At the same time, Fatty in the hotel is joyfully taking a bath. After he finishes his bath, he will be refreshed and have a radiant complexion. But when he walked into the living room, he was taken aback and angrily shouted at Chow Abyss, "How the hell did you get here? Didn't I get you a single room in the neighboring motel?" Chow Abyss said indifferently,
"Staying in a single room is not as comfortable as the presidential suite. It's okay, just pretend I don't exist. Carry on with what you need to do, I won't bother you."
Fatty walked up angrily, wanting to drive Chow Abyss away.
"Go away, you are disrupting my enjoyment of life here. Tonight, I want to enjoy my personal space alone. No living thing can appear."
Chow Abyss disdainfully pointed to the side.
"Then, how would you explain this mouse? Nonsense. How could a 5-star hotel possibly have mice?"
Then Fatty followed the direction, and indeed saw a small mouse. But the mouse looked strange somehow. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night has already arrived at the hotel where Fatty is staying, just as he was communicating with the staff. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the top floor of the hotel. Lin Seven-Night suddenly felt that something was not right. Had they started again? Two big men were just glanced at by a mouse. They were scared so much that they jumped off a 100-meter tall building. just because the mouse emitted a scent that did not belong to a normal creature. After the two people jumped off the building, there was indeed a huge explosion in their room. At this time, Fatty, even in midair, did not forget to angrily rebuke Chowabis. Do you know how many people in this city want to take my life now? When others get off the car, they all hide like they're avoiding the plague. Why are you shamelessly coming to me? Aren't you afraid of death, Chowabis? To this, Chowabis just casually said he's not afraid. Fatty was stunned when he heard this. He's truly a madman. After saying that, he took out the jade light. Fortunately, I was prepared early, otherwise you would be waiting to die with me. The next moment, Jade Light erected a protective shield on the ground, smoothly catching the two people. Chowabis was very puzzled at the sight. You just finished taking a shower and already have forbidden items on your body. Fatty looked pleased at the words. Of course, all of them are with me. They are all in my pocket dimension. Chowabis's gaze scanned back and forth over Fatty's key positions like a scanner. There is something in the location of your pocket dimension, Fatty, he said. Fatty blushed and quickly tightened his clothes at the words. Just then, another explosion came from the top floor of the hotel. Fatty exclaimed, "These people ambushing me really went to great lengths. It's fortunate that we have the instructor to keep them in check." Chowabis asked, "Are they all coming for you? Has the life of the young master from the Bailey family always been this exciting?" Upon hearing this, Fatty replied cheerfully, "I've encountered plenty of assassination attempts since I was young, but I'm still alive and well. My bodyguards will arrive tomorrow. Let's see who dares to touch me then." Chowabis pointed around and said, "Don't you think it's too quiet around here? I think you should focus on making it through tonight first." Unexpectedly, two uninvited guests emerged from the darkness. "Hello there, young master of the Bailey family and this bodyguard." Fatty frowned and asked, "There are only two of you here. There should be three, right? There's one more person guarding the no-restriction airspace outside." Fatty asked with a smile, "When did Night Watcher start working as an assassin too?" The thin assassin's expression changed suddenly. "We stopped being Night Watcher when we left Fasting Hall." Upon hearing it was Fasting Hall, Fatty looked puzzled. Chowabis, however, calmly explained, "Fasting Hall detains prisoners who possess the Forbidden Ruins, half of whom are former Night Watcher members who have committed offenses and been expelled." Fatty was greatly surprised at these words. "Are you so familiar with it? Could it be that you also came out from there?" Chowabis explained, "If it weren't for the former commander of the Night Watcher saving me and sending me to Jilhua Mountain back then, I would indeed have been detained there now." Fatty understood upon hearing this, and then angrily scolded the two people in front of him. "So, you both came out from the police station. No wonder you were assigned to assassinate me. But even if you want to kill me, why bomb the hotel? What about the others who might get hurt? Those who once vowed to protect this country, are you now disregarding the lives of the people for the sake of profit?" The man with red hair instantly flew into a rage upon hearing this. "You are slandering us. We didn't bomb the hotel. Don't lump us together with that group of wild dogs. Even if you say so, we used to be part of the Night Watcher, and we still have the most basic bottom line. Killing you is not for profit. It's simply to repay a debt." At this moment, the skinny guy stopped the redhead from speaking further. "Enough, old Guan. You've said too much. The boss is waiting for us. We're running out of time. Let's send them on their way quickly." "Okay, Captain." With a low growl from the redhead man, he instantly burst through his clothes, looking just like a wild beast. The scene before their eyes scared Fatty and the other person, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. It turns out that sequence 214's Forbidden Ruins flesh reconstruction can control one's muscle tissues, erupting with terrifying speed and power in an instant. This is very shocking. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired man had already rushed in front of the two individuals. At the same time, Lin Seven-Night was moving against the crowd. The signboard ahead caught his attention, revealing it to be a no-restriction airspace. But he recognized at a glance that this was not the signboard of Team 136, but the signboard used to activate the no-restriction airspace, which only the Night Watcher team stationed in various cities possessed. In other words, Night Watchers from another city were involved in this matter. Lin Seven-Night suddenly had many doubts in his mind. If they were here to protect Fatty, why did they appear at this particular time? And why did they secretly activate the no-restriction airspace? It is only possible that they are here to kill Fatty. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night recalled the scene when old Zhao came to his house looking for him. At that time, he rejected old Zhao's invitation because his principle is to run as far as possible from danger and the unknown. At that time, old Zhao also said that Lin Seven-Night lacked the spirit of youth, and he mentioned that one day he would understand. When there is something you must protect, no matter how dangerous or unknown it may be ahead, you must go forward. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but imagine old Zhao by his side, persuading,
"Are you really sure you want to enter this no-restriction airspace? You don't even know how many people are inside, let alone if there are high-stage strong individuals."
At this moment, Lin Seven-Night muttered to himself,
"I am sure I want to go in because my friends are inside, the people I want to protect."
It wasn't until this moment that he fully understood the meaning of old Zhao's words. The fat guy's first move against the enemy turned out to be reaching into his crotch. Because his crotch was a treasure trove. He not only can summon big treasures to attack the enemy, but he can also produce a protective shield to resist attacks. The red-haired man did not get angry when he saw his attack blocked. He just jokingly said,
"The necklace is a good thing. It's a pity that the user is not good."
He said that as he punched, his speed increased rapidly, continuously smashing towards the protective shield. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the protective shield. Seeing that it couldn't hold on much longer, Fatty quickly sought help from Chow Abyss. At this moment, Chow Abyss was holding the hilt of his sword, engaged in a battle with a thin man ahead, and had no time to rescue Fatty. The thin man also seized the opportunity to control 3 knives and attack Chow Abyss. On the other side, Fatty's protective shield was also broken by the red-haired man barehanded. But Fatty reacted quickly, and was not hit. The red-haired man looked incredulous.
"You can still dodge my attacks?"
Fatty laughed at the words.
"Do you really think I can only use forbidden items? I didn't train my physical fitness for nothing these past 6 months."
But before Fatty could feel satisfied, the next second, the redhead man's fist smashed into his face. He instantly smashed Fatty into the wall according to the
"Smoke has no wound"
law. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, only to see Fatty being enveloped in a golden light unharmed. The arm the red-haired man used for attacking was injured, but his expression became even more excited. "Your necklace is quite versatile, equipped with high-temperature automatic defense as well." Fatty stabilized his figure, and then started digging into his crotch. Still with a lecherous look on his face, he said,
Just you wait. It seems I have to use my big treasure to give you a taste."
Next, a beam of golden light shot straight into the sky from his crotch. This sudden burst of golden light startled Fatty himself, causing him to jump. He muttered,
"Damn, I forgot to turn it off after the last use. Almost got cut."
And while the red-haired man was dumbfounded by this golden light, 7 golden beams split the sky. At the same time, they attacked the red-haired man from different directions. He hit the red-haired man with just one blow, causing smoke to emanate from his body. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a gust of wind on his back. The next moment, a huge rock behind him split apart from being smashed. He turned around to look, shock evident in his eyes. "What is this thing?" Chow Abyss was covered in black mist, holding a knife as he approached, cackling incessantly. And behind Chow Abyss was the captain, who was skilled in the use of the 3-sword style. The skinny captain weakly looked at Chow Abyss and swallowed hard. He is not human at all. He is a devil. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight towards Chow Abyss's face. Chow Abyss deftly blocked the arrow with a swing of his long knife. But the next moment, he was sent flying by the huge impact force of the arrow, falling into the building behind him. The archer, a woman, silently watched from a high-rise building hundreds of meters away. She coldly snorted, "Anyone who dares to intercept my arrow is seeking death." With that, she drew another arrow, prepared her aim, and released. This time, she unexpectedly shot 2 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow was dodged by Chao Abyss in a flash. But he couldn't dodge the second arrow in time. Suddenly, his whole body was filled with an ominous aura. He suddenly slashed the arrow into 2 pieces with a single stroke. The woman in the distance was a bit stunned to see the scene. "This is too fierce. Forget it. Let's focus on attacking the main target first." At this moment, Lin Seven-Night finally arrived. He smiled and asked the woman behind, "Who is the main target you mentioned?" "Men-owned abyssal deity ruins can control everything in the area. But if the opponent's mental power is higher than theirs, he will suffer a great backlash. It seems that one must be careful when using it on others." The eyes of the female archer are filled with disbelief. As an archer, being extremely vigilant of the surrounding environment is a required course. This young man can quietly approach without making a sound. Lin Seven-Night lightly flicked his fingers. The feathered arrow floated in the air, and was pinched by his 2 fingers. "How many people did you come with in total?" The female archer frowned, asking, "How was the arrow stopped?" She immediately raised her bow at the enemy and asked, "How did you infiltrate Old Han's no-restriction airspace?" "I'm the one asking you first now. If you are referring to the old man in the Mediterranean, unfortunately, I have already taken care of him." The archer woman seemed unprepared for the enemy's speed. Seven-Night flashed behind her in an instant. The sense of danger made her pull out a short blade from her sleeve. She thrust straight towards Lin Seven-Night's face. This move was also expected by Lin Seven-Night. The 2 of them grappled with each other. The female archer spoke up. "I know, you are the unprecedented dual god agent Dual God. How did you know? Are there people like you in the training camp?" "Do you think I would tell you?" The next moment, a touch of darkness swiftly occupied the eyes of the female archer. Lin Seven-Night's eyes narrowed slightly. "It seems you are unwilling to answer my question." A touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Since that's the case, then you can be my experiment." The screams echoed in the night sky as the 3-knife man and the burly man engaged in battle turned to look in the direction of the female archer. Thaddy also looked confused. "Isn't it just me and Chao Abyss inside the no-restriction airspace?" The ominous aura's flame struck the 2 enemies once again at this moment. The female archer's eyes have completely turned black. "What have you done to me, Lin Seven-Night?" Lin Seven-Night looked at the female archer's pitiful state, and abyssal corruption has a very poor effect on intelligent beings. The higher the intelligence, the more difficult it is to erode. Based on my current stage, I can only control cats and dogs at most for now. The female archer also realized this at this moment. This should be the power of the agent of the divine. But the sense of mission for the task. It made her pick up the dagger and stab her own thigh. The surging mental power burst out suddenly, and the darkness in the eyes receded like the tide. Lin Seven-Night grunted, mental power broke free from abyssal corruption. The higher the opponent's stage, the stronger the backlash. She should also have mental power at the pawn stage. If her level is higher than the pawn stage, this attack could potentially knock me unconscious. The female archer escapes from the trap. She immediately bends her bow and shoots 3 arrows in a row. However, it has no effect on Lin Seven-Night under abyssal corruption. A crisp buzzing sound. The blade flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, on another tall building hundreds of meters away, a faint smile appeared on Ling Xian's lips. "Not bad, kid." With a thud, the burly man shattered the asphalt ground with one stomp. Thaddy is inside the well-guarded jade-light defensive formation. He kept howling non-stop. The rough appearance of the 5 elements is really getting on the big man's nerves. Thaddy heard a series of explosions coming from a distance. His eyes gradually lit up, and he turned around, saying, "Chow Abyss, hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way." He then saw Chow Abyss, who was smiling as he dismembered the three-blade man with a knife. Everyone, how about subscribing? Scroll of Sealing is something that can temporarily seal the abilities of a person, or a forbidden item. Forbidden Ruins, and today it surprisingly got a new name. Chow Abyss Chastity Belt. Fatty watches Chow Abyss more. He feels more and more like a perverted murderer. Who the hell is the antagonist? The burly man angrily shouted. "Useless things!" Fatty asked in confusion. "Isn't he your captain? Why are you disrespecting him like this?" Less nonsense. The burly man's attack became more fierce. In this life and death struggle, the Jade Light shield was unexpectedly shattered by his brute force. Fatty's eyes were icy cold. It seems that he can only use this now. Look at the invincible great mirror of this young master. The brawny man's brain felt like it had been ruthlessly hammered. It's a mental attack. He didn't have time to think any further. Fatty's precious sword in hand had already fallen down. The dense sword shadows directly engulfed him. Fatty revealed an invincible lonely expression. The small pond stage is laughable, laughable. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure, ghost-like, appeared behind him. Didn't the instructor teach you to always be careful of your back? Fatty only felt a chill at the back of his head and silently thought, "I'm done for." He was about to hurriedly dodge when suddenly a muffled groan came from behind. A figure with a straight knife in hand grabbed the burly man and retorted, "Did the instructor not teach you to always be careful of your back?" Fatty, upon seeing the newcomer, exclaimed in delight, "Seven-Night, you're here!" Then his drool and snot came together as he hugged Lin Seven-Night's thigh and said, Hey, it's so dirty, let go quickly." Feeling the ominous aura, Lin Seven-Night slowly turned his head back under the pressure. The situation is not over yet. This is the real trouble. Lin Seven-Night did not look back, eyes unblinking as he closely watched Crazy Demon, Chow Abyss, and Fatty. Naturally, he was asking for the scroll of sealing from him. As his hand touched the scroll, a strange smell emanated from it. In addition, Fatty suggested that they should call this item Chow Abyss Chastity Belt from now on. Lin Seven-Night suddenly had a physical reaction. "Where did you just take it out from?" At this moment, Crazy Demon Chow Abyss has lifted a straight knife and is attacking. After advancing to the pond stage, his forbidden ruin seems to have become stronger and more vicious. A touch of darkness spreads out from the center of Lin Seven-Night. He wants to control his sword abyssal deity ruins. The primal darkness envelopes Crazy Demon Chow Abyss. Who would have thought that after a brief stalemate, Crazy Demon Chow Abyss would easily suppress Lin Seven-Night and instantly gain the upper hand? Lin Seven-Night frowned. This ominous aura is too outrageous. It can even isolate and resist the erosion of deity ruins. He was just thinking at that moment. He was also struck and sent flying by a single knife. Fatty, who was hiding behind the trash can, said that he felt something was off about his current condition. Lin Seven-Night once again brandished his sword. Without the suppression of the forbidden item training camp, this is the true power of the Black King. Since he cannot control the ominous aura inside, he will control what is outside. The asphalt ground instantly forms a stone wall, trapping Crazy Demon in the abyss. Suddenly, a brilliant light shines through the gaps in the stones. Crazy Demon Chow Abyss lets out a thunderous roar, causing the stone wall to shatter and explode inch by inch. He just managed to break free. He has already lost sight of Lin Seven-Night. He felt it. He felt the other person right behind him. He swung his knife fiercely in an instant and turned his head. I didn't expect Lin Seven-Night to be so close to him. Lin Seven-Night's eyes gleamed with a golden light shining from his pupils. Seraphim Divine Authority is indeed the nemesis of Crazy Demon Chow Abyss. Just one glance from him caused most of the ominous aura on his body to be dispersed. Lin Seven-Night did not hesitate and unfolded the Chow Abyss chastity belt in his hand. He quickly locked it around his body. Then he flashed behind it and exerted force with his right hand. Go, Lin Seven-Night relied on his strong physique under the cover of the night. He directly punched crazy demon Chow Abyss, sending him flying into a nearby low building. Sure, continue on. He is swagger douche and Azure Bamboo. Even if he is short of money, he still takes care of his brothers and friends. He is always ready to stand up for justice when faced with the scum of society. Today Lin Seven-Night is going to discuss a business deal with him. Within the short building, thick smoke billowed as Fatty peeked out his little head. Is this the end? After a while, Chow Abyss, who had regained his composure, struggled to climb out of the ruins. He slowly removed the adhesive tape from his neck with his hands.
Seven-Night, can you go easy on me next time?
Lin Seven-Night sheathed the knife expressionlessly.
You weren't gentle when you just slashed me.
At this point, the no-restriction airspace has been cracked. The burning top floor of the hotel still shows no traces of extinguishment. They looked up and saw the instructors still in battle. The enemies they were fighting against should be flowing stage Chow Abyss and Fatty. They sighed with relief, glad they could jump quickly. Lin Seven-Night turned and walked towards the other side of the street. The type of enemies we are facing is not something we can deal with. Rather than standing here foolishly and increasing the risk of exposure, it's better to go have a bowl of noodles. She entered and found a very remote noodle shop, not only far from the main road but also with a dilapidated signboard.
Fatty looked around and said, Is this the kind of place people come to for noodles?
Lin Seven-Night rolled her eyes and said,
Given our current situation, can we afford to eat at a hotel?
We can only enjoy a meal in peace in such a remote corner where no one comes. Don't worry. This restaurant may look ordinary, but the taste is absolutely top-notch. Lin Seven-Night took out his wallet. How much money in total, boss? A total of 64 yuan. Lin Seven-Night's hand suddenly paused in midair. Is it so expensive? It turns out that Fatty ordered a bowl of braised beef noodle soup with extra vegetarian chicken, shredded pork, egg, dried bean curd, and noodles. Lin Seven-Night's face looked as if it could drip water due to the gloominess, while Fatty teased that there was no caviar and lobster. Fatty, you pay for your own noodles. Fatty immediately shuddered as if struck by a tiger. Seven-Night, didn't you say you would treat me? I changed my mind. 3 people were discussing the battle just now as they ate. They directly and accurately blasted the 90th floor to attack you guys. Yes, didn't you see I'm still wearing a bath towel now? Lin Seven-Night analyzed that it was correct for you guys to jump out of the building to escape. In battles on the flowing stage like this, once your figure is caught, you won't be able to escape at all, and will only be pulled in. Chow Abyss also interjected saying,
You are living too ostentatiously. This kind of hotel requires identity registration. If someone with ill intentions investigates, they will easily find out your whereabouts.
Fatty looked wronged and said,
I am just used to it. I stayed in even better accommodations when playing in Guangshen.
In the conversation, Shen Azure Bamboo and the other 2 have already sat across from Brother Shen. We've had noodles twice already. Are we having noodles again tonight? Do you understand? Noodles are a specialty of Songnan. It's rare for you to visit, so it's not enough to just have a few meals. Waiter, 3 bowls of clear noodle soup, please. The boss opened his mouth in surprise and said,
It's you guys again! Eating 2 meals of clear noodle soup in a row, are you still having this?
Fatty also noticed them. Look, Swagger Dude is here to eat noodles too. The sound of someone swallowing saliva is particularly clear in this quiet alley, but I'm not sure who it is. Shen Azure Bamboo glanced back, and the 2 followers bowed their heads in unison. He appeared conflicted in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Please change the order. Give us 2 plates of shredded pork noodles and 1 bowl of clear soup noodles. All right. Shredded pork noodles are 10 yuan per bowl, and clear soup noodles are 6 yuan. In total, it is 36 yuan.
Lin Seven-Night only used mental power to scan, and knew that his wallet was completely empty. He had calculated the price accurately. A follower asked Brother Shen why he decided to have shredded pork noodles again. After eating so many clear soup noodles, they must be tired of it too. He suggested changing the flavor. Brother Shen, what about Shen Azure Bamboo? Proudly lifting his head, Shen Azure Bamboo replied, I simply love clear soup noodles. Simplicity and purity are the true essence of noodles. Shen Azure Bamboo felt the gaze of attention. He grunted and said, What are you looking at? Then he seemed to remember something and said to Lin Seven-Night, By the way, are you okay from the injury you sustained in the car earlier? Lin Seven-Night shook his head and said, I'm fine. After hesitating for a moment, Swagger Dude slowly spoke up. Thank you. If it weren't for you blocking those debris, we would all have been injured. Fatty asked suspiciously, When did Swagger Dude become so polite? Shen Azure Bamboo stared resentfully at Fatty and said, Damn it, I've always been clear about grievances. How come you're being polite now? He immediately expressed that he also knew this holiday break was not simple. If there was anything that needed help, he would definitely offer assistance. Lin Seven-Night suddenly had an idea in his mind and said, I do have a business deal that I would like to discuss with you. This? To be honest, the paragraph breaks are indeed a bit frequent. Merlin, the trusted friend of King Arthur in the Celtic legend of the once and future king. Just after Lin Seven-Night ascended upon stage, he also welcomed the patient in his second room. The god of magic. Lin Seven-Night pointed to Biley Fatty and said he would protect him during his vacation. Protect him? Swagger Dude's gaze fell on Fatty. As an exchange, he pays you 1,000 yuan per day as protection money. What do you think? Swagger Dude immediately shuddered, as if the 1,000 yuan was right in front of him. Okay. But this transaction only involves me, Li Jia, and Li Liang, which doesn't count as a successful deal. In the dimly lit street, Fatty asked quietly, Seven-Night, why did you let Swagger Dude protect me? This time, both you and I are targets. I can't stay by your side for long. It's actually more dangerous this way. And Chow Abyss becomes insane without distinguishing between friend and foe, so you need to have a normal person by your side, and it must be a master. Fatty suddenly realized that you were smart. The Swagger Dude walked up with his hands in his pockets from behind and said, Hey, Fatty. Fatty pouted and said, Now I am your employer. Can you change the way you address me? Swagger Dude took a deep breath and said, Biley Daylight, let's discuss. Can you advance me 1 day's salary first? Fatty raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you up to? The Swagger Dude felt a little awkward and said, Never mind, just tell me if you can do it. Fatty scratched his head and said, But I don't have any cash on me right now. Chow Abyss, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up. I have $300 here. Is that enough? Swagger Dude nodded eagerly and said, That's enough. Give it to me first. Under the dim lighting, Swagger Dude returned to that small noodle shop. He first told the boss to add an extra large portion of pork chop and an egg for each of them. Then he handed over all the money he had just earned to the two of them, instructing them that it was 300 yuan. He said to them to use it to enjoy some good food while he was away for a few days. He affectionately poked Li Liang's head and said, Wait for my return. Let's go, Lin Seven-Night. The three of them exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing to stay silent. Fatty walked along, feeling depressed. The hotel got bombed. Where are we staying tonight? Chow Abyss held a knife and suggested, How about finding a temple to spend the night? Good suggestion, but where can you find a temple in a modern city? That's also true. After pondering for a moment, I know a place. Follow me. The pink and purple lights from the room leaked out of the window. 4 people stood at the door, looking up at the faded sign. Dream Butterfly Inn. In pink. Fatty immediately clenched his buttocks. Seven-Night, are you serious? There aren't many places where you can stay without an ID card in Songnan.
This place is considered to have a relatively good environment. If you are unwilling, then you can only go sleep under a bridge. As Lin Seven-Night said, there is no need to register your identity. Hello, we would like to book 3 rooms. Just then, Swagger Dude suddenly put his arm around Fatty's shoulder. Shall we share a room? He believes that since they agreed on close protection, it's too risky to live separately. Chow Abyss also timely expressed.
Well, in that case, I'll stay together too. 3 people make a perfect table for playing landlord, a card game.
Fatty was petrified on the spot. Wait, what about my opinion? Don't you consider whether I'm willing or not? During such a critical moment, Lin Seven-Night naturally ran off. I'm heading back first. I can't handle big matters, but I can deal with small issues on my own. Without waiting for Fatty to respond, Chow Abyss and Swagger Dude had already picked a room for him. Vaguely, there were indescribable sounds coming from a few surrounding rooms. Fatty looked at the 2 of them in surprise.
You guys couldn't possibly all be...
Aren't you? Joking, when I was 7 years old. Swagger Dude opened the window to get rid of the musty smell in the room and also check if anyone is watching. Fatty has already sprawled on the bed. Just as he was thinking of finding Chow Abyss, huh? Where is he? At this moment, Chow Abyss mysteriously asked the boss.
Do you have something very exciting and interesting that 3 people can play together?
We do have it, but it depends on what exactly you are looking for. Chow Abyss whispered again.
Playing cards?
On the other side, Lin Seven-Night, who had just returned home, was blocked by Red Tassel at the door, cursing.
If you don't come back soon, I'll come find you.
When Inkwhisher, who was lazily lying on the sofa, yawned and said,
In just half an hour, Red Tassel called your name at least 200 times.
Lin Seven-Night, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and went out to have a late-night snack. Sorry, Sister Red Tassel. Red Tassel sighed and said,
Forget it. Just go to bed early.
Inkwhisher, you have to be careful at night to protect Seven-Night, understood?
Inkwhisher yawned again.
With me in the living room, no one can sneak in. The lights in the villa went out, plunging into darkness. Lin Seven-Night, on the bed, suddenly remembered that he had not visited the psychiatric hospital for a long time after being promoted to pawn stage. The psychiatric hospital of the gods. He stood in front of the door of Ward 2. At this moment, Li Flying saw him. He asked,
None of these doors can be opened. What are you doing here?
That was before. Lin Seven-Night pondered for a moment. Now that I have broken through the mental stage, maybe I could open the next door. What do you think is behind this door? This is a hospital where the second patient, Li Flying, arrives. Nodding and bowing.
Can having one more patient increase my salary, Chief? No.
Behind the first door is the melancholy goddess of the night. What will be behind the second door? A clear sound of machinery running, the runes and seals all over the door dispersing at the same time. Lin Seven-Night guessed it right. These 6 doors correspond to the 6 stages: lantern, pond, flowing sea, infinite, and Klein. He already has the qualification to release the second patient. Inside the dim room, a young man wearing a deep blue robe is sitting quietly. There is no turbidity in his eyes. It is a kind of indescribable wisdom and calmness. He speaks slowly.
You have arrived.
Who is this mysterious person? Merlin, also known as the god of magic and prophecy. He actually talked about the real world. He turned into a pink sea star. He also said,
SpongeBob, let's go catch some jellyfish.
Lin Seven-Night raised an eyebrow and asked,
Do you know I was coming?
The man nodded. I know. Then, Lin Seven-Night's gaze fell on the wall of the ward. In ward number 2, patient Merlin's task is to help Merlin treat his mental illness. When the treatment progress reaches the specified values of 1%, 50%, and 100%, some of Merlin's abilities can be randomly drawn. The current treatment progress is 0%. After Lin Seven-Night finished reading, his gaze suddenly became complex. Merlin,
the legendary magician in British mythology who helped King Arthur ascend to the throne, is considered the founder of the wizarding world. It is said that he is not only proficient in all categories of magic, but can also foresee the future. According to Lin Seven-Night, the so-called Merlin is not just one person, but a fusion of many legendary mythical elements of the English people. Therefore, the person in front of them is not only the wise one who helped King Arthur, but also a manifestation of the English people's aspiration for the unknown, creating a deity of magic and wisdom. What a surprise! Turns out it's a man. Li Flying muttered quietly. Merlin glanced at him, and a faint light shimmered in his eyes. The starlight shone dazzlingly, causing the body hidden under the dark blue robe to contort violently. In the blink of an eye, a gentle female voice sounded. "Gender is meaningless to me." Li Flying pointed at a dumbfounded Merlin, Lin Seven-Night, seemingly not surprised. He is the legendary Grand Wizard Merlin known for his mastery of transfiguration in Merlin's legend. "Your Excellency Merlin, please change back. Let's have a good talk." Merlin, who had turned back into an ordinary man, said, "I predicted 10 years ago that you would open the door today." This seemingly mystical statement piqued Lin Seven-Night's interest, and he immediately inquired about his own future. Merlin shook his head and said, "Prophecy is not all-powerful." When he first opened the door, he also tried to glimpse Lin Seven-Night's destiny, but all he saw was a blurry mix of the past and the future. Only the present can be glimpsed a little. This means that Lin Seven-Night is now in a dangerous vortex. One wrong step could lead to being crushed to pieces, and this might also involve the people around them. Lin Seven-Night's gaze gradually became more serious. Merlin expressed that he couldn't see clearly any more simply because he lost his crystal ball. Lin Seven-Night was stunned. Lost? Merlin seemed to remember something. A touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Just 10 years ago, a little girl came to this room to challenge me in prophecy or divination. She said that if she won, I had to let her leave. But if she lost, she would take the crystal ball from me. We started with a fallen leaf and extrapolated the changes in the entire forest in the past, present, and the next 50 years, with no winners or losers. Then we extrapolated stones, water droplets, and finally found that no matter how we compare external things, we cannot determine superiority or inferiority. It's better to take each other as targets and extrapolate everything about each other. However, her existence completely caught me off guard. Whether in the past, present, or future, she is untraceable. She is like a ghost not belonging to this world. No matter what method I use, I cannot glimpse a fragment of her destiny. So, I lost." Li Flying swallowed his saliva. So mysterious. Who is that girl? Lin Seven-Night said he didn't know either. At the same time, his brows furrowed. This girl should be the one who took away Nix's bracelet and left an envelope in the headmaster's office memory. But a 12 or 13-year-old girl won against the goddess of the night and creation and also won against Merlin, the great prophet, in deducing fate. He may be aware of the origin of this girl, who calls herself memory, and can also reveal the history of the psychiatric hospital of the gods. But for Lin Seven-Night now, it may still be too early to delve into this. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Seven-Night turned to Merlin and asked seriously, "What's wrong with you, Merlin?" Merlin raised an eyebrow and replied, "You're the one who's sick." "If you're not sick, why are you here?" Merlin looked out the window. "I don't know. I'm just a scholar trying to uncover the true face of the world." Before Lin Seven-Night could speak, he continued on his own. "For deep-sea fish, the sea and deep-sea creatures are their world. They would not know about the existence of land beyond the ocean, let alone the vastly different creatures on land. So how do we know that the world we are familiar with is the true world? Perhaps the world we live in is just a creation of a higher dimensional existence." Lin Seven-Night and Li Flying are both standing still. The world we are in is not real. Do you have evidence? We mythical beings suddenly appearing in your world, isn't that evidence? Li Flying couldn't help but speak, but if the world we are in is fictional,
Does that mean we ourselves are fictional?
Yes, Merlin nodded.
Li-Flying paused. Since it's like this, how can you, a false existence, question the reality of the world?
Merlin heard.
He was petrified in place, as if struck by lightning.
Lin Seven-Night said, "You claim to be a scholar searching for the true world. Have you found it?"
Merlin's eyes showed a hint of peculiarity.
"Yes, I have found it. I have used magic to communicate with a mysterious plane. Although I do not know its exact location, I can vaguely foresee that it is the true world."
Merlin's eyes widened more and more, as if he was underwater. Inside, there are all kinds of small houses, some in the shape of pineapples, some shops selling strange food, and it seems there is even a strange yellow cube. At this moment, Merlin excitedly danced around. The calm and wisdom in his eyes have long disappeared. "The real world, I saw the real world." Then he burst out a pink smoke in place. After a moment, he turned into a pink sea star. He danced around, saying, "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish."
"SpongeBob?"
The young man was once a talented student named Lin Seven-Night at the same school. After the Nanda Serpent Yogwai incident, he disappeared without a trace. Today, the youth unexpectedly appeared in the sewers of Songnan. What exactly is his purpose? The movement in the ward caught Nix's attention at this moment. The next second, she saw a pink starfish running towards her. Even though the starfish had short legs, it still made the two people behind it out of breath trying to catch up. Suddenly, the starfish saw Nix sitting on a rocking chair and Mr. Krabs.
"You are here too,"
said the starfish. Nix then fell into contemplation.
"Are you also my grandson?"
Then she tremulously reached out her hand, embraced Patrick Star Merlin, and tearfully said,
"Grandson, Grandma is here."
Lin Seven-Night looked at the scene where one person was calling Mr. Krabs, while another person was calling a good grandson, expressing serious speechlessness. He softly said to Li-Flying,
"I think I probably know where he is sick."
Li-Flying responded,
"This scene seems unexpectedly touching."
Lin Seven-Night said in a doctor's tone,
"The real world has become Merlin's inner demon. I don't know what kind of magic circle he used to transmit his consciousness over there.
Whether that is the real world remains unknown, but without a doubt, it has had a strange effect on his mental consciousness, ultimately leading to mental instability. Li-Flying feels a bit of a headache. What should we do?" Lin Seven-Night said that he was relatively normal before mentioning the real world. "Anyway, let's first give him a sedative injection to see if he can return to his original state. Who will go and administer the injection to Li-Flying? What do you think?" The little caregiver, who was exploited by the unscrupulous boss, immediately pulled out a large syringe. After chasing for a long time, he finally pinned Patrick Star Merlin to the ground. Nix quickly followed, shouting,
"Little Flying, that's your brother. You can't be so rough on him."
In the end, Li-Flying successfully completed this arduous task, and Nix suddenly quieted down.
"This work is too damn exhausting,"
Nix muttered while looking around for my grandson. Lin Seven-Night stepped forward to check and found that Merlin's consciousness was somewhat cloudy, likely due to the aftermath of confusion. Meanwhile, Li-Flying on the side was scolded by Nix.
"Bad child."
After a round of turmoil, Lin Seven-Night felt listless. Right now, what he cares about the most is Merlin. Although the illness is severe, as long as the real world is not mentioned, they can still communicate normally. Therefore, the most important thing is to find a way to treat it. I don't know when. Outside the window is already covered in silver. Lin Seven-Night pushed the door and went out. He found a girl who was as swift as a startled swan in the howling wind of the gun. She was dancing swiftly in the open courtyard. "Red Tassel, sister, do you practice spear early every day?" After listening, Red Tassel's figure lightly landed and nodded. The master said,
"If you don't practice martial arts for one day, you will regress 100 days of training."
I started learning the spear, and have been practicing it diligently every morning for 12 years. Lin Seven-Night raised his eyebrows and said,
12 years. So Red Tassel, how old are you? Red Tassel responded indignantly. Can you casually ask a girl about her age? Go, sister will make breakfast for you. What they didn't notice was a gray little mouse silently watching everything on the roof of the house. Songnan City. In the complex sewer system, dense rats surged like a tide, silently and swiftly moving through the passages to arrive at a vast and dark underground cavern. Black and white pieces were interspersed on a chessboard, next to which stood a young man in a black cloak. He reached out and grabbed a rat from the swarm, and instead of panicking, the surrounding rats crawled obediently on the ground. The rat in his hand squeaked. The next moment, a faint glow shot from his fingertips and into the head of the rat. The rat immediately shuddered and stood still in his hand. This ability comes from the serpent species of the Nanda serpent yugwai. The serpent species of the Nanda serpent yugwai use artificial serpent yugwai neurons to link the consciousness of other beings, enabling manipulation and shared perspectives. The young man calmly said, "Let's temporarily name these fourth-generation artificial serpent yugwai neurons as fish species. With these fish species, we can control any movement in Songnan. When there are mysterious appearances, I will definitely be able to find it before Night Watcher." The young man slowly took off his hat, revealing himself as an fishing, who had been unseen for a long time. The shared vision of the fish species told him that the current situation in Songnan is very delicate. Dozens of people fleeing from the flowing stage at Fasting Hall, the mad scorpion mercenary who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago, a woman suspected to be from the ancient gods cult, and even 2C stage experts who are deeply hidden. And all of these pieces are in positions unfavorable to Lin Seven-Night. Should I remind him? After a while, it seems he has made up his mind. After all, we went through hardships together. This time, let me help you out. Since I have read so much, I might as well pay attention to it. The youth simply made a light stroke. He shocked the entire mad scorpion mercenary. Just because of the effect in the abyssal deity ruins. All modern weapons have turned into a pile of scrap metal. Just a while ago, Captain Braised Pork Belly Southern Siong and Roasted Suckling Pig Red Tassel enthusiastically walked on the street carrying plates full of dishes and meat, shouting cheerfully. Little South timidly whispered, "Red Tassel, can you please not be so showy? People are giving us strange looks." Red Tassel, on the other hand, doesn't care about it. Why bother caring about other people's opinions? What's wrong with being happy during the new year? That's right, Seven-Night's younger brother. I'm quite speechless about this older sister, Lin Seven-Night. By the way, did anything mysterious happen during the days I was away? Red Tassel thought about it, and yes, there was a lizard from the pond stage. Dealing with it was actually quite simple. However, strangely, when the logistics personnel collected the body, they found only half of the body remaining. Lin Seven-Night furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that someone is secretly collecting mysterious bodies? At that moment, a dark figure shot straight toward Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night, who possesses the divine realm of the mortal world, was the first to react. Lin Seven-Night and Red Tassel immediately raised their heads to look. They saw a figure in a black cloak standing on top of the tall building. The shadow cast by the hood perfectly covered his face. Red Tassel snorted coldly. "Seeking death!" She threw the 2 large bags in her hands to Lin Seven-Night. She swayed and then chased after the person who was leaving. This kind of forceful arrow hit may not necessarily be fatal, and there was no explosion as imagined. What kind of sneak attack is this by Lin Seven-Night and see Little South? Lin Seven-Night observed the small arrow and unexpectedly found a rolled-up piece of paper at the arrow's tail. He opened it in his palm, and the next second, Lin Seven-Night's pupils suddenly contracted. He also threw all the bags to see Little South. "You take these back first. I still have things to do." Then he ran to the other side of the road. Just because there was a note written on the paper saying, "Old Town 3901, someone wants to harm your family." The characters on it are crooked, clearly written by someone using their left hand,
with the intention of not revealing their identity. At this time, maternal aunt and a Jin are busy preparing for the Chinese New Year. Maternal aunt went to the store to get a big Fu character and stuck it on your brother's door. Since the child is far away from home, a regular Fu wouldn't suffice. Yang Jin smiled lightly and said, "Mom, where is there a distinction between near and far in this Fu?" The maternal aunt glared at him and said, "What does a child like you know? This is called it is better to believe that it exists than to believe it does not. Your brother must be having a tough time living abroad. After using this talisman, I hope that some kind of god can bless him. Danger is approaching outside the low building. Reports targeting one by one, with the maternal aunt as the target. The information is being collected by the man. And they are the Mad Scorpion mercenary, who are targeting Lin Seven-Night's family." Scorpion number 1 said that according to the Snake Lady, if the target individual does not appear tonight, they will take this woman and child hostage and hand them over to her for disposal. Scorpion number 3 sneered, saying, "When did Mad Scorpion become a woman's lackey again for the Snake Lady?" This statement was immediately interrupted by Scorpion number 1, because they both were once in desperate straits and chose to believe in the ancient god's cult. If we go against the Snake Lady's intentions, it means we are violating the divine covenant. Not only will Scorpion number 3 harm themselves, they will also drag down the entire Mad Scorpion mercenary group. Scorpion number 7 also has doubts. If the target is the double god agent, and they truly appear, will we be able to deal with them? Scorpion number 3 continues, "Even if we can't handle it, isn't there the believer the 16th seat, a strong individual who is just half a step away from reaching the C stage?" "The believer?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the car. A touch of darkness swiftly enveloped the entire van with Lin Seven-Night at the center. "Please tell me what that thing called a believer that you just discussed is." Scorpion number 3 is, after all, a seasoned warrior. He reaches out to grab the submachine gun beside him. But Lin Seven-Night has already anticipated his anticipation. He lightly traces his fingertip on the car door. The assault rifle suddenly exploded. Under the smoke and dust is Lin Seven-Night's expression of deserved punishment. Scorpion number 3 helplessly stepped out of the car. "You, who play with chemistry, are bullying me, who plays with physics." He wants the person in front of him to know that the more pretentious he is, the more satisfying it is when he gets slapped in the face. I'm speechless. Please bear with me. I'll go look for resources again. They are clearly the mercenary group with the highest task completion rate. But they repeatedly suffered losses in front of the young boy. Only because the young boy is the greatest in the history of Great Xia. The one and only dual god agent. Just now, Scorpion number 3 was holding a short knife and stabbing towards Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night slightly stepped back half a step, and the tip of the short knife slid across his skin, leaving no trace of injury. Seven-Night quickly struck Scorpion number 3's wrist with his left hand, causing the short knife in his hand to slip away. Scorpion number 3 suddenly had a black short-barreled assault rifle in his left hand at some point. He aimed at Lin Seven-Night's head and started firing off a round. Under the pouring bullets, there was the flickering silhouette of Lin Seven-Night's figure. Next, Lin Seven-Night reached out and twisted in the void. The barrel of the assault rifle was twisted into a twist. The spraying bullets could not burst out. Suddenly, the Scorpion number 3 exploded in his hand, while Lin Seven-Night stepped on the hilt. The knife was caught firmly by him. Immediately, the knife hovered at Scorpion number 3's throat. I'll ask you again, what is the believer? A touch of darkness emanated from Lin Seven-Night's body. Although abyssal corruption cannot currently control the minds of humans, the pain it causes is definitely nightmare level. Scorpion number 3 quickly saw its psychological defenses collapse. According to his description, the believer is a subsidiary organization of the ancient gods cult. Official members of the ancient gods cult are all composed of agents of the divine. Although each individual is powerful, their numbers are scarce. Therefore, the church absorbs some non-agents of the divine, who are strong as peripheral members. Each believer must form a soul contract with one of the deities in the church and henceforth unconditionally obey the arrangements of that deity. The deity worshipped by the Mad Scorpion mercenaries is the ancient god's cult's agent Medusa, codenamed Snake Lady. Lin Seven-Night lightly waved his hand, and Scorpion number 3's blood splattered on the spot. The name Snake Lady made him frown, simply because it bombed the training camp. It is suspected that this Medusa agent's target this time is himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a barely perceptible soft sound came from the distant rooftop. If Lin Seven-Night had been half a beat slower in his reaction, he would have lost his life directly. He's a sniper. Given his mental power coverage range, typically, ordinary firearms pose little threat to him, but sniper rifles are a different story. Because the bullet travels at a speed of about 1,000 meters per second, while Lin Seven-Night's mental perception is only 100 meters, and the opponents clearly have two snipers. Just as he was considering how to respond, the sound of gunfire rang out from a third direction. And the trajectory indicates that the third sniper is a friendly personnel. A call came from a distant rooftop, but Scorpion number 9 is unable to respond anymore. It was him who was shot just now. 100 meters away, a man in black is crawling in the snow. A wisp of smoke rises from the sniper rifle in his hand and dissipates gradually. It is Lung Xian. His scope is firmly locked onto the second sniper hiding behind the gauze curtain, Lung Xian, his eyes cold and sharp. Another bullet goes through the enemy's head. He moved his gaze away from the scope. It's up to you now. The second sniper's head was shot by Lung Xian, and Lin Seven-Night looked in a certain direction. His spiritual perception told him that 4 people were approaching. The 4 enemies charging straight at them had their gun barrels spewing tongues of fire wildly. The gun barrels had been soundproofed, and under the falling snowflakes, not a single sound could be heard. He took advantage of the moment when the enemy was reloading their magazines. Lin Seven-Night waved his hands, and 2 black boxes stood out in the air. Disperse. The enemies don't know what they are. The target also turned toward the 2 black boxes. At this moment, the abyssal deity ruins in the snowfield opened up, like a dark stain. Lin Seven-Night reaches out to manipulate. 2 straight knives shoot out from the black box. Scorpion number 4 is shocked as the straight knives are close at hand. He decisively uses the gun in his hand to smash towards a handle. On the other side, he draws a short knife from behind. He barely manages to block the other handle. It's just that what he didn't expect is Lin Seven-Night moves like a ghost. He is controlling the straight knife. He has appeared above him. Okay. A small amount does not make one a gentleman. Without poison, one is not a true man. Who would have thought that the entire Mad Scorpion mercenary was just a sacrifice for Scorpion number 1? Just because he is one.
He snatched the dagger from the mercenary. He immediately followed up with a flying kick, striking the mercenary in the head. The mercenary was kicked out 5 to 6 meters. Lin Seven-Night wielded 2 long knives in the reverse grip and chased after the mercenary. This move nailed both long knives into the mercenary's body. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The other scattered mercenaries also drew their weapons and charged towards Lin Seven-Night. They realized that firearms were useless against this kind of monster. Lin Seven-Night pulled out a long knife from one of the mercenaries on the ground, thinking to himself, Mad Scorpion should have 9 people. 2 have died at my hands. As for the remaining 5, one has yet to show up. But of the 4 mercenaries left at the moment, taking turns to attack would be enough to entangle him. At this moment, in the hallway of Lin Seven-Night's house, a man lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked out the window at the mercenaries fighting with Lin Seven-Night, and disdainfully snorted. A bunch of fools. Such incompetence yet dare to be the believer under Lady Snake. Embarrassing. This person is Lu Liang, the believer in the flowing stage, occupying the 16th seat. He took 2 puffs before tossing the cigarette butt away, mumbling to himself as he went upstairs. To subdue that monster, all I need to do is to catch the woman and child upstairs. Such a simple task, yet 3 or 4 people ended up dead. In this world, being cautious never goes wrong. Getting things done relies on using your brain, not just brute force. Lu Liang arrived at the floor where Lin Seven-Night's house was located, but he was taken aback. He looked at the black dog lying at the doorway of Lin Seven-Night's house and couldn't help but wonder, where did this dog come from? It's so ugly. On New Year's Eve, on the streets downstairs from Lin Seven-Night's house in Songnan City, Lin Seven-Night fought alone against 4 mercenaries, and the battle was intense and hard to distinguish. Suddenly, the 2 mercenaries behind Lin Seven-Night took advantage of the distraction of the front battle and launched a surprise attack. Lin Seven-Night suddenly turned around, with golden light shining in his eyes like flowing sand. The terrifying divine authority instantly erupted. 2 mercenaries charging forward were instantly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Lin Seven-Night has never shown any mercy towards enemies. With a swift motion, she severed the throats of the 2 men. The blade cut so deep that even their spines were visible. Watching the 2 men fall, Lin Seven-Night expressionlessly shook the blood off the blade. The hot blood dripped to the ground, melting the layers of accumulated snow. The remaining 2 mercenaries felt a chill in their hearts. Even with 4 people attacking, they couldn't take them down. With only the 2 of them left, where would they still have a chance? One of the mercenaries quickly took out a walkie-talkie and shouted frantically, "Scorpion number 1! Scorpion number 1, why haven't you made a move yet?" Lin Seven-Night would not bother listening to his nonsense, swiftly wielding the 2 guns on the ground at abyssal deity ruins. He turned the gun barrel and aimed at the 2 mercenaries behind him. At this moment the 2 finally understood completely. What stood before them was not some teenager of a dozen years old, but a figure comparable to a monster. Gunshots rang out shortly after. The 2 fell into a pool of blood with gunshot wounds, while at the same time, heavy footsteps approached from a distance and drew closer. Lin Seven-Night frowned and looked at the newcomer, saying, "Are you Scorpion number 1? Unfortunately, you are too late." Scorpion number 1 glanced at the body on the ground, laughing inexplicably. "Late? No, my friend, I arrived just in time." While speaking, Scorpion number 1 began to take off his tactical vest, shirt, and gloves. In no time, he had completely removed his upper body clothing. Next, Scorpion number 1 picked up the pendant hanging from his neck. He gently kissed it on top. Red light suddenly appears in the mist, shining brightly like a high-powered LED on the pendant, dazzlingly bright. Scorpion number 1's smile is even more radiant, showing that he is very happy and even eager to explain to Lin Seven-Night. Inside this pendant, it is the forbidden ruins of sequence 209. It quickly absorbs the blood of all dead creatures within its range, gaining their power and stacking it up. This is a treasure. Those fools have no idea that I have this thing. As he spoke, the blood on those corpses quickly gathered towards Scorpion number 1's pendant. Wait until a few corpses have turned into mummies. Scorpion number 1 suddenly grabs the pendant, laughing sinisterly. "I never thought I could defeat a dual god agent with these few useless people. Their only purpose is to become my sacrifices." Lin Seven-Night can feel that the opponent's stage is rapidly rising. The quantitative change has caused a qualitative change, and it has already reached the flowing stage. Lin Seven-Night doesn't want to listen to his nonsense and directly pointed the barrels of 2 guns at Scorpion number 1. Then the 2 guns suddenly opened fire. But Scorpion number 1 is extremely fast. Ordinary firearms simply cannot keep up with his speed. Just in an instant, he appeared by Lin Seven-Night's side. He suddenly leaped up and slashed towards Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night raised his 2 knives to block the blow. But Lin Seven-Night could feel that the force of this blow was extremely powerful, and the speed was faster than his own, almost completely overpowering him. At one point, the 2 of them were exchanging moves back and forth, making it difficult to distinguish between them. The field was almost entirely filled with the afterimages left by the 2. Suddenly, Scorpion number 1 stabbed towards Lin Seven-Night's chest and abdomen. Lin Seven-Night pressed down with both hands, grabbing the long handle. But Scorpion number 1 countered with a backhand strike. He raised both hands in front of Lin Seven-Night. For a moment the whole chest was wide open. Scorpion number 1 lunged forward aggressively, stepping on Lin Seven-Night's chest with 1 foot. Lin Seven-Night was kicked back and flew out, crashing into the wall on the street. He took a deep breath and quickly stood up. But at this moment Lin Seven-Night's phone rang. The ringtone was actually the theme song from the Smurfs. Lin Seven-Night quickly took out his phone and found that it was a call from his maternal aunt. Before he could react, Scorpion number 1 had already approached and kicked towards Lin Seven-Night's head with a high whip leg kick. He quickly ducked his head to dodge, then took advantage of the situation to spin on one foot. He kicked Scorpion number 1's shin with a sweep kick. But this kick was ineffective. Scorpion number 1 not only didn't fall but didn't even flinch. Instead, he pushed Lin Seven-Night back. Scorpion number 1 took advantage of the opportunity to chase after Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night had to quickly toss the phone aside to avoid it being damaged. Scorpion number 1 couldn't help but laugh as the continuous ringing sounded. He asked, "Is that the home phone? The woman? Or the child?" "Yes, today is New Year's Eve. They should be wanting to ask you how you are doing outside and if you have prepared a New Year's Eve dinner." When it comes to this, Scorpion number 1 once again attacked Lin Seven-Night, who could only lift his sword to defend. At the stalemate, Scorpion number 1 continued to provoke Lin Seven-Night by saying, "What a warm family they must be. They probably have no idea you are so close to them, fighting for your life." Scorpion number 1 said, and with a sudden forceful movement, he pushed Lin Seven-Night back once again. Lin Seven-Night's mental power is close to its limit at this point. The abyssal deity ruins cannot be sustained for much longer. The battle must be resolved quickly. Upon thinking this, Lin Seven-Night took a deep breath and rushed towards Scorpion number 1 suddenly. Scorpion number 1 laughed out loud. The battle is not over yet. At the moment when the two were about to make contact, Lin Seven-Night's footsteps changed suddenly, started circling around Scorpion number 1 at high speed. Even the snowflakes stirred up formed into a tornado. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night rushed out of the snow curtain. He appeared behind Scorpion number 1. Scorpion number 1 reacted quickly, swiftly turning around to block. But at this moment, Scorpion realized something was wrong. Lin Seven-Night only had a knife in hand at this moment, and suddenly reached back with his hand. He pinched his 2 fingers together and made a slash in the air. Scorpion number 1 suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from behind, and the sound was clearly approaching close, completely unavoidable. In an instant, the missing long knife had already pierced into Scorpion number 1's back. Scorpion number 1 staggered. He finally fell to the ground with unresolved resentment and could not get up again. Completely dead. Lin Seven-Night is also nearing exhaustion, half kneeling on the ground. He picked up his own phone. He took a deep breath and answered his maternal aunt's call, hearing her worried voice coming from the other end. "You, my child, have been calling for so long without answering. How come you didn't actively call home during the Chinese New Year?" Lin Seven-Night glanced at the bodies on the ground and forced a smile, saying, "Maternal aunt, I was just communicating with my comrades. I didn't check my phone and was planning to call you later." Upon hearing this, the maternal aunt's tone softened as well, saying, "All right, at least you have a conscience, kid. How are you doing in the army?" Lin Seven-Night reached down and picked up the pendant that had fallen off Scorpion number 1, while continuing to listen to the maternal aunt's chatter. "I'll tell you, little knight, I'm still stewing fish in this pot. The flavor is really good now, but unfortunately you are not at home." Lin Seven-Night suddenly looked up at the fireworks blooming in the sky. He said to his maternal aunt on the microphone, "Maternal aunt, Happy New Year. The peace of 1,000 households always needs someone to quietly guard." On New Year's Eve, just after a big battle, Lin Seven-Night, who had just called his maternal aunt, felt a little melancholy at this moment. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, staring blankly at the lights of thousands of families under the fireworks. Lin Xian appeared on the rooftop silently and asked softly, "Why, do you regret it?" Lin Seven-Night shook his head firmly. "No regrets. These lights must be guarded by someone." Lin Xian approached and leaned on the fence. "You won't be able to go back in a short time. The more often you go back, the more people will notice this place." Lin Seven-Night nodded. Lin Xian continued, "Actually, even if you don't come today, they won't get into trouble. The team leader went to your house to deliver materials and posted a forbidden item notice right at your doorstep that day. The forbidden item, named Unending, appears to be a transparent small piece of paper, but it can unfold into a miniature forbidden ruins. Once someone tries to break open Unending with forbidden ruins, it will transport you, your maternal aunt, and younger brother to the basement of the office. This thing is not cheap, but each member of our 16th squad has one to protect their family members." Lin Seven-Night has some doubts. How is this achieved? Lin Xian chuckled lightly. "Otherwise, why do you think the captain is so poor? Let's go, you can't eat the New Year's Eve dinner at this house. But another home will always welcome you." Before long, the two returned to the office and saw that several dishes had already been placed on the table. As Red Tassel was enjoying a chicken leg, Lin Seven-Night and the others tidied up a bit and then also started to help out. When he brought out the bowls he was still asking, "By the way, Sister Red Tassel, did they catch the person with the flying wooden stick?" Red Tassel shrugged. "No, that guy ran really fast. I didn't dare chase him with forbidden ruins in the city in broad daylight." Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment. "I think he probably means no harm, it's just his identity." Before Lin Seven-Night could finish speaking, Chan Wilderness's voice came in. "Fish soup is ready." Chan Wilderness carried a large pot of fish soup and was followed by C. Little South, who was carrying dishes as they walked in. Wu Southernsiang looked at the table full of dishes and smiled bitterly, saying, "Captain, don't bother anymore. We have enough dishes. You have all been busy for 2 hours. Sit down and eat quickly." As everyone gathered around the dining table and raised their glasses, Chan Wilderness said, "This year, old friends have passed away, new friends have joined, and a lot has happened. But once again, we have successfully guarded this city for a whole year." Chan Wilderness then bowed to the crowd and said, "I want to thank each and every one of you on behalf of the countless beings in Songnan City. By this time next year we will still be sitting here, not missing a single person." Speaking of this, Chan Wilderness raises his glass. "Then let's raise our glasses, cheers and Happy New Year." On the other side, in the theme hotel, Bailey Fatty opened a can of beer and handed it to Shin Azure Bamboo, saying, "Come on, swagger dude, this year, the three of us can only celebrate the new year together." Shin Azure Bamboo glanced at the beer. "During work I don't drink." Fatty grinned, "Don't worry. My bodyguards are already here. Even if you drink too much, it's not a problem." Shin Azure Bamboo was about to refuse again, but Fatty smirked and said, "This is the boss's order." Shin Azure Bamboo smiled bitterly and said, "Well, okay." The three raised their glasses and clinked them together. "Tonight we won't return until we're drunk." They had a night of no talk, and early in the morning, Lin Seven-Night was awakened by the biological clock with sleepy eyes. He arrived at the restaurant to see Wen Inkwisher, who was sleeping with his head tilted back, drooling, and Red Tassel, who was sprawled on the table, talking in his sleep. And outside at this time, it is the first day of the new year, with the sound of firecrackers resounding non-stop. Lin Seven-Night came to the courtyard of the office to start shoveling snow. At this moment he was still thinking about things. Tomorrow was the last day of the holiday, but so far no high-stage person had come to attack, especially that agent snake lady Medusa. Suddenly Lin Seven-Night's ears twitched, hearing a different sound. It seems like there's an explosion mixed in with the firecrackers. And isn't that the direction of the inn where Fatty and the others are staying? As expected by Lin Seven-Night, an explosion just occurred in the room where Fatty and the other three are staying. Shin Azure Bamboo and Chow Abyss are breaking through the window. And the two of them have already thrown Fatty down first. As soon as the two of them landed, they grabbed Bailey Fatty and ran off without looking back. While running, Shin Azure Bamboo even used the Forbidden Ruins technique. He extinguished the flames in the exploding room. Fatty was panting as he ran behind the two of them. Unfortunately, stamina was never his strong suit. Chow Abyss scolded while dragging him to run. "I've been telling you to drink less, but you never listen. The enemies are already attacking, and you're not even sober yet." Suddenly, Shin Azure Bamboo rushed to the front of the two. He shielded the two with his back as four figures gradually emerged in the swirling wind and snow in front of them. Shin Azure Bamboo and Chow Abyss are on edge, ready for anything. Just then Fatty burped. He waved towards the four figures. The four figures in the wind and snow gradually became clear, approaching and kneeling down together. Earth, fire, wind, water, the fourfold forbidden wielder. "We have met the young master." Shin Azure Bamboo and Chow Abyss were baffled by this. Goodness, are they on the same team? Fatty came down from Chow Abyss and explained, "Let me introduce you. This is one of the four forbidden wielders of our Bailey family, as well as my personal bodyguard team." Shin Azure Bamboo and Chow Abyss were still in shock, murmuring, "Forbidden wielder?" Fatty laughed. "A forbidden item of high risk level. Only the right owner can bring out the maximum effectiveness. This type of person is referred to as a forbidden wielder by our Bailey family. And these four all have the combat power of the flowing stage. They can even take on the sea stage if they work together, so we are very safe." Speaking of the forbidden wielder, a red-haired woman picked up a bag still dripping blood and said, "Young master, all three enemies at the flowing stage have been eliminated. Please rest assured. In addition, according to your instructions, the entire inn was booked in advance, so no one was injured." Bailey Fatty nodded and said, "Well done." Suddenly, the white-haired woman frowned. She said, Young master, there are enemies approaching nearby. Please wait here, I will be back soon. As Fatty waved his hand, the 4 figures all disappeared at once. Chow Abyss scratched his head. Is this the true power of money manipulation? Shanazar Bamboo was a bit puzzled. So why did you hire me? Fatty thought for a moment. Maybe it's to have 3 people play landlord together? On the other side, the new recruits' training camp. At this time, only the instructors were eating in the cafeteria. After all, the new recruits were all allowed to go out and have fun. Just as the few people were talking, the door was heavily pushed open. Everyone stood up and saluted when they saw the newcomer. Hello, sir. The person who walked in. It's Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang at this moment has a fierce look on his face towards Instructor Hong. His eyes are not angry, but they exude a powerful aura as he looks towards some of the instructors. Ancient God's cult lays its secret snare. A tempting shade drifts through the frosted air. Along the fated road, the serpent's eyes await. Snake Lady meets Lin Boy in deadly fate. Training camp canteen on New Year's Day. When all the instructors were eating around the dining table, the canteen door was forcefully pushed open. Instructor Hong and Chief Instructor Yuan Gang walked in. Yuan Gang had a stern expression, exuding authority without anger. He looked towards one of the instructors and asked, "Why?" The instructor being stared at was taken aback, a little surprised, and asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Instructor Hong took out his notebook and said, "During the 3rd off-campus extreme training of the new recruits, you disappeared from surveillance for 2 hours. Where did you go?" Before the person could respond, Instructor Hong continued, "On the day the training camp was attacked, you sent encrypted messages twice using a satellite phone. You." Before Instructor Hong could finish speaking, the instructor suddenly roared, "Enough! Stop talking. I don't want to. They grabbed my parents from my hometown, I have no choice." The instructor banged his head hard against the table, demonstrating the regret in his heart. Yuan Gang still looked down at him expressionlessly. "You don't need to say these words to me. When we reach the Night Watcher's judgment court in Shangjing City, someone will naturally ask." He then turned his head to look at the other 2. "And you too, Wanga Wu Ruatong? I never expected to have 3 undercover agents in my small recruit training camp." The 2 exposed individuals suddenly drew their weapons. Then they rushed towards Yuan Gang. But Yuan Gang didn't move at all, and a golden light suddenly burst out from his body. The golden light immediately shook off the 2 people who were about to pounce. After the 2 people landed, they struggled to get up. They looked at Yuan Gang with a surprised smile. "Yuan Gang, Lord Murmurs asked us to bring you a gift." As they finished speaking, bumps of varying sizes quickly rose on their bodies. Yuan Gang frowned slightly upon seeing this, and golden light emanated from the soles of his feet as he took a step. In an instant, a golden light shield enveloped the 2 fallen instructors, followed by a massive explosion sound. Instructor Hong, watching this scene, could not help but say, "Murmur? So they've been brainwashed. When did the people from the ancient gods' cult strike?" As the light shield gradually dissipated, there were no longer the figures of the 2 instructors on the ground, only a pool of blood. Yuan Gang's eyes filled with anger. This farce has gone on for too long. It's time to end it. In the snowstorm on top of the tallest signal tower in Songnan City, a figure shrouded in mystery stood at the summit. She is none other than Medusa's agent, Snake Lady. She is looking down at the entire Songnan City with a mocking gaze. Suddenly, the phone rang beside her. She answered the phone. A voice on the other end said, "Several people embedded in the training camp have exposed Yuan Gang. He has left the camp. You don't have much time left." Snake Lady chuckled with some regret. "Ending so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet." The voice on the other end said, "I think I need to remind you that you didn't come to Songnan just to have fun." The voice on the other side paused for a moment and continued, "You are still a newcomer to the ancient gods cult, and your stage is not high. This time, you contacted Lin Seven-Night mainly for recruitment. If you really can't recruit him, just let Han Cloud make a move and make sure to kill him on the spot. With Han Cloud's strength, the only one in Songnan City who can defeat him head-on is Yuan Gang. But someone will hold back Yuan Gang." Snake Lady hung up the phone, looked at the city in the wind and snow, and muttered, "Besides Han Cloud and Yuan Gang, is there also a sea stage hidden in the city?" She tossed Lin Seven-Night's photo into the vast snow as she spoke. She lazily stretched her body. "It's time to meet Agent Shuangshan." On the other side, Lin Seven-Night, who finished shoveling snow and carried 2 knives on his back, was about to go out when Chan Wilderness happened to see him. Seven-Night, are you about to go out? Lin Seven-Night nodded. I'm going to pay a New Year visit. He was still worried about Fatty and the others and planned to go check on them. Chun Wilderness did not stop him, nodded and let Lin Seven-Night go out. As soon as Lin Seven-Night left, Chun Wilderness then looked at Wu Southernxiang, who was sitting, and nodded slightly. Wu Southernxiang stood up and woke up the sleeping one Inkwisher. He said, Don't sleep, wake up and start working. On the other side, walking on the road is Lin Seven-Night. He suddenly sensed something was wrong and looked at the snow-covered ground by the roadside. He squatted down, reached out and rubbed the wall by the roadside a few times. A pair of vertical pupils carved on the wall came into view. Lin Seven-Night. Seeing this pattern, he furrowed his brows slightly. He turned his head and rubbed the ground again, only to discover that there were also many vertical pupiled eyes carved on the ground. Lin Seven-Night stood up and slowly closed his eyes. As he suddenly opened his eyes, abyssal deity ruins spread out. This time, the scene in front of Lin Seven-Night changed drastically. The sky and the ground were densely covered with snake eyes of various sizes. Lin Seven-Night's expression turned cold. This should be the Forbidden Ruins. Suddenly, a charming voice sounded. It seems that the rumored dual deity agent is not only intimidating in name. The real person also looks very handsome. Lin Seven-Night looked at the newcomer and asked expressionlessly, You are the snake lady, right? Are you here to kill me? The snake lady walked gracefully and said, Actually, I didn't intend to recruit you. They fancy you as a dual deity agent, but I don't care. After all, what truly pleases me is to snuff out a genius in the cradle. However, I have changed my mind now. The snake lady reached out and lightly touched the tip of Lin Seven-Night's hair, saying, Such a handsome face. It would be a pity to ruin it. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night drew his sword without any warning. He slashed down at the snake lady in front of him. However, the snake lady turned into a green light and disappeared. She reappeared on a big tree next to Lin Seven-Night. Young man, you are so rude. Didn't you let me finish what I was saying? Lin Seven-Night glanced at Snake Lady and said coldly, Not interested. Snake Lady suddenly burst into laughter. Then she hung upside down from a tree and laughed, saying, Are you a cool and domineering Zhao type? Come be my slave and submit to me at my feet. Speaking of which, Snake Lady's neck suddenly started twisting and distorting. She turned 2 or 3 times, looking at Lin Seven-Night with a sickly smile and said, I will ravage your body and dignity, giving you supreme pleasure. Just the thought of it excites me. What are you still hesitating about? This is what many men dream of. Come on, kneel at my feet and kiss my toes. Lin Seven-Night looked disgusted, thinking to himself that this woman might be a pervert. In the end, he really couldn't listen anymore. He swung his long knife with both hands and chopped towards the snake lady again. The snake lady once again turned into a green light and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Lin Seven-Night. Her voice gradually turned cold. Are you rejecting me? Lin Seven-Night turned his head slightly and said, Not only do I want to reject you, I also want to kill you. Upon hearing this, Snake Lady suddenly widened her eyes and the long hair flying above her head turned into poisonous snakes. She pulled a dagger from under her skirt, her eyes filled with killing intent as she looked at Lin Seven-Night. Then you, go die. Lin Seven-Night quickly held his double knives in front of him upon hearing these words. The Snake Lady instantly vanished. The next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Seven-Night and slashed towards his neck with a knife. Lin Seven-Night quickly lifted his 2 knives to block the attack. Lin Seven-Night looked at the dagger of the Snake Lady, and found that this item could not be controlled by the abyssal corruption. It should be a forbidden item exclusive to the Midisu agent. The Snake Lady looked at Lin Seven-Night, her eyes flashing with green light. Look into my eyes. Lin Seven-Night turned his head and sarcastically said, Am I supposed to turn into stone if I look at your eyes? Do I have a problem for looking into your eyes? He then turned around and slashed at Snake Lady. Snake Lady took 2 steps back to avoid the attack. Then the snakes on Snake Lady's head swelled rapidly, and several poisonous snakes pounced towards Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night jumped to dodge. With his eyes closed, Lin Seven-Night's mind quickly pondered the Snake Lady's various tricks: teleportation, petrification, and the snake hair. Fortunately, she is not at a high stage, otherwise he would have been defeated already. Judging from the strength of mental power, Snake Lady should be at the same pawn stage as himself. But why is the range of her forbidden ruin so large? In the meantime, the Snake Lady quickly moved to a tricky angle, and launched an attack from behind Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night used both blades to block it. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night looked at the landing point where Snake Lady had teleported to just now. Then he smiled. Snake Lady, I understand your trick now. The Snake Lady strikes where weak points lie. Divine authority ascends as Han Cloud draws nigh. Forbidden Wielder walks a perilous thread. In battle with Sea Stage dire dangers spread. As the battle rages on, Lin Seven-Night has already discerned the attack principles of Snake Lady from her every move. He loosened his right hand and swung the long knife backwards. Snake Lady was unable to dodge in time. Several snake heads on her snake hair were chopped off. Snake Lady quickly flashed away to dodge. The chopped off snake hair does feel pain. She is now looking at Lin Seven-Night angrily and roaring, seeking death. After she finished speaking, her green light flashed and disappeared again. Lin Seven-Night turned the long knife in his hand. He stabbed to the right just at that moment. Snake Lady is flashing in this direction now. Lin Seven-Night's long knife cut through Snake Lady's chest, splashing blood out. Snake Lady was startled and reappeared not far behind Lin Seven-Night. At this moment, Snake Lady was both shocked and scared, looking at the wound on her chest and unable to speak. Lin Seven-Night smiled with his eyes closed. At first, I thought those snake eyes on the street were just a trick you used to scare people. It wasn't until just now that I realized they are part of your ability itself. Your deity ruins ability uses those snake eyes to teleport to specific locations, creating the illusion of teleportation. Without the secret of teleportation, with your clumsy fighting skills, you are no match for me. As for the petrified snake eyes. Speaking of which, Lin Seven-Night opens his eyes, one black, blue and one golden, sneering at the Snake Lady. You can try. Let's see after we face off, who will be the first to petrify or die. As Lin Seven-Night's double deity ruins erupts, when facing this Snake Lady with divine authority, one can't help but feel mentally scattered, as if their head had exploded in an instant. The eyes are even more agonizing, with a piercing pain that feels like being gouged alive in the eyeballs. Lin Seven-Night took the opportunity while she was covering her eyes and unable to see. He rushed to the front of the Snake Lady with a knife in his hand. Then came a loud clash of gold and iron. But it was Lin Seven-Night who flew backwards. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He looked up and saw a young man with glasses holding a long spear standing in front of the Snake Lady. The young man glanced at Lin Seven-Night. Hello, I am Han Cloud, the believer, the 13th seat. Lin Seven-Night is on full alert. Just now, that strike from this Han Cloud was at least at the flowing stage peak, and it might even be the sea stage. Han Cloud, expressionless, said to the Snake Lady behind her, "You may leave." Snake Lady clicked her tongue, turned around and left. Her body gradually turned into a green shadow and disappeared. Lin Seven-Night did not stop him. He knew that with Han Cloud there, he couldn't kill Snake Lady himself. He stared at Han Cloud and asked, "Are you also here to recruit me?" Han Cloud's energy surged as he said emotionlessly, "I'm afraid I'm not here to recruit you but to kill you." Just as the two were about to engage in battle, a sudden golden light appeared in the sky. Lin Seven-Night was startled. Han Cloud's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia as he murmured, "Night Watcher's no restriction airspace, isn't it?" Then a golden light shot out a beam of light between the two of them. 6 figures gradually emerged. It was the full team of the 136th squad. Chun Wilderness looked at Han Cloud. The full team of the 136th squad is here. Who is looking for trouble? At the same time, on the other side of the lake, a figure smashed through the ice and sank into the water. A red-haired man watched the scene, his body emanating terrifying waves of sea stage. At this moment, 2 figures leaped from behind the red-haired man and attacked him. They were the 2 members of the Bily Fatty Forbidden Wielder bodyguard team. The 2 Forbidden Wielders joined forces to unleash a massive explosion. But in the next moment, the red-haired man broke through the smoke and dust of the explosion and rushed towards the 2 of them. Forbidden Wielder with red hair has not figured out the situation yet. He was punched by the red-haired man and smashed onto the icy surface. The Forbidden Wielder with white hair was about to launch an attack. The man with red hair took the first step and punched the Forbidden Wielder in the waist and abdomen. The force was so great that it lifted her whole body off the ground. Watching as both Forbidden Wielders were defeated, Chow Abyss, who was hiding not far away, whispered to Fatty beside him, "It seems like your bodyguards are about to lose." Fatty growled softly, "Shut your crow's mouth. Where did this crazy sea stage lunatic come from, relentlessly trying to kill me? With the 4 Forbidden Wielders teaming up, we can barely fight against sea stage. If this continues, we're all done for." Shin Azure Bamboo thought for a moment. How about you first settle the accounts for the past 2 days? At this moment, a water dragon suddenly drilled out of the hole smashed in the ice. The water dragon lifted 2 figures out of the water. It is the 2 forbidden wielders who were smashed through the ice and fell into the water. The man with red hair laughed wildly and rushed towards the 2 of them. The ice in front of him suddenly shattered. Several giant attacks came at him, but the red-haired man was extremely fast, dodging every single one of them. In a flash, he rushed to the front of the golden-haired forbidden wielder. He ruthlessly struck out with a palm, sending the whole forbidden wielder flying out. The man with red hair stopped his attack, looking at the injured forbidden wielder standing in front of Fatty and the others, and said with a smile, "Even the forbidden wielder of the Bailey family is no exception. They are all injured to this extent and still want to stop me." The forbidden wielders did not speak, but showed everything through their actions. The fierceness in the red-haired man's eyes grew stronger. He smiled and said, "Good, very good. Then all of you can just die together for me." C-stage emerges, Yuan Gang enters the battlefield. All forces of Songnan deploy in full formation. Trap Cloud encounters fierce and violent windstorms. In Netherhall, the Unseen begins the attack. At the mysterious C-stage, the red-haired man is about to eliminate several forbidden wielders. Bailey Fatty quickly stepped out and shouted, "Hold on. Wait a moment, you tell me how much were you paid by the one who hired you? I from the Bailey family will offer you 3 times that amount." The man with red hair raised an eyebrow. "Kit, do you think I am someone who lacks money?" Suddenly, the man with red hair's gaze sharpened. He glanced behind him and said with a smile, "You finally came." And at this moment, behind him appeared the figure of Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang gave him a once-over. "Are you releasing the C-stage aura so recklessly to chase and kill Bailey Daylight just to lure me over?" The red-haired man sneered. "So what? Since you're here, you won't be able to leave in a short time." Yuan Gang frowned. "Then you will have the opportunity to let another C-stage go and kill Lin Seven-Night, right? But why do you think that in this Songnan city the only one who can kill C-stage is me, Yuan Gang?" On the other hand, all members of Team 136 arrived at the battleground where Lin Seven-Night was fighting against Han Cloud. Han Cloud had a cold expression. "The Night Watcher team from Songnan, a 3rd-tier city, can't do anything to me yet." Team 136 ignored him, but Red Tassel approached and greeted Lin Seven-Night. "Seven-Night, little brother, we're here to save you." Lin Seven-Night smiled with a mix of gratitude and helplessness. "What a bunch of fools." Then he turned to Chun Wilderness and asked, "Captain, is that a C-stage? Can we defeat it?" Chun Wilderness drew out his knife and said, "Let's try." He stared at the person in front of him and said loudly, "Han Cloud, former captain of the Gusu City Night Watcher team, why did you willingly become a lackey of the ancient gods cult now?" Han Cloud's voice was emotionless. "When one day you see your own team members die in front of you, you will understand my choice." He finished speaking and stared intensely at Lin Seven-Night. "My target is only this young man. You can leave now, and I won't make things difficult for you. Don't make meaningless sacrifices." And his response was, Lung Xian answered by throwing out a grenade launcher. He aimed at Han Cloud and fired a high-explosive grenade. A violent explosion followed, lifting a huge fireball. Suddenly, the howling gale raised the Han Cloud and wielded the long spear to sweep away the fireball. But at this moment, Red Tassel has already rushed in front of Han Cloud. He raised his spear and smashed it down. Han Cloud didn't choose to directly block it. Instead he dodged and retreated. The next moment he appeared behind Red Tassel. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he suddenly felt a wave of guilt. When he looked down at Red Tassel again, he found the figure before him had transformed into someone else. He muttered in disbelief, "Ching ching." But the next second, Han Cloud's ashamed eyes refocused. "Not correct. Is this a Forbidden Ruins of the Spiritual Illusion class?" By the time he reacted, Red Tassel's long spear had already swept towards his chest and abdomen. Han Cloud changes his footwork. A strong gust of wind erupted around him as the center. The strong wind blew Red Tassel back and knocked him down. Han Cloud looked at Red Tassel but was actually speaking to an Inkwisher, saying Forbidden Ruins Sequence 180, Inner Demon Binding. When Inkwisher smiled and said, "It's not a formidable Forbidden Ruins, but it seems surprisingly effective against someone like you who is plagued by inner demons." Han Cloud's face showed a cold smile. "Is that so?" Next, the raging wind enveloped him like a rushing river. And the wind grew stronger and stronger. It has even gradually enveloped all 136 personnel. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Windstorm. Team 136 was blown all over the place by this sudden hurricane. Not to mention attacking, just staying upright was a challenge. Lin Seven-Night barely managed to stay upright by leaning on the straight knife in his hand. At this moment he has a clear understanding of how terrifying C-Stage's critical threat Forbidden Ruins really is. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night felt his whole body relax as the pressure brought by the fierce wind decreased sharply. Wu Southernxiang patted C Little South on the head. "Well done, Little South." Lin Seven-Night is a bit confused. "What's going on?" C Little South smiled and gestured with his fingers. Insulating veil can attach to the surface of the body, isolate external influences, repair injuries, and provide defense. Chun Wilderness took a step forward and looked directly at Han Cloud. 5 years ago, the team from Gusu City encountered the murmur of the ancient gods cult. 8 team members died, including 3 in the team's front line. At that time the team leader Han Cloud went missing. However, 2 years later he reappeared as the believer. Han Cloud frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want to say?" Chun Wilderness was frank and said, "I want to know if you joined the believer as a spy." Before he could finish speaking, Han Cloud interrupted. "You're overthinking it. Their soul contract is even more terrifying than you think. No matter what your purpose is, after signing the contract, you will only vanish into thin air and become their puppet completely. If one day you are left with only 2 choices, either fight to the death and die in battle with your teammates, or give up all dignity and freedom in exchange for the opportunity for others to survive, what would you choose?" Chun Wilderness frowned upon hearing this, with anger rising in his eyes. "They actually use such means to force you to sign the contract." Han Cloud smiled and said, "The ancient gods cult would only be more brutal than you think. Now I am just the believer's 13th seat. And I can't go back either." Chun Wilderness fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "I understand. I won't show any mercy to the believer." Han Cloud smiled when he heard this, a smile of relief, a smile that was heart-wrenching. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right." As Chun Wilderness unsheathed his long blade, his forbidden ruins unfolded in an instant. A simple yet sinister ancient building rose from the ground, enveloping everyone within. Lin Seven-Night gazed at the 3 words "The Nether Hall" on the plaque, deeply shaken. Wu Southernxiang explained, "This is the captain's Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, Black Impermanence." Lin Seven-Night exclaimed, "A Forbidden Ruins of such high sequence level should belong to a special team or the Shangjing Night Watcher team, right? Why did the captain come to Tsongnan City to become the captain of the 136th team?" At this point Han Cloud clearly recognized this Forbidden Ruins, surprised. "Is this Black Impermanence? Are you Chun Wilderness?" Chun Wilderness raised an eyebrow slightly. "So many years have passed. There shouldn't be many people who still know me." Han Cloud smiled and said, "Indeed, among the young people, not many know you. But 10 years ago, Shangjing Black and White Impermanence, the 2 heavenly geniuses, who doesn't know them? You suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. I never expected you to show up here in Tsongnan City. Why?" Chun Wilderness uttered 3 words. "I am willing." Han Cloud raised an eyebrow and said, "No, before you went missing, you were already at Flowing Stage. 10 years have passed, and White Impermanence has become the captain of the Shangjing team. Why are you still at Flowing Stage?" Chun Wilderness then uttered 4 words. "This is not important." Han Cloud nodded. "Indeed. Whether you know these things or not is no longer important to me." As he spoke, Han Cloud suddenly accelerated and attacked Chun Wilderness. Chun Wilderness took a step back to avoid the sweeping long spear coming towards him. His body quickly turned into a shadow. When he reappeared, he was already beside Han Cloud. Next he delivered a straightforward but extremely fast strike. This strike directly cut a gash in front of Han Cloud's chest. Blood gushed out. Beneath Impermanence's blade, even spirits quake with dread. It cleaves both flesh and soul, and steals the living's thread. Together to the grave, yet reborn beyond the strife. At azure bamboo's snapping fingers, the storm finds ease in life. He watched as the Han Cloud in front of him showed no signs of retreating. Chun Wilderness simply opened his Forbidden Ruins Black Impermanence, and the imposing the Nether Hall appeared out of thin air, shrouding everyone in a chilling ghostly aura. Han Cloud, unwilling to show weakness, rushed forward to battle Chun Wilderness. He was wounded by Chun Wilderness with just 3 moves to his chest. Chun Wilderness succeeded with 1 move. He directly slashed at Han Cloud again. 1 slash directly chopped off a large piece of the front door of the Nether Hall. Although the Nether Hall is just an embodiment of the Forbidden Ruins, it is not something that an ordinary person can destroy. One can imagine how terrifying this blow is. When Chan Wilderness turned his head, there was actually a wound on his face. Han Cloud replied, "You are strong, but in terms of stage you are not as good as me. This is a serious injury." Chan Wilderness nodded. "I know. So I didn't plan on defeating you alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Red Tassel's fiery red long spear spiraled with flames as it flew out from behind him, aiming directly at Han Cloud. Han Cloud slightly leaned to the side to dodge this strike, allowing the huge flames to burst behind him. He said expressionlessly, "With this kind of attack, you cannot defeat me." The only response to him was the bullet fired by Long Xian, who set up a sniper rifle in the distance and pulled the trigger. Han Cloud, although evading the shot with the side dodge, still felt somewhat surprised. Is this a custom-made sniper bullet? He didn't wait for an answer, but instead encountered a mixed doubles match between Chan Wilderness and Red Tassel. Lin Seven-Night looked at Wu Southernxiang beside him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going up?" Wu Southernxiang shook his head and said, "My Forbidden Ruins is special, it must be used at a critical moment, and I can't hold the knife now." Lin Seven-Night did not ask for details, nodded and said, "Then I will go first." With that he drew out his twin swords, activated the Forbidden Ruins, and rushed towards the battlefield. In the battlefield at this moment, Red Tassel is fighting against Han Cloud. Suddenly, Chan Wilderness appeared behind Han Cloud. Han Cloud intended to evade, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The person's spirit became confused once again. He knew. This is Wen Inquisher's inner demon binding. So he forcefully gathered his energy and broke free from Wen Inquisher's Forbidden Ruins. At this point, Wen Inquisher immediately spat out blood. After all, it was too much of a stretch for him to use the pond stage to influence the sea stage. Once he was freed by Han Cloud, he would naturally be backlashed by mental power. However, the moment he fought for was already enough for Chan Wilderness. Sure enough, when Han Cloud was still struggling to break free from the inner demon binding, Chan Wilderness had already arrived behind him and ferociously struck with a slash. With one slash, Chan Wilderness didn't hesitate to retreat immediately. However, the wound caused by the slash on Han Cloud was emitting a strange black gas. Han Cloud seemed to sense something and lifted up his left hand. His left hand at this moment seemed to be decaying. Chan Wilderness said coldly, "Under the blade of impermanence, the physical body can be cut, the soul can be cut, and the lifespan can also be cut." Han Cloud laughed, even laughed somewhat happily. "Is this black impermanence? Maybe I might really die here today." And at this moment Lin Seven-Night arrived. He slashed at Han Cloud's neck with one stroke. Han Cloud raised his spear to block, followed by a sweeping strike. He shook Lin Seven-Night away. He then wielded the long spear towards Lin Seven-Night and launched an attacking strike. Chan Wilderness and Red Tassel have arrived behind Han Cloud at this moment. The two of them consecutively launched attacks on Han Cloud. At one point they actually suppressed Han Cloud. At this moment, Han Cloud shuddered all over as a strong wind blew the two people in Chan Wilderness apart. Before he could take any action, Wu Southernxiang appeared behind him. He hugged him tightly at once. Chan Wilderness quickly grabbed one with each hand, pulling Red Tassel and Lin Seven-Night along as they turned and ran. Under Wu Southernxiang's cloak, one could faintly see a terrifying amount of explosives. Then there was a loud explosion. Accompanied by the explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Red Tassel and Lin Seven-Night were both stunned, while Chan Wilderness remained looking normal. Red Tassel asked uncertainly, "Captain, what's going on?" Chan Wilderness remained silent for a moment before explaining. "Don't worry, Southernxiang's Forbidden Ruins is about rebirth. Under the flowing stage he has 12 chances to be resurrected, he won't die." Lin Seven-Night thought, "Are there still such outrageous Forbidden Ruins in this world? No wonder they say that you must seize the opportunity when taking action." Red Tassel was somewhat incredulous. Has he always been fighting with this method? Chan Wilderness shook his head. No, a long time ago when he wasn't injured he wasn't like this. He was very strong back then. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, everyone saw Wu Southernxiang in the center of the explosion rapidly regenerating, waiting for his resurrection to be completed. Looking at the figure behind him with deep dread, all the chances of his final resurrection had been used up. He still couldn't kill him. Han Cloud, who looks like a wolf, looked at Wu Southernxiang and asked, "Are you undying from the Blue Rain team?" He responded, "Or the bullets shot by Long Xian?" Even if Han Cloud was hit by a bullet he still didn't fall. He muttered, Close call, you almost killed me. Then he thrust the long spear into the ground and said, What a pity. Next, I will make you witness the true great windstorm. He only saw him clasping his hands in front of his chest, countless streams of air spreading out from between his hands. The wind created by the airflow grew stronger and stronger, eventually even raising a terrifying howling sound. Lin Seven-Night looked at Han Cloud in front of him. He couldn't help but shout. He has a vortex in his hand. The power inside is extremely terrifying. Once it forms the no-restriction airspace, it will be torn to shreds on the spot. By then, the raging winds that are stirred up may be enough to flatten half of Tsongnan City. Han Cloud stared blankly at the wind eye in his hand. He seemed to be suggesting to solve the problem fundamentally. Time is running out for you. Lin Seven-Night was taken aback. Is Han Cloud hinting at something? Seeing this, everyone launched their attacks. But neither Long Xian's bullets nor Red Tassel's long spear could get close to Han Cloud. Wu Southernxiang said, There is a wind field around him where nothing can penetrate. We can't stop him. And Yuan Gang, accompanied by Bai Li Fatty, is heading this way from no-restriction airspace. Shin Azure Bamboo, who was running, suddenly stopped when Chao Abyss looked at him in surprise and asked, What's wrong? Can you see inside the no-restriction airspace? Shin Azure Bamboo shook his head and said, I can't see it, but I don't know why. Suddenly, I just want to snap my fingers inside. With the snap of the fingers, a sound rings out. The vortex that was about to take shape in Han Cloud's hand. In an instant, the smoke disperses and the clouds vanish. The members of Team 136 were all extremely surprised. How could such a large vortex just disappear like that? On the other hand, Han Cloud smiled and his expression was full of relief. He praised, Well done. Cloud seeks with all his heart to find release. Ancient God's Pact. Cloud seeks with all his heart to find release. Ancient God's Pact has seized his soul's peace. Fatty brings the watch with care. Yet the return to camp is delayed once more, unfair. Han Cloud was cornered and beaten badly by Team 136. He began to fully activate his Forbidden Ruins Great Windstorm as soon as he raised his hand. The fierce wind gathered in the palm of his hand. If not stopped, it will continue to build up force until completion. Half of Tsongnan will be leveled to the ground. But he just happens to have a strong wind protecting him, making it impossible for conventional attacks to get close to him. At this moment, Shun Azure Bamboo, who was among the trio that rushed here with Yuan Gang and Bai Li Fatty, suddenly stopped. He inexplicably snapped his fingers towards the no-restriction airspace in front of him. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the vortex formed by the Han Cloud dissipated into nothingness without a trace. The members of Team 136 were all dumbfounded. On the contrary, Han Cloud showed a relieved smile and even praised, Well done. Lin Seven-Night seemed to have a feeling and looked towards the side of no-restriction airspace. The no-restriction airspace there suddenly had a gap. Yuan Gang opened the barrier and let Fatty and others in. Fatty even asked, Swagger dude, why did you snap your fingers? Shin Azure Bamboo hesitated a bit. I don't know, maybe it's instinct. Lin Seven-Night looked at the few people walking towards him and understood roughly in his heart that Han Cloud's vortex was ultimately just extremely compressed air. However, Shun Azure Bamboo's Forbidden Ruins can manipulate the air. He only needs to create a vacuum around the vortex, and the vortex will naturally cease to exist. This is simply a perfect countermeasure in terms of specialization. Looking at the Han Cloud at this moment slowly descending, with a touch of loneliness and relief in the expression saying, Come. Yuan Gang's directly leaping towards Han Cloud. He is delivering a full force blow to Han Cloud. He strikes directly, causing Han Cloud to fall swiftly to the ground, raising a huge cloud of smoke. Han Cloud lay motionless in the giant pit that had been smashed open, but Yuan Gang had no intention of letting him off so easily. He launched a fierce attack against Han Cloud like a raging storm. The ground trembled continuously from his strikes. Chan Wilderness saw that the overall situation was settled, so he withdrew his Forbidden Ruins the Nether Hall, which gradually dissipated. Yuan Gang grabbed Han Cloud by the neck and lifted him up, saying in a deep voice, You were the former captain of the Gusu City Night Watcher Squad and are now the believer, the 13th seat, Han Cloud. You have fallen into my hands for the rest of your life. Go to the fasting hall to repent. Han Cloud looked up at him, his eyes full of pain and supplication. Suddenly a straight knife pierced through Han Cloud's heart, bursting out a large amount of fresh blood. Yuan Gang was shocked and shouted, Captain Chan, what are you trying to do? Captain Chan Wilderness pulled out a long knife expressionlessly, to kill. Yuan Gang looked at Han Cloud, whose breath was rapidly weakening, and growled. He is no longer a threat. His fate will be decided by the Court of Judgment at the Fasting Hall. Why do you have the right to kill him? Chun Wilderness glanced at him and said, anyone who wants to kill my team members must die. And for him this is also a kind of release. At this moment Han Cloud's face, released by Yuan Gang, carries a gentle smile. Suddenly Han Cloud whispered something. Chun Wilderness quickly bent down. Han Cloud said intermittently, be careful, Murmur will definitely come back and kill that young man. After saying this, Han Cloud completely lost vitality. Yuan Gang looked at Chun Wilderness, who stood up with a displeased expression, and questioned, Captain Chun, no matter what, this matter is not in line with the rules. Chun Wilderness didn't even look up and replied, if you think I'm acting improperly, then go complain to Xiao Pinch. After saying that, he turned around and coldly remarked, in Song Nan I Chun Wilderness make the rules. Then he walked towards the rest of the members of Squad 136. Looking at the departing Chun Wilderness, Yuan Gang's expression turned helpless as he muttered, this person's temper is still so strong. Red Tassel looked at the approaching Chun Wilderness and asked softly, Captain, what's the story with Han Cloud? Chun Wilderness sighed. Just a poor soul controlled by the ancient god's cult. Red Tassel scratched his head. But he seems really determined to kill Seven-Night. Can the ancient god's cult really control people so completely? Wu Southern Xiang nodded. Once the pact with the ancient god's cult is signed, it binds to the soul, starting to take effect from the very core of the mind. In other words, even if they are dissatisfied with the command, they cannot refuse or obstruct the execution of the command in any way. Little South's expression changed slightly, as if remembering something, sighed and said, wouldn't that be the same as being a puppet? Chun Wilderness nodded slightly. Yes, but some people are willing to be puppets and enjoy it, while others are in unbearable pain. Wu Southern Xiang shrugged. All right, it's the Chinese New Year. Let's not think about these things anymore. In any case, this battle is finally over. He then hugged Lin Seven-Night and said, Seven-Night, let's invite your friends over for dinner at our place tomorrow. Red Tassel also agreed. Yes. The next time we see you, it will be half a year from now. Chun Wilderness smiled and said, Southern Xiang is right. Before, both of you were targets of the ancient god's cult, so it wasn't convenient for you to gather together. Now that things have calmed down, as the host of Song Nan, it is only right for you to invite them over for a meal. Red Tassel volunteered and said, Come to my house. My house is quite spacious. Lin Seven-Night looked at everyone being so enthusiastic and smiled. Okay, I'll ask them, he said. Not long after, Lin Seven-Night stood at the front door of Red Tassel's mansion with Fatty and another person. Fatty said, somewhat surprised, Wow, Seven-Night, the accommodation conditions here are pretty good. Lin Seven-Night shook his head and replied, This is a friend's house. I am just staying temporarily. On the other side, Chow Abyss sniffed and said, I smell the aroma of meat. Shin Azure Bamboo looked puzzled. Aren't you a monk? Chow Abyss replied solemnly. No, I just have Buddha in my heart. Shin Azure Bamboo shrugged. Didn't you say you were inviting friends over for dinner? Why did you also invite me? Then he saw Lin Seven-Night, Fatty, and Chow Abyss staring at him as if he were an idiot. Fatty helplessly patted Shin Azure Bamboo. Can't you be a bit more modest? Calling you here obviously means, we think you've been doing a great job as a handyman these days. Shin Azure Bamboo roared. Damn it, Fatty, who are you with? The four playful individuals became obedient the moment they entered the room, except for Biley Fatty, who remained very lively. He is about to start giving out leaflets again. He only saw him coming to the side of Captain Chun Wilderness. Captain Chun, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Only this Rolex can barely match your style. Please accept it. Then he came to the side of Wu Southern Xiang. Brother Southern Xiang, I didn't bring anything good out this time. This is a specialty green ghost water from my home. Please do accept it. Later, he came to the side of Red Tassel. Sister Red Tassel, you are so beautiful. It's just that your wrist looks a bit empty. This Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet suits your temperament. When Inkwisher looked at the scene uncertainly and asked, Is Seven-Night the silly son of the landlord? I figured it out. This person is not bad, just a little slow-witted. On the other hand, Chow Abyss is holding a big bowl of food and chatting away. In the time it takes for a few people to chat, he has already polished off 2 big bowls. In the end, everyone was full and satisfied, so they cleaned up the dining table together. Before long, the training camp's bus had already arrived outside the gate. Lin Seven-Night and several others picked up their already prepared luggage and headed towards the shuttle bus. Fatty looked at the members of Team 136, seeing them off at the door, and said with a smile to Lin Seven-Night, "Seven-Night, the atmosphere in your team is great. I wish I could join you guys in the future." Chowabis nodded and said, "That's right, especially the captain. She cooks really delicious meals." Lin Seven-Night smiled and said, "There will be opportunities. Let's go, we should return to the training camp." Early in the morning, what woke up Lin Seven-Night was not the alarm clock, but Biley Fatty's loud snoring. The dream talk that bubbled out with him was, "I want to eat fried chicken, and something about this monkey." He got out of bed, picked up a slipper and threw it at Fatty's head. Fatty jumped up and exclaimed, "Enemy attack? Has the enemy attacked?" Lin Seven-Night said speechlessly, "There is no enemy attack. Let's gather immediately. You wouldn't want to be late on the first day of gathering, would you?" Not long after, everyone gathered in the square. Yuan Gang had several badges on his chest. He stood on the platform and proclaimed loudly, "The only reason I have gathered you all here today is to honor two among you." Immediately, whispers broke out below. After all, it was unprecedented to receive honors before even leaving the training camp. Fatty looked at the instructors on the platform, furrowed his brows, counted twice, and asked quietly, "Seven-Night, have you noticed that it seems like a few instructors are missing?" Lin Seven-Night noticed this from the beginning and said, "3 are missing. They must be spies planted by the ancient gods cult. They probably won't have a good ending." Fatty nodded. "It makes sense about the spies. No wonder when we just left the camp, those missiles came at us so conveniently." Yuan Gang on the stage gestured with his own badge while introducing the merits of the Night Watcher to everyone. He started from the easy to the difficult tasks, which are Star Flame, Star Radiance, Celestial Lights, and Starry Sea. Star Flame is the easiest one to achieve. By completing the important task of protecting the safety of the people, you can earn it. The difficulty of Star Radiance is higher. Only by killing critical threats, mysterious beings that quell major disasters, can it be obtained. As for the Celestial Lights medal, you need to kill the mysterious beings of infinite level that are capable of causing social unrest in order to obtain it. The Celestial Lights badge is extremely rare. In the entire Night Watcher organization, less than 1% of people can obtain it. As for the Starry Sea badge, it is the highest honor of the Night Watcher. The number of people in the entire Great Xia who possess it does not exceed 10. Even the senior members of the Night Watcher cannot provide specific criteria on how to obtain it. At this moment, someone suddenly raised their hand and said, "Report." Yuan Gang nodded and said, "Go ahead." The person continued to ask, "If the instructor cannot provide a standard, how can we determine who is eligible to receive this medal?" Yuan Gang thought for a moment and replied, "When everyone thinks you deserve it, they will naturally award it to you. If forced to choose a standard, the only person who has won the Starry Sea medal in the past 5 years is Mass Squad's leader, King Face. 5 years ago, Yamada no Orochi from Divine Sequence 40 landed in the East China Sea. King Face travels through time at the cost of its own lifespan. He returned to 1 hour before the landing of Yamada no Orochi, and ordered the evacuation of the people in the surrounding coastal areas. He also led the Mass Squad to fight Yamada no Orochi desperately for half an hour, holding on until a human celestial being descended. That time they saved tens of millions of people. He looked at the new recruits below the stage and continued, "If any of you can make a contribution greater than his in the future, you can naturally apply for the Starry Sea medal." Lin Seven-Night also recalled at this time that there were indeed reports 5 years ago about a massive tsunami in the East China Sea. "I didn't expect the truth behind it to be like this." Yuan Gang saw that no one had any more questions and continued saying, "Next, I will announce the first person to receive the medal, Lin Seven-Night, who acted decisively in the missile attack incident, saving more than 50 new recruits and preserving the future fire for Night Watcher. After that, he fought side by side with Team 136, killing the Believer the 13th seat Han Cloud. Here, I present the Celestial Lights medal." Upon hearing this, all the new recruits couldn't help but look at Lin Seven-Night with envy. This was the second most difficult Celestial Lights badge to obtain. As for jealousy, that was something none of them felt. After all, their lives were saved by him. Replying to 13, one of the instructors on the platform also looked enviously and murmured quietly, "Even General Instructor Yuan only has 3 Celestial Lights badges. This new recruit hasn't even left the training camp and already got one." Instructor Hong beside him chuckled. Just by shielding the missile fragments for all the new recruits on the bus, Lin Seven-Night already deserves this badge. In this training camp they are all the future night watchers, the backbone of those who will safeguard the country. If anything happens to them, there will be a gap in the night watchers, weakening the defense forces nationwide. And in recent years the appearance of mysteries has been getting stronger. If the power of the night watchers weakens, it will be a major crisis sweeping the entire region. So Lin Seven-Night's action to protect the new recruits this time is crucial. He did indeed quell major events that could have caused social unrest. Yuan Gang heard the discussions of several people and whispered, "Old Hong, you are right, but there is actually a deeper meaning to this. It involves the attitude of the higher-ups." Instructor Hong was taken aback when he heard this. Higher-ups? Yuan Gang nodded slightly and said, "A heavily injured snake lady participating in the killing of Han Cloud, as explained by Lin Seven-Night, shows that he has already rejected the ancient gods cult and firmly stands on our side. The firm stance of the dual gods agent in the eyes of the higher-ups means that not rewarding him any further would be unacceptable." Yuan Gang, watching Lin Seven-Night award the medal, continued loudly. "Another individual, Shun Azure Bamboo, eliminated the catastrophic vortex of the typhoon disaster to protect Songnan City from calamity. Award him the Star Radiance badge." Shun Azure Bamboo heard this, looking perplexed with a row of question marks popping up over his head. What's going on? Eliminate the vortex? Who is it referring to? Me? Fatty was also extremely shocked. Oh my! When did Swagger Dude start protecting Songnan? Lin Seven-Night had already guessed roughly and chuckled. Was it when he snapped his fingers? Shun Azure Bamboo, who went on stage to receive the medal, was not as calm as Lin Seven-Night. He was even excited, with his face flushed red. After the medal ceremony ended, Yuan Gang asked everyone to disperse. On the way, Shun Azure Bamboo's younger brother asked, "Brother Shun, didn't you go to make money? Why did you come back with a medal?" "But Brother Shun, you are really amazing, Brother Shun." Shun Azure Bamboo tilted his head back and proudly said, "Look at you all acting like you've never seen the world. It's just a star radiance, isn't it? In the future, this master will obtain something even more amazing than this." Fatty saw Shun Azure Bamboo acting this way and sneered, "Swagger Dude, here we go again. No way, I have to bring him down a notch." Then he shouted at Shun Azure Bamboo, "Seven-Night is the best. Seven-Night is the coolest. Seven-Night is awesome." Shun Azure Bamboo was speechless and almost retorted, but Lin Seven-Night interjected, "Are you a child?" He then walked away, leading the group towards the canteen to eat. Azure Bamboo dreams sweetly in class. Seven-Night's questions leave the instructor aghast. The wristband device keeps charging with care. Fatty nimbly plants his leg in the air. In the training camp classroom, the instructor, Gu, is teaching theoretical knowledge. He went to Shun Azure Bamboo, who was sleeping soundly, and knocked on the table. "Shun Azure Bamboo, you tell me, what is the essence of mental power?" Shun Azure Bamboo is also a man, standing up and saying, "I can't do it." Instructor Gu nodded. "Very good. Go outside and run 10 laps around the track." Shun Azure Bamboo's eyes lit up and he said, "Okay," before running out. Instructor Gu sighed helplessly and turned to Lin Seven-Night. "Lin Seven-Night, you answer." Lin Seven-Night stood up and answered fluently. "The essence of mental power is a supernatural force generated by conscious activity under specific circumstances." Instructor Gu nodded in approval. "Well said. I hope everyone understands that theoretical knowledge is as important as practical combat in the process of eliminating mysteries. Only through continuous learning and exploration can we understand the true nature of the world." Lin Seven-Night suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, I have a question. Do you think the world we are in is real?" When this question came up, Instructor Gu was dumbfounded. Where did that come from? Then Lin Seven-Night started firing off a bunch of questions like a spilled bag of beans. For fish living in the deep sea, for two-dimensional beings, how can we be sure that our current world is real? What is true reality? What is the real world? What lies beyond this universe? From the perspective of beings in higher dimensions, what are we? Is it possible that we were created by beings in higher dimensions? Instructor Gu muttered, "It shouldn't be, right?" Lin Seven-Night heard this and became excited. "Why?" "Instructor, do you have any evidence to refute my theory and prove the reality of this world?" Instructor Gu thought to himself, "People are all silly now. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I asking him questions?" However, he gritted his teeth and slammed the table, saying, "Lin Seven-Night, your question is very good, but I cannot give an answer right now. However, rest assured that I will not avoid this question. Give me time to study it, and I will definitely give you an answer in the end." After that, He let the students study on their own. He left the classroom and walked towards the office. Bailey Fatty and Lin Seven-Night gave a thumbs up to each other. Impressive. Seven-Night can ask questions that even such instructors cannot answer. Lin Seven-Night sighed and murmured, "Indeed, Merlin's illness is not so easily solved." Instructor Han and Instructor Hong happened to see Instructor Gu approaching as they were on their way to the office. He then smiled and greeted Instructor Gu. But Instructor Gu walked straight ahead as if he hadn't seen the two of them. This scene puzzled Instructor Han. What does it mean? Why is he ignoring us? Instructor Hong shrugged. I don't know. It's like he's been possessed. In the second lesson, all the new recruits gathered on the playground. Instructor Hong introduced to them. In the process of using the Forbidden Ruins, the important evaluation criteria can be divided into 3 categories. The first category is power and lethality, which mainly depends on the Forbidden Ruins itself, an established factor that cannot be influenced by humans. The second category is whether people and the Forbidden Ruins are compatible, and whether they can unleash its maximum power. This can only be achieved through your own long-term coordination and adaptation with the Forbidden Ruins. Others cannot help you. As for the third category, it is the duration and coverage of the Forbidden Ruins. In other words, it is the precise control of mental power, and this is the goal of our training. With that said, he pointed to the device in the box beside him. This is called ACE, take it with you. It will continuously output a mental current for 24 hours. Then he smirked maliciously. The mental current won't cause harm, but it will stimulate your muscles to make you perform some incredible movements. Your task is to use mental power continuously for 24 hours to counteract this mental current. You must maintain a balance between mental power and the current. If mental power is insufficient, the current will stimulate your body. But if mental power is too strong, ACE will also react by allowing a larger current to pass through your body. The ACE current changes irregularly. You must constantly output different amounts of mental power to cope. Fatty picked up the device and played with it, couldn't help but comment. This watch is too ugly, it's far behind compared to Rolex. Chow Abyss also put on the bracelet without any care and felt a tremor in his body. Then he did a backflip and actually flipped out 3 to 4 meters. Lin Seven-Night and Fatty looked at him in amazement. Chow Abyss's face twitched. Don't just look at me, you guys will have to take turns too. Fatty chuckled. Blame not the road for being bumpy if one is not up to it. With my physique, forget about backflips, even rolling on the ground would be a struggle for ages, how is it possible? In the meantime, Fatty placed the bracelet on his wrist. The next moment, Fatty seemed to have turned into the most agile being in the world, tumbling and jumping around like a chicken and a dog. He somersaulted more than a dozen times in an instant. While darting around, he cried out with a sobbing voice, Seven-Night, help me! And at this moment, Lin Seven-Night didn't know what to say for a moment. All the students on the playground in front of him turned into flying monkeys, jumping around everywhere. Some even started to do ballet. Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction. Don't mention it. There are definitely more people doing somersaults this year compared to previous years, which is great. Fatty waits in vain for his meal to arrive. Seven-Night rejoices as 2 million arrive. In Blue Rain, just Wu Southern Xiang stands tall. Shiva, the calamity bringer, mourns the world's fall. Watching the new soldiers jumping around the playground caused by the hula hoops in front of them, Lin Seven-Night hesitantly put on the hula hoop as well. Then he did a backflip. However, his landing was quite stable. Lin Seven-Night nodded to himself. This is more difficult than I imagined. Instructor Hong looked at the new recruits on the field with messy enthusiasm, unable to suppress his smile. All right, today's class ends here. Let's all go eat. Oh, by the way, don't forget, whether you're eating, sleeping, or doing anything else, always wear it. At this moment, the new recruits on the playground suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Is this seeking death? Chow Abyss moved sideways like a crab to Lin Seven-Night's side and looked him up and down, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Seven-Night, are you adapting so quickly? Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Seven-Night nodded. Yes, I can do that. Then he pointed to Bailey Fatty, who was still tumbling around and shouting for Seven-Night to save him. What do we do with this guy? Chow Abyss was also speechless. If all else fails, just tie him up and take him away. Before long, the new recruits were either walking or crawling to the cafeteria. Once they entered the cafeteria, they encountered some difficulties. Their hands seemed disobedient and they couldn't even eat properly. Of course, there were a few exceptionally talented individuals who were already adept at moving freely. Lin Seven-Night and Chow Abyss took a few bites and noticed that Fatty was holding his chopsticks but not eating. Unable to help themselves, they asked, "Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Fatty helplessly replied, "I am hungry, but I'm afraid I can't control myself." After thinking for a moment, Lin Seven-Night picked up a piece of meat. He brought it in front of Fatty and said, "Here, try this piece." Fatty's face really showed how much effort he put into eating. He barely managed to pick up the piece of meat in Seven-Night's hand. Fatty was delighted he finally did it. But as soon as his mind relaxed, the whole person was stimulated by an electric shock, walked 2 laps on the spot, and then collapsed on the ground. Chow Abyss raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it that difficult? I think it's quite manageable. Oh, by the way, the meat today is really delicious." Fatty was both angry and annoyed. Tears even flowed out. "Seven-Night, help me, I'm almost starving to death." What else can Lin Seven-Night do? He can't just watch Fatty turn into a skinny monkey, can he? He could only let out a long sigh as he fed Fatty with a bowl and chopsticks. Fatty thanked him while eating. "Seven-Night is also good to me." Chow Abyss glanced around and smiled. It seems that it's not just our table doing this. It turns out that Shin Azure Bamboo and his 2 companions are controlling things really well. His 2 followers can't even eat their food. The 2 can only rely on Shin Azure Bamboo to feed them. Lin Seven-Night looked Shin Azure Bamboo in the eye. Chi-Chi sighed. When will this day come to an end? During the lunch break, Lin Seven-Night arrived at Chief Instructor Yuan Gang's office and looked at the box on the desk. Yuan Gang was startled when he saw it. "Forbidden item?" Lin Seven-Night shook his head. "This is a trophy from my battle with the believer. Seems to have a forbidden ruin named Blood Boils." Yuan Gang picked up the pendant and examined it. "Sequence 209's Blood Boils. Do you want to turn this thing in?" Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment. "What will I get if I turn it in?" Yuan Gang set down the pendant. Blood Boils is not considered high risk, but it can be quite useful in specific situations. If you turn it in, you can exchange it for some merits or 2 million in cash. It depends on what you want specifically. Lin Seven-Night really didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. After some thought, he said, "Then let's go with 2 million. However, I also want to know some information." Yuan Gang frowned. "What information?" Lin Seven-Night slowly said, "I want to know about Chun Wilderness and Wu Southern Xiang. What exactly happened to them?" Yuan Gang sighed. "You really are. Forget it. The things about those 2 are not much of a secret. Even the more experienced night watchers know some. There's no harm in telling you." "Do you know about the special team Blue Rain?" Lin Seven-Night was stunned and shook his head. "I don't know." Yuan Gang nodded and continued, 5 years ago, during the Great Disaster when Yamada no Orochi invaded the Eastern Sea, after the masked squad battled with Yamada no Orochi, a human reached the scene in the nick of time, accompanied by a special team which was Blue Rain. Wu Southern Xiang is a member of Blue Rain. Lin Seven-Night was stunned when he heard this. He used to be a member of the Special Forces team? Yuan Gang stood up, looked out the window and recalled, Blue Rain was very strong, and at that time the masked team had just been formed for a short time. Their combat power was far inferior to that of Blue Rain. So when Blue Rain arrived, they took over the battle against Yamada no Orochi. The human ceiling and the entire Blue Rain team worked together and finally critically wounded Yamada no Orochi, forcing it back into the mist. Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but ask, "Entering the mist? Isn't the mist deadly?" Yuan Gang waved his hand and said, "Some forbidden items can temporarily give people the ability to move around in the mist. When you reach that level, you will naturally understand." The original order from the higher-ups was to attempt to hunt down Yamada no Orochi and retreat immediately if unsuccessful. The forbidden item on Blue Rain ensured that their entire team could move around in the mist for 4 hours. At that time, everyone thought they would come back, but 24 hours later, they were completely out of contact. It wasn't until about 80 hours later that Wu Southern Xiang appeared alone on a leather raft from the mist. When he was found, he was already in a coma. He slept for a whole day before waking up. Blue Rain team. The entire team was wiped out. According to him, they were chasing after Yamada no Orochi all the way but couldn't catch up. They were originally planning to return, but it seems they lost their way in the mist and entered a strange world. Lin Seven-Night was slightly surprised. What kind of strange world? Yuan Gang took a deep breath. They suspect that place is Celestial Heights. And the reason why Blue Rain team was destroyed is because they encountered a deity resembling Susanoo in Celestial Heights. After fighting with Yamada no Orochi and running in the mist for most of the day, at this point, all members of Blue Rain were exhausted and had no energy left to fight Susanoo. In the end, except for Wu Southern Xiang, all members of the Blue Rain team died in battle. After Wu Southernxiang was killed 3 times consecutively in battle due to the special properties of the Forbidden Ruins, it took an extra hour for him to fully respawn. When he woke up, he found that all that was left around him were the bodies of his comrades. Also, in that battle, his hands were wounded by Susanu's Kusanagi sword, and from then on, he could no longer hold a sword. Even if he respawned, the injury could not be erased. Later, as he escaped from Celestial Heights, he was repeatedly attacked and died 4 more times before returning alive to the territory of Great Xia. The surviving members of Blue Rain team were already broken both physically and psychologically. In the end, the higher-ups disbanded the name of Blue Rain, one of Great Xia's 5 special teams, reducing them to 4 teams. What happened later, how Wu Southernxiang came, and Song Nan becoming the deputy team leader of Team 136, I do not know. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but sigh deeply. I never expected he had such a past. Yuan Gang nodded and continued. As for Chan Wilderness, the matter regarding him is even more complicated. What exactly happened back then? I don't know much about it either. 12 years ago, Chun Wilderness had just walked out of the training camp and was summoned to join the Night Watcher team in Shangjing City, along with another genius. The forbidden ruins possessed by the 2 of them were extremely rare and complementary. Chun Wilderness's forbidden ruins is the Black Impermanence of 37, while the other person is the current captain of the Shangjing City team, Xiao Pinge, whose forbidden ruins is the White Impermanence of Yenri. Due to the forbidden ruins, the 2 of them were also known as the Black and White Impermanences of Shangjing City by us at that time. Lin Seven-Night suddenly spoke up. I've always been curious who came up with the name Forbidden Ruins. Is it related to our Great Xia myth of the Black and White Impermanences? Yuan Gang shook his head. The origins of these 2 forbidden ruins are too ancient and involve the highest level of secrecy. With my current authorization, I am unable to find out. I only know that, later one day, Chun Wilderness seemed to have received a special order. Since then he disappeared from Shangjing City, and even Xiao Pinge couldn't find him. As a result, Xiao Pinge even found the commander-in-chief, but the commander-in-chief just replied with a sentence related to confidentiality and turned him away. At that time, everyone was busy dealing with the impending apocalypse. After a long time, Xiao Pinge finally freed up to investigate the whereabouts of Chun Wilderness, only to find out that he had actually come to Tsongnan City to become a captain. Later, I heard Xiao Pinge mention that he had come to Tsongnan several times to persuade Chun Wilderness to return, but he was refused each time. In the end, Xiao Pinge had to give up completely, returned to Shangjing City, and gradually became the leader he is today. Lin Seven-Night suddenly remembered something and asked, "What is the great calamity you mentioned earlier?" Yuan Gang thought for a moment, feeling it was fine to speak about it, and said, "It is a forbidden item, the most terrifying one in history. Its name is Shiva's Wrath." Upon hearing this name, Lin Seven-Night was taken aback. Shiva? I remember he is one of the 3 major gods in Indian mythology, the god of destruction. Yuan Gang nodded. That's right. Shiva's Wrath is an ancient scroll with the apocalyptic power of sequence 008. Deity ruins. By writing a name on Shiva's Wrath, the concept it points to will be destroyed directly. For example, writing the words Great Xia on it. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night was suddenly shocked. Could it be that? Yuan Gang nodded with a dark expression. Yes, it will directly obliterate the entire Great Xia from the conceptual level, that is, destroy the nation. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How could such an outrageous forbidden item exist? Yuan Gang explained. However, the amount of mental power required to activate this forbidden item is extremely huge. Even if you just write a person's name on it to obliterate an ordinary person, it would directly deplete the strength of a stage stronger, and not to mention reaching the outrageous level of annihilating a country. Lin Seven-Night, upon hearing this, puzzled. If that's the case, its threat seems not that significant. Why is it called the Cataclysm of World's Destruction then? Yuan Gang sighed. Just because humans can't do it doesn't mean that gods can't. If divine power is infused into this forbidden item, although it may not reach the point of annihilating a country, destroying a city would be a piece of cake. In the past, Shiva's wrath manifested on the outskirts of Great Xia, triggering the coveting of the evil deity in the mist. In order to seize it, the deity came to invade. For this reason, 5 human powerhouses gathered together to battle against the trickster god Loki from the Norse mythology, and the Earth Mother Gaia from Greek mythology. Lin Seven-Night felt excitement surging in his heart. What happened next? Yuan Gang shrugged his shoulders, and then? Well, I don't know what happened next. But since then, the higher-ups have not mentioned Shiva's wrath again. I am just the deputy team leader of the Shangjing squad. Not a particularly high-ranking figure. I don't have access to such top-secret information. Speaking of this, Yuan Gang patted the box. Okay, I have told you everything about the two individuals, along with the matter of Shiva's wrath. Do you have any other questions? Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment and smiled, saying, No, thank you, Drill Master Yuan. Yuan Gang nodded and said, All right, about 2 million will be transferred to your card in a couple of days. The forbidden item will also be handed over then. Night falls. Thousands of lights in homes. Some people have already gone to rest early, while others can no longer fall asleep. In a bedroom, a figure sits beneath a bookshelf, constantly searching through it. Mutters without stopping. No, not here, not here. It was only when he got closer that one could see clearly. This person is Instructor Gu, who at this moment has sunken eye sockets. He appears lost, continuously flipping through the book in his hands. His eyelids were fighting fiercely. He decided to take a nap first before making any decisions. But just as he got into bed, he heard the alarm clock ringing for early rising. However, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He now has only one thought in his mind. Is it right or not? Is the world really like this? The instructor was sent to the hospital inexplicably crazy. Finally cured, he can return to his family. But he was bitten by a bug. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he was blocked at the door. Training camp shooting range. 3 gunshots all hitting the bullseye. What is surprising is that this actually comes from Bailey Fatty. I didn't expect him to be so skilled with firearms. Put down the gun. Fatty looked at Chow Abyss next to him in confusion and asked, By the way, I haven't seen Instructor Gu for 2 months. Where did he go? Chow Abyss fired 3 shots in a row, scoring 2 9s and 1 10. His performance is also quite good. He took off his earpiece and shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night also fired 3 shots in a row. As a result, all 3 shots missed the target. Fatty couldn't help but laugh and said, Seven-Night, you really need to practice your marksmanship. Among the over 200 new recruits here, not many can miss the target 3 times in a row. Saying this, he put his arm around Lin Seven-Night's shoulder and said, I say, why don't you just become my disciple, Seven-Night? I'll teach you some of my shooting skills. Lin Seven-Night nodded in agreement and said, All right, then during the close combat training later, you can be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Fatty slowly stepped back and said, Sorry, I was out of line. When he came outside to take a rest, Lin Seven-Night took a sip of water and said, The disappearance of Instructor Gu for 2 months is indeed strange. I was hoping he could give me an answer. At this moment, Instructor Hong walked in and waved to Lin Seven-Night, saying, Lin Seven-Night, come over here. After Lin Seven-Night came out, he stood at attention and asked, Instructor Hong, is there something you need from me? Instructor Hong's temple veins throbbed. What did you do? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Lin Seven-Night said in disbelief, Me? What did I do? Instructor Hong, seeing that Lin Seven-Night genuinely didn't know, said, What kind of crazy question did you give to Instructor Gu? It drove him crazy, and now he's still receiving treatment at the psychiatric hospital. Lin Seven-Night was also somewhat surprised, asking specifically about his symptoms. Instructor Hong thought for a moment and said, His whole person was completely out of his mind. Recently he was staring at the wall day after day, mumbling something, and then suddenly dancing around saying he wanted to find the real world. However, after 2 months of treatment, his condition has improved, and now he can start to live normally. Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night thought, Isn't this just a version of Merlin? Wait a minute. Does this mean that Instructor Gu's treatment plan could also be applicable to Merlin? Instructor Hong saw Lin Seven-Night staring blankly without speaking and thought he was feeling guilty. He patted his shoulder and said, I actually came to find you for nothing major. It's just that these days, Instructor Gu will be coming to the training camp to pack up and prepare to go home for recuperation. If you run into him, absolutely do not mention anything about the real world to him. No, if you see him, just walk around him directly. Don't let him see you. Do you understand? Lin Seven-Night smiles so sincerely and brilliantly. Instructor, rest assured. I absolutely understand. When Instructor Hong leaves, Lin Seven-Night turns his head and says to Fatty and Chow Abyss, I entrust you two with an important matter. If you see Instructor Gu in the next couple of days, make sure to inform me promptly. Fatty and the other person were stunned. Why? Lin Seven-Night rubbed his chin and smiled. I want to ask him about something very important. 2 days later it was a beautiful day with gentle breeze and sunshine. However, a shady figure appeared at the entrance of the training camp. The figure hid behind a tree, occasionally peeking in the direction of the training camp. The gatekeeper instructor got angry, shouting, "Who's there? What are you doing?" The figure quickly walked out and said, "Keep your voice down. It's me." The gatekeeper instructor was about to draw his sword, but when he heard the voice, he paused in surprise. "Old Gu? Why are you dressed like this?" Instructor Gu covered his head speechlessly and said, "I came back to get something, but the doctor advised me not to see anyone directly related to my illness. In short, I'd better not be recognized." The guards instructor obviously didn't understand, so he just said, "Oh, I see. Then you should go quickly. The new recruits are having their meal in the cafeteria. Just take a detour." What the two men didn't know was that the scene was caught red-handed by the new recruits who were tailing them. They said into the walkie-talkie, "Confirmed, it's Instructor Gu." On the other side, the walkie-talkie in Biley Fatty's pocket rang. After he heard clearly what was said inside, Fatty smiled. He said into the walkie-talkie, "Thank you, brothers. I'll treat you both to a Rolex when we get back." When Fatty was about to show off to Lin Seven-Night, he found that Lin Seven-Night had already disappeared. Chowabish shrugged and said, "When you were talking on the walkie-talkie just now, he had already rushed out." Sure enough, on the way to the instructor's dormitory, Instructor Gu saw Lin Seven-Night, who had come to greet him. "Long time no see, Instructor Gu." This sudden greeting almost scared Instructor Gu out of his wits. He thought it had been a long time since we last met. "You devil." Nevertheless, he still managed to ask, "Is there something you need?" Lin Seven-Night scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I just wanted to ask what the doctor told you and how he treated you." Instructor Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Lin Seven-Night would ask more questions about the real world. So he replied, "It wasn't a big deal. The doctor just gave me some words of encouragement, prescribed some medication, and advised me to relax, and I got better." Lin Seven-Night persisted and asked, "How were you encouraged? What medication did you take?" Unable to hold back, Instructor Gu blurted out, "It's nothing, are you sick or something?" Lin Seven-Night looked serious and said, "Yes, I am." This statement almost choked Instructor Gu. Before he could ask further, Lin Seven-Night continued, "Actually, I have been pondering over that question as well. I have been sleepless at night, and my mental state has been worsening." Instructor Gu, upon hearing this, found the symptoms to be similar to his own and immediately believed most of it. "So, are you also ill?" Lin Seven-Night let out a long sigh. "That's why I wanted to know how you recovered. Perhaps it could be effective for me too." Instructor Gu looked at him and saw no signs of deceit, sighed and shook his head. Forget it. You come with me to the office and talk." So Lin Seven-Night followed Instructor Gu with excitement. They walked towards the office together. And in the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Li Flying is really going crazy. He was holding a syringe and following Merlin, who had turned into a starfish. He chased after Merlin Nix, who wanted to catch jellyfish, for more than 20 minutes without catching up. Merlin Nix, who was watching from the side, was very happy to see the hustle and bustle. In the end, Li Flying gritted his teeth, leaped into the air, and the syringe pierced Merlin's buttocks. Merlin immediately let out a soul-stirring cry, then fell to the ground again and could not get up, falling into a deep sleep. Li Flying sat on the ground exhausted, thinking that this was really not a job for humans. Oh wait, he himself wasn't exactly human, so it should be fine. However, what he didn't notice was that at this moment, a figure was approaching him from behind. Flying boldly chased the starfish away, while Merlin healed and peeked, no matter what may come. Summon magic remains deep in the heart. Fatty's slipper has brought him bad luck from the beginning. Recently, Li Flying has been having quite an eventful time. After all, with someone who could turn the floor into a sea of starfish at any time and actively trying to catch jellyfish, no one could possibly have a peaceful time. In the end, it took him a huge amount of effort to finally bring down the starfish Merlin. And at this moment, a figure appeared behind him. It was Lin Seven-Night who had returned here. The moment Li Flying saw him, his nose tingled. He directly hugged Lin Seven-Night's thigh and wailed loudly, "Seven-Night, this job is really unbearable. I have to comfort Nix every day, and compete in a race with that perverted starfish. I'm really having a hard time." Lin Seven-Night smiled and patted his shoulder. Flying, you have to be strong. After all, you are not human. You are a serpent Yaoguai." Li Flying looked at Lin Seven-Night's smile and sighed helplessly. So when can you finally send the next caregiver? Lin Seven-Night smiled awkwardly, saying, well, it might take some more time. I am currently at the training camp and don't have access to other mysterious people. Upon hearing this, Li Flying instantly felt that life had become a bit darker. Lin Seven-Night quickly cleared his throat twice and said, but it's all right. I may have found a way to treat Merlin. I'll go talk to him. Wait until Merlin wakes up again. He is already in his ward on the big bed. While Lin Seven-Night sat on a chair not far away, looking at Merlin with a smile and said, good evening, Your Excellency Merlin. Merlin nodded and said, good evening, Dean Lin. It seems like the crisis by your side has been resolved. With that, Merlin got out of bed and walked towards Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night raised an eyebrow. Merlin, have you figured it out again? Then you take another look at how my luck will be in the near future? Merlin sat down in front of him. He said, the future is hard to predict, but at least in the next few days, your luck is still pretty good. Lin Seven-Night smiled and said, I hope this luck also includes our chat today, Lord Merlin. This time I want to discuss some things with you. I have some other thoughts about what you said about the real world. Merlin looked surprised. Please go on, Headmaster. Lin Seven-Night took a deep breath and said solemnly, I feel that our world is real. Merlin looked puzzled and asked, why? Lin Seven-Night shrugged and said, because I feel it's real, so it is real. Merlin couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. You are idealistic. Lin Seven-Night slowly stood up. So what if it's idealistic? In this world there are my family, friends, and countless flesh and blood people. Even if this world is fake, aren't their lives, joys, and sorrows important? Whether the world is real or not is already a question of idealism. If you think it's fake, even if it is real, what difference does it make? When these words came out, Merlin was so shocked that he couldn't say a word and fell into deep shock. Speaking of this, Lin Seven-Night turned around and left, saying as he walked, the truth you pursue is the instinct of a seeker. But I feel that this should not be your whole being. Even if you find the real world, it doesn't mean you belong there. You're pushing yourself too hard, Merlin. After finishing his words, Lin Seven-Night turned away from Merlin and almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself that the doctor treating instructor Gu indeed has a sharp wit. This isn't something an ordinary person could say. I should have him share his contact information with me. At this moment, Merlin had already fallen into deep thought. The progress of the treatment on his head twitched slightly, reaching 2%. At the same time, the prompt also appeared in front of Lin Seven-Night, reminding him that he could extract abilities. Immediately after, a flash of light flowed. A huge turntable appeared in front of Lin Seven-Night. On top of it are all the various magical abilities that Merlin is proficient in. As the turntable spins rapidly, Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Finally, the turntable slowly comes to a stop. It stopped at summoning magic proficiency. Lin Seven-Night was slightly startled and slowly raised her hand. He lightly tapped on the turntable. Then a strong light shone from his eyes. Countless theories and knowledge of summoning spells crazily flooded into his mind. These knowledge made Lin Seven-Night's head ache as if it was about to split. Finally, his eyes went black and he passed out. Then Lin Seven-Night from the real world suddenly woke up from consciousness. Just now, the headache sensation is still vivid in Lin Seven-Night's mind, making him gasp for breath involuntarily. He turned his head and looked at Biley Fatty, who was sound asleep and snoring loudly, then suddenly laughed. Since you already know some magic, why not try it now? According to the knowledge that entered his mind, summoning magic is divided into 3 categories. First is dimensional summoning magic. By sacrificing valuable offerings, the soul travels to another plane, signing a contract with certain creatures. After returning to reality, proceed with summoning using the magic circle. Next is to designate the summoning spell. It means contacting a certain entity in the real world. After obtaining their consent, he can then summon them to another location, such as humans and objects. While the last one is a random summon, as the name suggests. No one knows what will be summoned, and the medium for casting is also very simple. It is possible to summon an ice dragon with just a leaf. It is also possible to summon an old mother hen with a magical artifact. Lin Seven-Night squatted on the ground, picked up his own slipper and examined it. The requirements for dimensional summoning and specified summoning are too high. Now I can only try random summoning. But I can't bear to part with my own slipper. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night tilted his head. He looked at Fatty's pair of pink cat ear slippers. He hadn't noticed them before, but today he found them more and more appealing. They were like a sacrifice chosen by the heavens. Thinking about it, Lin Seven-Night directly picked up Fatty's pink slipper, saying, "I'll use this." The slipper transformed into bugs that swirled around. Fatty woke up, his body bruised and bound. Graduation scores are ranked in order, with new recruits staring wide-eyed at the scene this time. Lin Seven-Night just learned summoning spells from Merlin. He must be eager to give it a try. But he will definitely be reluctant to use his own slippers as sacrifices. Instead, he set his sights on Biley Fatty's pink cat ear slippers. Isn't this just the perfect offering? The offering is here, let's get to work. Lin Seven-Night immediately set up a magic circle and put Fatty's slippers into it. As Lin Seven-Night begins to chant, a strong light also bursts out from the magic circle. Those slippers were slowly lifted up and eventually disappeared completely. He watched as the sacrifice was successful. I put Fatty's slippers inside. As Lin Seven-Night began casting the spell, the magic circle also burst into intense light. The slippers were slowly lifted and eventually vanished completely. Seeing the sacrifice succeed, the glow of the magic circle gradually faded away, and Lin Seven-Night discovered a problem. Isn't this supposed to be a random summoning? Where is the thing I summoned? Suddenly a buzzing sound reached his ears. It was a mosquito flying past. Lin Seven-Night didn't think much of it at first, but soon realized something was wrong. It's May. Where could a mosquito possibly come from? I sacrificed a pair of slippers and ended up summoning a mosquito, is that it? That mosquito wobbled unsteadily and landed right on Fatty's thigh. Fatty scratched it, rolled over and went right back to sleep. Lin Seven-Night was speechless for a moment. Fatty's slippers summoning mosquitoes to bite Fatty. Isn't that a case of using the original soup to digest the original food? However, Lin Seven-Night is now even more eager to give it a try. This magic is quite intriguing. A night passed and Fatty let out a scream as soon as he woke up. He had at least 80, if not 100 mosquito bites all over his body. Fatty was going crazy. Where did these mosquitoes come from in May? He scratched and asked, Seven-Night, there are mosquitoes in our room and I bet there's more than one. Have you been bitten too? Lin Seven-Night turned her head while brushing her teeth and said, No, I haven't. Fatty got out of bed with a puzzled look and asked, Where are my slippers? Did I kick them under the bed? But when Fatty lay down on the ground to look under the bed, he was startled again and exclaimed, Holy crap! He stared under the bed in shock. What the hell is going on here? Under his bed lay a bizarre assortment of items. Small dolls, a wooden fish, light bulbs, leftover food, and even a pair of worn stockings. Fatty picked up the stockings with a puzzled look and asked uncertainly, Seven-Night, these aren't? Lin Seven-Night replied, I don't know. Anyway, they're not mine. How could I possibly have stockings to match? Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night gave a sly smile and said, But then again, they might belong to Chow Abyss. Hearing this, Fatty felt his worldview had been shaken. Chow Abyss, you with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how could you have such a hobby? Breakfast time. Chow Abyss felt quite uncomfortable while eating breakfast. He looked at Fatty, who was staring at him with a strange expression. What's with that look? Fatty said with a deeply earnest tone. Chow Abyss, I really didn't expect this. On the surface you seem so honest and straightforward, yet you actually have such a peculiar preference. Chow Abyss was completely bewildered. What preference? What are you talking about? Fatty glared. You have your own preferences, that's fine. But why are you hiding your stuff at my place? Just as Chow Abyss was getting more and more confused, Fatty put on a look of utter dismay. I'm the only son of an ordinary family in Bailey. If this gets out and people misunderstand, how am I supposed to face all those lovely sisters who have a crush on me? Chow Abyss is completely confused about what's going on now. Fatty, what on earth are you talking about? How did you end up getting so carried away with yourself? Lin Seven-Night saw that continuing the conversation might accidentally reveal something, so he quickly interrupted. It's not important, none of it is important. Let's just hurry up and eat. Chow Abyss suddenly remembered something. By the way, aren't we about to graduate in 2 or 3 months? I heard that every year before graduation, the instructors release a score ranking list that ranks all the new recruits. Lin Seven-Night frowned slightly. What's the use of this ranking? Does it disqualify some recruits with too low rankings from joining the Night Watchers? Chow Abyss shook his head. That's not the case. Under normal circumstances, the training camp does not eliminate recruits. I only know that this score ranking seems to be used to determine each person's assignment after graduation. The specifics are unclear to me. Upon hearing this, Fatty suddenly froze. Wait, does that mean after we graduate from here, all of us will have to go our separate ways? Chow Abyss's expression darkened as he nodded. Yes. Fatty slumped on the table dejectedly. Then can I apply to go to the same place as Seven-Night? Chow Abyss thought for a moment. Seven-Night, as a dual divine agent, is highly likely to be snatched away by a special team or transferred to the Shangjing squad. You, on the other hand, definitely won't get in. Give up on that idea, he said, patting Fatty on the back. Lin Seven-Night shook his head. Actually, I'm not particularly keen on going to Special Branch or Shangjing. If possible, I'd rather stay in Songnan. By the way, how exactly is this score ranking determined? Is it based on exams? Chow Abyss shrugged. I heard that this score ranking is quite complex and involves all of our training programs. However, the most important part is a hidden score that no one knows what it is. Just as the new recruits were chatting over breakfast, the instructors had already arrived at the back hill, and the faint sound of helicopter rotors could be heard in the distance. Yuan Gang gazed into the distant sky and laughed. Excellent. It seems the rookie's day of revelry is about to begin. As he spoke, several military transport helicopters had already reached the sky above the instructors. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed by in an orderly manner. That morning, Lin Seven-Night woke up from his dream. As soon as he woke up, he noticed something was off. He got up and glanced at the alarm clock. It was already 5:30 in the morning. But where was the whistle? Lin Seven-Night picked up his toiletries and headed toward the restroom. As he walked, he pondered. Usually, the instructor blows the whistle to wake us up at 5. Why hasn't there been any sound today? Upon arriving at the restroom, Lin Seven-Night saw Chow Abyss washing up. Chow Abyss greeted Lin Seven-Night upon seeing him. Seven-Night, you're awake too? Lin Seven-Night nodded. What's going on today? Why wasn't the whistle blown? I feel like something's off. Chow Abyss paused for a moment, stopping his face washing to joke. Could it be that the instructor is feeling merciful today and wants to let us sleep in a bit longer? Just like that, in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Lin Seven-Night glanced at the clock showing 6:30 and was absolutely certain. Something had definitely gone wrong. Then he grabbed his beloved slippers, which he was reluctant to sacrifice, and headed over to Fatty's bedside. He swung them with full force and smacked Fatty right across his chubby face. The sharp crack was so loud it could have woken up the neighbors. But strangely enough, Fatty's face turned red from the slap. Yet he showed no sign of waking up at all. By 6, still not awake, he fell into deep slumber. Azure Bamboo blew bubbles, revealing divine authority. The canteen echoed with piercing screams. The mysterious spider had yet to retreat. Lin Seven-Night kicked off his shoe, yet Fatty didn't even flinch. Lin Seven-Night immediately sensed that something was amiss. Just then, the dormitory door was forcefully pushed open, and standing in the doorway was none other than Shun Azure Bamboo, who exclaimed, "Oh no! Li Liang and the others have been asleep the whole time. No matter how much we try, we can't wake them up." Wait a moment, what are you doing with that slipper? Lin Seven-Night very naturally avoided answering the question about the slipper. They too? It seems it's not natural sleep, but rather they've fallen into some kind of mental trap. Shin Azure Bamboo said with a serious expression. Not just them. In our dormitory building, 70% of the people have fallen into this state. Lin Seven-Night pondered for a moment and asked, what about the instructors then? Shin Azure Bamboo frowned even more deeply. I just went out to look, and the strangest part is right here. All the instructors and support staff have disappeared. Now the entire training camp is left with just us new recruits. Lin Seven-Night gave a slight nod. Were there any signs of a fight? Shin Azure Bamboo shook his head. No. Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment. I see. At that moment, Chow Abyss, who had just walked in, happened to overhear their conversation. Seven-Night, what have you thought of? Lin Seven-Night said. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a drill or an exam. The instructors and others collectively disappeared without any trace of combat. This can only mean they withdrew on their own initiative and did so with extreme stealth. Think about it, the instructors are all at least at the flowing stage, and Commander Yuan Gang is even at the sea stage. How could such a powerful lineup be wiped out without a single trace? Upon hearing this, Chow Abyss nodded with a hint of realization. Indeed. Finally, the three of them walked straight out along the corridor. As they walked, Lin Seven-Night remarked, now that the instructors have collectively disappeared, it's just to create an environment, a situation where only us new recruits are left, isolated and helpless. I guess. They are observing our every move at this very moment. Hearing this, Shun Azure Bamboo couldn't hold back and made a friendly gesture toward the surveillance camera. Damn it, they're messing with us again. Screw their test. And naturally, this scene was also seen by the instructors behind the surveillance. Instructor Hong nodded. Hot-tempered and impulsive. After saying that, he deducted 1 point from Shun Azure Bamboo on the scoring board in his hand. Congratulations to Shun Azure Bamboo for earning the title of the first person to be penalized. Instructor Han then asked, Old Hong, is it really okay to just leave those 3 flowing stage mystics in the training camp? The highest stage among the new recruits is only Pawn stage. What if there are casualties? Instructor Hong smiled and replied, Don't worry. This is somewhat of a tradition in the training camp. Besides, all 3 mystics have been shackled, significantly weakening their strength. If it truly comes to a critical moment, we can remotely eliminate them. At this point, Instructor Hong suddenly grinned mischievously and added, Besides, there are some atmosphere crew members hidden in the camp. They can step in during critical moments. Nothing will go wrong. Instructor Han was taken aback. Atmosphere crew? Where did they come from? Did you even hire cheerleaders? Why call them that name? Instructor Hong smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. Before long, Lin Seven-Night and the others had gathered the remaining conscious recruits on the rooftop. Lin Seven-Night glanced over the assembled crowd. He asked, What time did each of you wake up? The recruits began to recall the time they woke up. In summary, they all woke up before 6 o'clock. Lin Seven-Night nodded. Indeed, not a single person here woke up after 6. Chow Abyss looked puzzled. What does this have to do with the time we woke up? Lin Seven-Night said with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, 6 a.m. is likely a critical time point. Those who haven't woken up before 6 a.m. will have their consciousness pulled into some unknown place, remaining in a deep slumber. Shun Azure Bamboo looked somewhat surprised. Could this also be the work of the instructors? Lin Seven-Night shrugged. Not sure, but this style of laziness leading to a bad outcome really seems like something the instructors would do. Chow Abyss quickly asked, Then what should we do now? Lin Seven-Night's mind raced rapidly. If all of this was a drill arranged by the instructors, then what was the standard for completion? Could it be to awaken the others? But if the mental trap was directly created by the instructors, then how are we supposed to break it? At this thought, Lin Seven-Night spoke up and asked, Does anyone have a forbidden ruin related to mental attacks? A new recruit said, I know a girl named Zhang Tiny. Her forbidden ruin is related to mental abilities. At this point, he turned his head toward the direction of the female dormitory and said, But the atmosphere over at the girls' dorm is really strange right now. Seems like none of them are awake. There's not a single sound. Lin Seven-Night nodded and said loudly, We need the girl named Zhang Tiny. Leave a few people to guard this building. The rest, come with me to the warehouse to get weapons, then head to the girls' dormitory. With that, he led a group of people downstairs and rushed toward the weapons warehouse. Before long, the group arrived at the weapons warehouse. A new problem now emerged. The warehouse door was locked, and the key was in the instructor's hands. They had no way to get the weapons themselves. But none of this could stump Lin Seven-Night and the others. Shun Azure Bamboo popped a piece of bubble gum into his mouth and moments later, blew a bubble. The bubble drifted unsteadily until it floated right in front of the tightly shut warehouse door. Seeing the bubble reach its position, Azure Bamboo smiled proudly. He snapped his fingers crisply. The bubble instantly radiated brilliant light. It burst open with a deafening roar. The small iron gate couldn't withstand such an impact and was instantly blown to pieces. Just like that, Lin Seven-Night and his group used some unconventional methods to enter the weapons warehouse. Everyone headed straight for the stellar blade, except for taking out what they needed for themselves. They also brought out quite a bit extra, ready to distribute to those guarding the building. The teamwork was incredibly smooth. But just as they were about to head back toward the dormitory building, a sudden scream came from the cafeteria on the other side. Shun Azure Bamboo gritted his teeth. It came from the cafeteria. Should we go there first? Lin Seven-Night made a prompt decision. Head to where the scream came from first. Saving people is the priority. In a moment, they arrived at the cafeteria entrance. The iron chain that had locked the cafeteria was torn apart by something. Shun Azure Bamboo suddenly sniffed the air, his face darkening. There's the smell of blood. Lin Seven-Night nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Everyone be careful and follow behind me. As Lin Seven-Night pulled open the cafeteria door, the sight before them shocked the crowd into a flurry of unrest. The entire cafeteria now resembled a spider's lair, with scattered spider silk everywhere. Everyone followed closely behind Lin Seven-Night, gradually making their way inside. Lin Seven-Night picked up a strand of spider silk and whispered, "This isn't ordinary spider silk. It must be some kind of mystery related to spiders." Suddenly, a new soldier pointed in a direction and growled in a low voice. That's Wang Li who lives on the second floor. How could this happen?" Everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked. It was actually a familiar new recruit, his body mutilated beyond recognition, his chest and abdomen torn open, with all his internal organs missing. For a moment, the new recruits panicked. This is not a drill. There really is a powerful mystery here. Even Chao Yuan and Shun Songju showed a hint of panic on their faces. At this moment, Lin Qi suddenly shouted sternly, "Quiet!" As soon as these words were spoken, all the new recruits fell completely silent. Lin Qi's leadership ability was unmistakably evident at this moment. Lin Qi turned to look at the body on the ground and analyzed. From hearing the scream to us arriving here, it definitely took no more than 2 minutes. At this point, Lin Qi slowly drew his long blade, including the time for hunting and feeding. That mysterious creature is likely still hiding here. Seven-Night threw the knife handle, causing Yuan Sui, Spider Boy, to regret not having longer legs. Threads of fate entangle the soul. Fatty forbidden item reveals divine authority. After confirming that the mysterious spider in the cafeteria hasn't left, Lin Seven-Night then drew his long sword and stood ready for battle. Chao Abyss called out worriedly, "Seven-Night." Lin Seven-Night nodded slightly with her back to him. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." After saying this, he led Chao Abyss and Shin Azure Bamboo inside, instructing as they walked, "The rest of you do not come in. The more people there are, the more likely it is to trigger the tripwires, making it even more dangerous." In fact, even without Lin Seven-Night's instructions, these newcomers probably wouldn't have dared to enter. As they reached the deeper parts, the surrounding spider silk became even more dense. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. Just a short distance away from him, a massive white spider was coiled on the ceiling. Its crimson eyes fixed on Lin Seven-Night, emitting a hissing sound. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Lin Seven-Night's chest. Lin Seven-Night was taken aback. The Azure Guardian had been activated. That spider just launched a mental attack. He held his breath and focused his mind, flipping the long blade in his hand. Then he abruptly hurled it toward the direction of the spider. The long blade struck the ceiling directly, cracking a large piece of it. But it landed quite far from the spider, leaving the spider utterly confused. What was the meaning of this move? Pointing east but striking west? Or pointing at the mulberry tree but cursing the locust tree? In contrast, among the three, Lin Seven-Night, Chao Abyss, though somewhat surprised, had already mentally prepared himself. Shun Azure Bamboo, however, almost burst out laughing and whispered, "In all my life I've never seen anyone with such terrible aim." Lin Seven-Night was on the verge of tears. "My abyssal deity ruins can now extend up to 20 meters. Within those 20 meters I can hit whatever I aim at. But beyond 20 meters it's really just up to fate." Shun Azure Bamboo, still chuckling, snapped his fingers and said, "Let me handle this." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers toward the spider and instantly, an intense explosion erupted right where the spider was located, sending a large section of the ceiling crashing down. As the dust gradually settled and fell away, suddenly the spider burst out from the dwindling dust, charging at the three of them at high speed. The three immediately braced themselves, ready to launch a counterattack. But what was absurd was that the spider actually made a turn in midair and dashed toward the back door, clearly trying to make a run for it. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. What was up with this spider? Was it some kind of flanking tactic or something? The instructors in the monitoring room naturally witnessed this scene as well. Yuan Gang couldn't help but frown. Why is this spider boy so timid? How can merely running away put any pressure on these new recruits? Instructor Han walked over to Yuan Gang and said with a laugh, "Is this what old Hong called the atmosphere squad? Wang Li's corpse prop is so realistic. It totally fooled all the new recruits." Yuan Gang looked at Lin Seven-Night, who was still pondering in the surveillance footage, and said with a smile, "Well, there's still someone who hasn't been fooled. After all, he's a dual agent chosen by 2 deities. How could he not have some skills up his sleeve? But don't worry, the best is yet to come. I won't make it easy for them." Spider Boy ran away. Lin Seven-Night and the other two simply stopped to ponder on the spot. Given the huge gap in strength between the two sides, why would the spider still flee? This isn't right. It's 12 parts wrong out of 10. Shin Bamboo couldn't figure it out and asked directly. So what do we do next? Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment. That spider is fast and powerful. We won't chase it. Let's stick to the original plan and head to the 3 girls' dormitories first. But we need to prevent it from attacking our base, so we should leave more people behind to protect those still sleeping in the dormitories. Shin Bamboo thought for a moment and volunteered. I'll go back and stand guard. Lin Seven-Night nodded. All right, you're strong enough. If the spider comes, you should be able to hold it off until we come to the rescue. While the 3 were discussing, they had no idea that the spider was running away at top speed. All 8 legs were moving so fast they became a blur. At this moment, Spider Boy was absolutely terrified. Although Lin Longye's thrown knife didn't hit him, the way it was done was absolutely terrifying. And that man who could make things explode with a snap of his fingers, the way he stared at me felt like he wanted to tear me to pieces. As Spider Boy ran, his body gradually transformed, turning into a little boy. He muttered to himself with a hint of grievance, I just wanted to find a place to sleep. Why did they have to hit me? In the end, he burst into loud sobs, crying, It's too dangerous here. I want to get out. Crying and crying. Spider Boy suddenly shuddered as he remembered what Yuan Gang had said to him. If you dare sneak away, I wouldn't mind adding a serving of braised spider legs to the cafeteria menu. Instantly, Spider Boy's sobbing stopped. No, absolutely cannot run away. That man really could stew him alive. For a moment, he stomped his feet in frustration. They're all bad people. What should I do now? Once Spider Boy calmed down, he began to recall the task that Yuan Gang had assigned him. To first gain control over the minds of those who were asleep. Remembering the mission, Spider Boy scanned the area, and then dashed toward an abandoned warehouse. When he reached the front of the warehouse, he craned his neck and looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was inside, he walked in with confidence. The first step was to weave the web. As his hands danced, countless silk threads gushed forth. In an instant, the entire abandoned warehouse was filled with webs centered around him. Then he stretched both hands toward the sky. Strands of silk with strange fluctuations sprayed out, transformed into invisible threads flying out from the abandoned warehouse. In an instant, they connected to the foreheads of the still sleeping new recruits. In no time, cocoon-like spider silk structures began to appear one after another on the warehouse ceiling. Though seemingly empty, they appeared to envelop something. Spider Boy muttered to himself, I'm sorry. The instructors ordered me to weave the web at 6 o'clock, trapping those of you who haven't gotten up yet as spirit forms. Blame the demons then. It's their fault. Suddenly, Spider Boy froze and looked in a certain direction. He said with some surprise, the others woke up long ago, they just couldn't return to their bodies. But this guy actually slept all the way until now. Inside that mass of spider silk was clearly the sleeping soul of Bily Fatty, sound asleep. Spider Boy sighed as he looked at him. Sleeping so soundly, I really envy you. I don't know how much time had passed, but Fatty woke up from his dream and stretched lazily with a big yawn. He rubbed his eyes and said, How did I sleep so comfortably today? Didn't the instructor blow the whistle? But as Fatty took a clear look at his surroundings, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What the hell is this? Hey, what the hell? Where the hell have you brought me? Is this still the training camp? As soon as he lowered his head, he noticed something unusual. This was a rare spiritual class forbidden ruins capable of stripping souls. Never mind, let's get out of here first. Thinking about Fatty, he reached out his hand and unexpectedly, a ring on his spiritual body began to radiate a golden light. Then with a sudden pull, the ring transformed into a long blade that resembled a spirit, appearing in his hand. It was none other than the forbidden item soul-cutting blade. At the same time, Spider Boy, who had already started slacking off and dozing, was abruptly jolted awake by a sharp pain in his head. When he looked again, he realized that Fatty had disappeared without a trace. When he arrived at the spot where Fatty had been, he picked up the spider silk and discovered that it had been severed by a blade. This guy actually managed to damage his soul weaver. At the same time in the boys' dormitory, Fatty darted out of the room like a rabbit. He happened to run into Shin Bamboo, who had just returned. Shin Bamboo looked astonished and said, How are you awake? Fatty explained his recent encounter with animated gestures. Then he took out his ring and said, Luckily, my forbidden item is directly bound to my mental power, otherwise the outcome would have been hard to say. Shin Bamboo quickly asked, What about the others? How are they doing? Fatty laughed and said, It's fine. They're just trapped, I can save them. Hearing that Fatty could save them, Shin Azure Bamboo was naturally happy, but he was also puzzled about how to do it. Fatty took out a monocle, put it on and smiled slightly. Would I ever say something that isn't true? As Fatty adjusted his monocle, the corridor in his eyes was already filled with purple spider silk. Fatty took a deep breath, and the jade light in his chest emitted a golden glow. He stepped onto the flying sword and began to float. Shin Azure Bamboo saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Having money is really damn great. Fatty, ready to set off, let out a hearty laugh and soared into the air on his sword. He transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly piercing through the long corridor, severing all the spider webs in his path. And those new recruits lying asleep in their beds also woke up in an instant. They came out into the hallway, asking each other about what had just happened. One of Shin Azure Bamboo's underlings ran over and said, "Brother Shun, what happened? I just had a nightmare. It felt like I was trapped in a giant spider's web and couldn't wake up no matter how hard I struggled." Fatty looked at him expectantly and said, "Do you remember how you managed to break free?" The little brother thought for a moment, trying hard to recall, and said, It seems like there was a glowing sow flying in the sky, and then somehow it just came back." Fatty shows his might to save everyone, breaks open the door at the female soldiers' dormitory. Spatial chaos makes it hard to tell apart. Everyone loses their composure for a moment. Biley Fatty exerted immense effort, relying on several forbidden items. Only then did he manage to awaken the slumbering new recruits. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was labeled as a flying sow. Furious, Fatty roared, "I, your young master, tread upon the jade light and wield the soul-cutting blade, saving you all from peril. So from your perspective it's like watching a sow fly up to the sky?" Shin Azure Bamboo's sidekick was so awkward. "Huh? That sow couldn't be." Before he could finish, Shin Azure Bamboo smacked him hard on the back of the head and scolded angrily, "You useless fool! Letting someone steal your soul like that. What kind of night watcher are you? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. If it weren't for someone saving you, you'd still be fast asleep there." Fatty waved his hand dismissively. All right, swagger dude, don't bother scolding him anymore. I'm a man of great generosity and won't hold a grudge over such things." Suddenly Fatty's eyes widened sharply. "Detected." He quickly turned to Shin Azure Bamboo and said, "That big spider is hiding in the warehouse. Now that many new soldiers are awake, we have strength in numbers. We can overwhelm and kill that spider." Shin Azure Bamboo, however, looked serious and said, "It's not that simple. That spider truly has the ability to kill people." Fatty had a look of utter disbelief on his face. "Isn't this just a drill organized by the instructor?" Shin Azure Bamboo shook his head, "But we saw with our own eyes that someone sacrificed themselves, and the manner of death was extremely gruesome. Even if we have numbers, facing a powerful flowing stage mystic would inevitably result in casualties. We need to come up with a way to take down the spider while minimizing casualties." Fatty couldn't help but feel a bit surprised upon hearing this. In his impression, Shin Azure Bamboo was the type of reckless and hot-headed brute who acted without thinking. Unexpectedly, when faced with a real emergency, he turned out to be calmer than anyone else. At this moment, Fatty noticed something was off. He glanced around and asked doubtfully, "By the way, where is Seven-Night?" Shin Azure Bamboo explained. "He took some people to the female soldiers' dormitory. There might be something mysterious in that building." Fatty nodded and muttered, "Something mysterious in the female soldiers' dormitory? Does that mean Molly is in danger?" With that thought, he immediately turned around and ran off, saying, "No, I have to go to the female soldiers' dormitory." Shin Azure Bamboo was stunned and exclaimed, "Wait, aren't you going to kill that spider anymore?" Without a second thought, Fatty directly threw the soul-cutting blade ring toward Shin Azure Bamboo. "With so many of you, dealing with one spider should be more than enough. This is the soul-cutting blade. It can sever the soul-weaving spider silk. I'll lend it to you for now. I'm off to play the hero and save the beauty." With that, Fatty hopped and skipped away, disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, in front of the girls' dormitory, a deadlock had also arisen. The building was right there in plain sight, yet Lin Seven-Night's divine domain of the mortal world was completely unable to detect the presence of this building. It was as if it had been blocked by someone. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Chow Abyss was drenched in sweat from exhaustion at this moment and turned back to say, "No, this door still won't open." Suddenly, a new recruit named Li Xiaoguang behind Lin Seven-Night said, "The space here is blocked off." My Forbidden Ruins has a connection to space, so I can sense the situation in this building. Although it appears before our eyes from a spatial perspective, it is no longer here. Lin Seven-Night frowned and asked, "Then how do we get in?" Li Xiaoguang slowly drew the long blade from his back. "Let me give it a try." As his long blade was unsheathed, a peculiar spatial ripple spread out. Li Xiaoguang held the long blade and slowly swung it down toward the door of the female soldiers' dormitory. The blade swept past, leaving not a single mark on the dormitory door. Yet, a pitch-black slash was carved into the space before the door, immediately followed by the sound of shattering. It exploded with a deafening roar. Li Xiaoguang sheathed his knife and quickly said, "Come in quickly. I can only hold open a corner of this space for a moment. It will soon restore itself." With that, he led the group inside. After everyone had entered, the spatial gap slowly closed, leaving everyone in a vast empty space. The group headed toward the stairs, and Lin Seven-Night had just stepped onto them. Just heard a scream coming from upstairs. The few of them immediately dashed off, charging up the stairs. Just as they rushed upstairs, Lin Seven-Night froze in surprise. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw a bedroom. Chao Abyss couldn't help but feel surprised. Is this how the female soldiers' dormitory is designed? Going straight from the stairs to the bed? This design doesn't seem right, does it? Lin Seven-Night looked at the joint on the floor, shook his head, crouched down, gently rubbed it twice and said, "This joint is too smooth." Although the infrastructure maniacs in the training camp are incredibly skilled, they couldn't possibly achieve this level. It's as if someone cut two separate places and then spliced them together. There must be a mysterious entity in this building skilled in spatial transference. As he said this, Lin Seven-Night walked toward a door on one side. Then he pulled open the door, revealing the chaotic space inside. Lin Seven-Night nodded. Indeed, the layout inside this building is completely out of order, just like a scrambled Rubik's Cube. The other recruits, upon seeing the scene behind the door, couldn't help but feel their minds shaken. Is this the power of the mysterious? Truly is extraordinarily bizarre. Li Xiaoguang looked around, scratching his head and said, "There's a fork in the road ahead. Which way leads upstairs? Maybe we should split up and check both paths." Lin Seven-Night shook his head. "There's something mysterious in this building. Splitting up right now is definitely not a wise choice. The left path leads to another dormitory. Behind that dormitory is a restroom, and further back is a half-flight of stairs going downward. The right path passes through two consecutive dormitories, then has a section of stairs leading upward." Li Xiaoguang was somewhat surprised. "You can sense the paths?" Lin Seven-Night nodded. "Yes, but there's a range limit. I can't sense more than a few rooms." Chao Abyss pondered for a moment. "In that case, we should take the path on the right." Lin Seven-Night, however, shook his head. "No. We need to break through this wall." The new recruits were dumbfounded. "Break the wall? Why do we need to break the wall?" Lin Seven-Night explained. "My psychic abilities cannot penetrate this building from the outside, but they work normally from the inside. This means that, from an internal perspective, each room here is merely misaligned and not spatially isolated. In other words, these walls inside the building can be broken through." Chao Abyss pondered briefly and understood. "So that's how it is. Indeed, rather than following the opponent's design, it's better to break out of the framework and choose our own path." At that moment, a tall recruit from the team spoke up. "Leave breaking the wall to me." Then he stepped forward, placed his hands on the wall, and a green light began to radiate from them. In just a few minutes, the entire wall had been melted into a huge hole. When everyone looked inside, it really is a staircase leading to the upper floor. Lin Seven-Night took the lead, with Chao Abyss and Li Xiaoguang following closely at the front. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, the surrounding space began to shift rapidly, causing a wave of dizziness. When the changes stopped, the three found themselves in a completely unfamiliar scene. Chao Abyss frowned at the sight. "We've been separated from the others." Lin Seven-Night also looked uneasy. "Space has become distorted again. Is it because we damaged the wall? Or does it change periodically on its own?" Turning to look at the two, he said, "In any case, let's try to stick together from now on and not stray too far apart. If the mystery can only go this far, although it's a bit troublesome, it doesn't actually pose much of a threat." Chao Abyss nodded. "That's right. As long as enough people enter the female soldiers' dormitory, breaking through here is just a matter of time." At that moment, Lin Seven-Night's gaze sharpened, and she frowned as she looked to one side. Then he turned and walked in that direction. Chao Abyss was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong, Seven-Night? What did you sense?" Lin Seven-Night remained silent and stopped in front of a dormitory door. He slowly raised his hand and pulled the door open. When the door was fully opened, Chao Abyss and Li Xiaoguang were stunned by the sight before them. In the dimly lit corridor, scattered bloodstains were everywhere. A woman's body, severed at the waist, lay quietly there, devoid of any signs of life, clearly having been dead for a long time. Headless Mystery dragging a blade appears. Xiaoguang is suddenly cut in half. Instructor flashes and swaps with a substitute, but Seven-Night sees through it at a glance. Looking at the body of the female recruit before them, Lin Seven-Night and the other two fell into a moment of silence. As they stepped forward, Li Xiaoguang froze. I know her. A comrade of mine once said he wanted to pursue her. I never thought it would end like this. Lin Seven-Night crouched down and examined the body carefully, frowning as he said, There's only this one cut at the waist and the wound is extremely smooth. It must have been severed by some kind of sharp weapon in a single strike. The upper limb muscles are stiff, indicating the atmosphere must have been very tense at the time. She was confronting something. Chao Abyss nodded and said, The mysterious force she was confronting must have been far superior to her. That's why just one strike was enough to leave her with no ability to resist. Li Xiaoguang thought for a moment and asked, Could it be that the mysterious force used a space-related forbidden ruin to directly sever her body? Lin Seven-Night slowly stood up. Impossible. Only a weapon could cause this kind of wound. Unless that mysterious force is also skilled in blade techniques. Or there is a second mysterious presence here. Suddenly Chao Abyss twitched his ears and said, Wait, did you guys hear something? Like the sound of something heavy being dragged on the ground? As he said this, all three of them heard the dragging noise. The sound grew closer and louder. Suddenly, it paused, then began moving toward the direction of Lin Seven-Night and the other two. Lin Seven-Night whispered softly, He's coming. It's the mysterious being that killed this female soldier. Li Xiaoguang gritted his teeth and said, What should we do? Fight or run? Lin Seven-Night drew his twin blades. Fight. At least we have to hold it back. If others were to encounter this mysterious flowing stage, there would be almost no chance of survival. Li Xiaoguang nodded upon hearing this and drew his large blade. All right, I'll follow your lead. The sound was getting closer, like something sharp being dragged across the floor tiles. Before long, a blurry figure appeared at the end of the corridor in front of the three of them. That was a headless yet towering figure, standing over 2 meters tall, with a terrifying large mouth on its chest and abdomen. Even more terrifying was the long blade in its hand, which looked to be over 3 meters long at first glance. The sound was precisely that of this long blade being dragged along the ground. Li Xiaoguang couldn't help but mutter at the sight of this figure. What the hell is that thing? It's moving way too slowly. At this pace we could totally. Before he could finish his words, the headless mystery suddenly stomped its foot violently. Its entire figure shot towards Li Xiaoguang like a cannonball. Unlike its previous sluggish movements. At this moment it arrived before Li Xiaoguang like a sudden clap of thunder, swinging its blade to strike him down. Li Xiaoguang had no time to react. He was directly cut in half at the waist, and his body flew out in 2 pieces. Chao Abyss was right beside Li Xiaoguang. Yet the mysterious figure seemed not to have noticed him at all. And upon seeing Li Xiaoguang's severed body, Chao Abyss gritted his teeth and reached for the long blade. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night reached out and stopped Chao Abyss from drawing the blade, and made a gesture for him to be quiet. Immediately after, the surroundings around the two began to change rapidly. When they came to a stop, the two found themselves inside the restroom. Chao Abyss looked sorrowful and murmured, Li Xiaoguang, he. Little did they know, Lin Seven-Night patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, he's not dead. That was just a trick of the eye. At the very moment the blade was about to strike Li Xiaoguang, 2 figures suddenly appeared. In an instant they took Li Xiaoguang away and simultaneously created an extremely lifelike replica of a human body, which was sliced in 2 by the blade. If I'm not mistaken, all of this is the instructor's doing. Chao Abyss suddenly realized, so the body we saw earlier in the cafeteria, and the female corpse in the hallway just now, were they all fake? Lin Seven-Night nodded. Exactly. If it weren't for that momentary switch just now, I probably still wouldn't have realized it. Additionally, I think I figured out the weakness of that mysterious creature just now. It must be sound. Watching Chao Abyss with some confusion, Lin Seven-Night explained, Its own speed isn't fast, but it can keenly detect nearby sound sources and then use its ability to move toward them at a nearly instantaneous speed. After a moment of thought, Chao Abyss understood. Indeed, thinking about it this way, the reason Li Xiaoguang was attacked back then was simply because he spoke in front of it. Lin Seven-Night agreed, saying, and it's very likely that the louder the surrounding noise, the faster it moves. Without any sound, it can only move slowly. Chao Abyss nodded and said, so that's the weakness you were talking about. Then, as long as we deliberately reduce the noise of our movements even at the pawn stage, we might be able to kill it. Suddenly, Chao Yuan frowned and asked, since you've already discovered it, why didn't we just kill it earlier? Lin Seven-Night sighed and said, well, perhaps it's possible that I just figured out this weakness right now. On the other side, at the entrance of the female soldiers' dormitory, which had already returned to its original state, a chair was hurled directly at the door. It was Bailey Fatty, swinging the chair as he smashed it against the door. He was so exhausted he could barely stick out his tongue, complaining, damn it, what kind of material is this? It still won't break open. Finally, he simply threw the stool aside. Such petty tricks can't stop me. With that, he reached out and pulled out a forbidden item from below that looked like a piece of chalk. Then he drew a circle on the dormitory door with it. The circle suddenly emitted a faint glow, and when the light faded away, a pitch-black opening was left behind. Without a second thought, Fatty stepped right into it. Molly, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Little did he know, the moment both his feet stepped inside, the surrounding space shifted abruptly, making him dizzy and disoriented. Just as he was about to vomit, the space came to a halt, and he found himself in an office. He looked around. What the hell? Inception. Thinking this, he pushed open the door behind him and walked out. Outside, there was an empty corridor. He scratched his head. There was no other way, so he had to go on like this. So he simply walked outward. While walking, he shouted, Molly, Seven-Night, where are you all? Suddenly, Fatty heard the sound of something heavy being dragged. Just as he was still wondering what the sound was, a figure appeared behind him. Immediately after, two hands clamped down and completely covered Fatty's mouth. Fatty turned around in terror and realized it was actually Molly. With one hand covering his mouth and the other making a shushing gesture, she whispered, don't speak, come with me. Then a blue glowing door appeared behind Molly, and a woman's hand reached out from within it. The hand grabbed Molly's clothes firmly. It pulled Molly and the other person toward the light door. Finally, the two of them completely vanished into the light door. And the next second, the two of them landed in a room. There was also a blonde female soldier there, who let out a long sigh. Safe now. Upon hearing this, Molly sprang up like a carp leaping out of water, grabbed Fatty by the collar and growled in a low voice. You shouted so loudly just now, do you have a death wish? Fatty looked utterly bewildered. Why can't I talk? And what on earth was that thing just now? The blonde female soldier explained. That was a mysterious flowing stage. We call it the Sound Hunter. Women are not inferior to men, always mindful of spatial changes. Extinguish the black flames burning on the body, revealing the mystery of space. Upon hearing the title Sound Hunter, Bailey Fatty couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Molly explained. That thing traces the source of sounds, and the louder the surrounding noise, the stronger it becomes. This intelligence was obtained at the cost of more than a dozen sisters' lives. As Molly spoke these words, the hatred and fury in her eyes seemed almost tangible. Fatty was even more astonished. Are you saying more than a dozen new recruits actually died in battle? But wasn't this just a drill? Molly gritted her teeth and said, a drill? What kind of drill costs over a dozen lives? Anyway, I'm determined to kill that monster with my own hands. It was only then that Fatty noticed there were several new recruits in the room. They didn't speak, but their hands kept moving non-stop. Fatty was somewhat surprised. What are they doing? Molly walked over to a dark-haired female soldier, patted her shoulder and whispered, Tiny, pull him into your psychic link too. This girl is precisely the Zhang Tiny that Lin Seven-Night and the others have been looking for. She simply extended her finger and drew a line in the air. An invisible thread of consciousness connected to Fatty's forehead. Instantly, Fatty's mind became a hive of activity as the female soldiers methodically analyzed the room's layout changes and their patterns. Molly said in her mind, they are drawing a real-time spatial distribution map of the dormitory. The mysterious being controlling space has already joined forces with Sound Hunter. We have attempted to eliminate Sound Hunter several times before. But every time we were on the verge of success, the space would be directly disrupted. Fatty looked at the drawings in the female soldier's hands and exclaimed in surprise. So you're trying to figure out the pattern behind each spatial anomaly? That's impressive. How did you come up with this idea? Molly smiled proudly. Everyone has their strengths. Among us female soldiers there is also a strategist like Lin Seven-Night. As she spoke, she looked at a bespectacled girl with black hair. Thanks to Otzi always directing us, she was the first to discover the Sound Hunter's killing mechanism. She was also the one who proposed looking for patterns in spatial changes. At this moment, Otzi was immersed in thought, constantly trying to deduce patterns from the various drawings. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She exclaimed, "I've got it. I finally figured it out." On the other side of the restroom, Chow Abyss looked at Lin Seven-Night in astonishment. "Seven-Night, what did you just say you figured out?" Lin Seven-Night calculated once more and nodded. "Indeed. I figured out the pattern of each spatial distortion." Seeing Chow Abyss looking utterly confused, Lin Seven-Night explained, "Spatial distortions may seem complex, but in reality, there are only two fundamental types of changes: cross-sectional rotation and vertical section rotation, and each rotation is by an integer multiple of a right angle." Just when you thought Chow Abyss had a slight grasp of it, guess what? He was completely lost again. Chow Abyss scratched his head. "Seven-Night, just tell me straight. Can you now predict the patterns of spatial changes?" Lin Seven-Night shook her head. "No, the information I have is still too fragmented, and I haven't observed it enough times. But this pattern of change, I always feel a sense of familiarity with it." Chow Abyss was taken aback. "Familiar? Have you encountered it before?" Suddenly, a sharp dragging sound rang out. Lin Seven-Night and Chow Abyss were startled. The Sound Hunter had arrived. The two quickly stood up, grabbed their weapons and prepared for battle. Chow Abyss looked at Lin Seven-Night, made a few hand gestures, and Lin Seven-Night nodded in understanding before heading toward the door. Upon reaching the door, Lin Seven-Night gently pushed it open. Little did he know, the hinges were faulty, producing a loud creaking sound. The moment the sound echoed, both Lin Seven-Night and Chow Abyss's faces darkened. They had planned for everything, but never expected to be betrayed by a door. Sure enough, the next second, a massive attack came crashing over, and the entire door exploded with a deafening blast. Lin Seven-Night and the other were both sent flying backward by the shock wave. The two rose to their feet once more as the smoke began to clear. And Sound Hunter stood at the doorway, facing the two from a distance. Lin Seven-Night pointed at Sound Hunter. Chow Abyss nodded. The two tried to tread as lightly as possible as they charged toward Sound Hunter. As they approached, Chow Abyss suddenly leaped up, swinging his scabbard toward Sound Hunter. Sound Hunter twisted his body and swung his blade, sending Chow Abyss flying through the air. This time, Chow Abyss shot out like a cannonball and crashed directly into a pile of debris. Lin Seven-Night seized the opening and thrust both blades straight into Sound Hunter's chest. But the blades barely penetrated 5 centimeters before getting stuck firmly. His body had suddenly hardened. Lin Seven-Night thought to himself, "This is bad." It seems the sound not only increased its speed, but also enhanced all its attributes. And this guy's intelligence is probably not low. It knows to create noise at critical moments to boost itself. At that moment, Sound Hunter's massive hand suddenly lifted. It reached straight for Lin Seven-Night's head. Lin Seven-Night quickly leaped aside. He jumped down from Sound Hunter's back. The moment he landed, Lin Seven-Night immediately unfolded the abyssal deity ruins. The two long blades embedded in Sound Hunter's body vibrated and flew out, and fell back into Lin Seven-Night's hands. Just as Lin Seven-Night and Sound Hunter were in a standoff, a strange eerie laughter suddenly echoed. Lin Seven-Night's heart sank as he realized something was wrong. From the smoke behind him, a figure rose with twisted movements. Standing there was Chow Abyss, gripping a long blade, his body shrouded in an ominous aura intertwined with black flames. He had already entered the form of the Black King's annihilation. Then Chow Abyss let out a fierce roar. He charged toward Sound Hunter with a sinister grin. Watching Chow Abyss and Sound Hunter locked in combat, Lin Seven-Night was momentarily speechless. If only Chow Abyss had some sense of awareness right now, if he weren't constantly grinning foolishly and could just lighten his movements a bit, he would have taken down this mystery long ago. Watching the two figures grow increasingly fierce in battle, Lin Seven-Night couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I should never have let Chow Abyss attack back then. Suddenly, Lin Seven-Night felt the surroundings sway and frowned, saying, "Here we go again." Sure enough, the scene around him rapidly transformed. When it stopped again, he was already standing in front of a staircase. Lin Seven-Night thought to himself, "It seems the second mysterious being in this building doesn't want me to interfere in their battle. Probably has quite a high intelligence too." However, Lin Seven-Night didn't care at all. He swung his twin blades and struck, shattering a nearby wall into pieces. The entity controlling the space clearly hadn't anticipated that, since the headless man was being restrained by Chao Abyss. In that case, there's no need for me to hold back anymore. Thus, Lin Seven-Night transformed into a human bulldozer, taking an unconventional path. He crashed through walls in a straight line, sprinting forward relentlessly. While sprinting, he used forbidden ruins to sense his surroundings, and suddenly, a silvery white cube appeared within his perception. Lin Seven-Night paused. So this must be the second anomaly. But so far, all the anomalies he had encountered were living creatures. He had never seen one with such a regular shape. It looked just like a Rubik's Cube. Wait a minute, a Rubik's Cube. Lin Seven-Night suddenly thought of something, a smile appearing on her face as she murmured to herself. So that's it. Just as Lin Seven-Night saw the mysterious Rubik's Cube and had a sudden realization, the female soldiers on the other side also made progress. Biley Fatty scratched his head in confusion and repeated Otzi's words. What Rubik's Cube? Otzi explained with a smile. If you think of each room as a small block on a Rubik's Cube, then the entire 3 buildings actually form an irregularly shaped n-order Rubik's Cube. Every spatial disruption can actually be seen as this cube being rapidly scrambled, with the positions of the small blocks changing at high speed, creating the illusion of being untraceable. But in reality, as long as you grasp the direction and angle of each rotation of the cube, you can predict its movements. By summarizing and analyzing the first 32 disordered patterns, I have deduced the changing patterns of this cube. That is to say, from the next step onward, I will be able to predict the trajectory of its changes. Hearing this, the female soldiers were naturally delighted. Fatty in particular was utterly amazed. That's not all, Otzi continued. What's more, I already know the hiding place of this mysterious creature. So we need to make a quick decision now. Should we first go to kill the mysterious being in the chaotic space, or go to kill Sound Hunter? Molly said loudly. Of course, kill Sound Hunter first. The other female soldiers also chimed in. Kill Sound Hunter first. It has killed so many of our sisters, it must die. Otzi nodded upon hearing this. Good. Then let's proceed with the upcoming chaos simulation in advance. The start of the next chaos will be our chance to kill Sound Hunter. Back to Lin Seven-Night, he was sitting on the ground, continuously tracing imaginary lines with his fingers, calculating something. At this moment, he had also realized that the disarray of the room was following the pattern of a Rubik's Cube. He was now separated from the mystery of the Rubik's Cube by a full 4 walls. Although breaking through the walls wasn't difficult, while he was doing so, the mystic cube would definitely sense his intentions. Once it disrupts the space again, finding it would become much more difficult. At this thought, Lin Seven-Night stood up. He slowly drew his long blade. At this point, there's no choice but to take a gamble. Lin Seven-Night, holding dual blades, assumes a charging stance toward a wall. Immediately after, Lin Seven-Night stomps both feet forcefully. The whole person shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, the wall in front shattered with a thunderous crash, and Lin Seven-Night charged straight through. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Seven-Night had already broken through 2 walls, with only one barrier left between him and the mysterious Rubik's Cube. The mysterious Rubik's Cube seemed to sense something, and its form began to spin rapidly. Lin Seven-Night instinctively felt a blur before his eyes as the surrounding space rapidly transformed. Yet, upon seeing this scene, Lin Seven-Night laughed out loud. This mysterious cube had still fallen for it in the end. Immediately after, he kicked off the wall with his foot. He suddenly charged toward the ceiling above. By the time Magic Fong realized what was happening, it was already too late. Lin Seven-Night had already appeared before it. Lin Seven-Night looked at the mysterious Rubik's Cube right before her eyes, a happy smile spreading across her face. As expected, I won the bet after all. You see me charging recklessly and assume I haven't deciphered the pattern of changes, so you simply flip the space you're in right above me. The current situation between us in terms of chess. Then, checkmate. With that, Lin Seven-Night swung his twin blades in a wide arc, slashing directly at the mysterious cube. On the other side, Fatty followed the female soldiers as they headed upstairs. He looked at the half-number of troops with confusion and asked, "Why are we splitting up? We don't have many people to begin with. Isn't it a bad idea to divide our forces now?" Molly sighed and said, "Although we've grasped the pattern of spatial distortions now, the exact location of Sound Hunter is still unclear. By splitting into multiple routes, as long as one group detects Sound Hunter's position, the others can immediately close in and surround it. After saying that, she didn't forget to mock Fatty a few times. Can't even figure out such a simple concept. What on earth do you rich kids have in your heads? Fatty immediately put on a deeply affectionate expression. Of course, it's all you. His greasy remarks made Molly punch him directly. Otzi, who was walking at the front, signaled for everyone to stop and whispered, "Did you hear something? Sounds like the noise of a battle?" Molly was taken aback. That's strange. None of the other groups encountered sound hunters. How could there be a battle? The next second, a loud sound erupted. A figure crashed through the ceiling and fell down. It was precisely the Black King's slashing annihilation form, Chow Abyss. Before the female soldiers could react, the sound hunter leaped down from the upper floor and charged at Chow Abyss, raising its blade to strike. Chow Abyss raised his long blade, blocking the strike. But the ground beneath him could no longer bear the weight. The ground collapsed once again, and both figures plummeted downward. Fatty was dumbfounded. Holy shit, this is the Abyss. Molly also looked astonished. He actually managed to solo the sound hunter in such a huge commotion without getting cut in half? That's way too badass. After saying that, he looked at Otzi. What do we do now? Otzi waved his hand. Chase after them. Notify the other teams to gather here. Having someone who can confront Sound Hunter head-on gives us a huge advantage. At the command, all the female soldiers sprang into action, but Fatty remained in place with a puzzled look. Chow Abyss is here, so where did Seven-Night go? On the other side, Chow Abyss had been slashed all the way down to the basement by Sound Hunter with sparks and lightning. Before Chow Abyss could even catch his breath, Sound Hunter was already approaching again. But then, Sound Hunter suddenly felt a lightness in his hand as the entire broadsword unexpectedly floated up. Seeing this, Otzi shouted through the mental link. Now's the time, take action. The female soldiers immediately launched a full-scale assault, charging straight toward Sound Hunter. The reason they restrained that massive blade was to prevent Sound Hunter from using it to create sounds and amplify his power. As long as the massive blade is lifted off the ground, keeping the sound below a certain decibel level, killing Sound Hunter would be as easy as turning over a hand. But just at that moment, the surrounding space suddenly began to shift. Otzi was shocked. No, this pattern of change is not right. But the next second, the scene where several people appeared. Yet it felt unnervingly normal. Otzi quickly scanned with his eyes. This isn't spatial chaos. It's been restored to normal. The dormitory is back to normal. Molly was utterly shocked. Could it be that the other mysterious entity causing spatial chaos has been eliminated? Molly wasn't wrong. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night gazed at the silver fragments not far from him and sighed. Killing a mysterious flowing stage creature is truly not easy, even though it doesn't possess any offensive capabilities. Bombs buried outside the warehouse, Spider-Boy was quick to flee the explosion. Azure Bamboo dashes to sever the silk. Flowing stage mysteriously turns into a weakling. Outside the abandoned warehouse, Shin Azure Bamboo and his men are blocking the entrance. He surveyed the warehouse and nodded. It seems like it's hidden in here. A new soldier eagerly asked, Brother Shun, what should we do? Should we just charge in and kill it? Shun Azure Bamboo looked at him with a mix of disappointment and frustration. All you think about is charging in. Can't you use your brain? Do you think what's inside is some insignificant nobody? That's a flowing stage mystic. Besides, haven't you learned anything after having your soul nearly taken? Can't you show some improvement? The younger brother could only scratch his head awkwardly. Shin Azure Bamboo took out the walkie-talkie and said into it, Is the bomb in place? The recruit on the rooftop replied, Done. With the amount we've set, it should at least injure that mysterious flowing stage. Shin Azure Bamboo nodded. All right. Now all of you stay hidden outside the warehouse. I'll go in alone. The younger brother was taken aback. Brother Shun, you're going in alone? But inside is a flowing stage mystery. Brother Shin, you alone. Before he could finish, Shin Azure Bamboo interrupted. Nonsense, do I need you to remind me? I just wanted to go check first to see if it's still there, to test the waters. Actually, Shin Azure Bamboo has always had a doubt in his mind. It felt strange from the very beginning that this flowing stage fled so suddenly. He then said to the crowd, Bombs have been set up all around. If a fight really breaks out, I will immediately have you detonate the bombs. I can drain the air around me so the flames from the explosion won't harm me, and I can block the flying debris with an air barrier. What you need to do is wait for my signal. As he spoke, Shin Azure Bamboo took out a piece of bubblegum and smiled confidently. After the bomb detonates, follow the original plan to surround and eliminate the injured spider. With that, he began blowing bubbles as he spoke, strolling leisurely towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, Spider Boy had already woven a large web and was sleeping soundly inside the warehouse. The moment Shin Azure Bamboo walked in, Spider Boy sensed it immediately. Looking down, he just met Shin Azure Bamboo's upward gaze. For a moment, their eyes met in silence. The next second, Spider Boy's cries and screams, as if he were being abused, rang out, completely baffling Shin Azure Bamboo. This mysterious creature can actually take human form. And it can talk? Truly worthy of flowing stage. But why is it shouting for help? The next second, Spider Boy revealed his true form. He made a sharp turn in midair, crashed through the ceiling, and tried to make a run for it. Shin Azure Bamboo forcefully swallowed the words so vicious that were on the tip of his tongue. Spider Boy, after crashing through the ceiling, wished he had 8 more legs to run as swiftly as the wind. Shin Azure Bamboo thought to himself, "This is bad," and quickly shouted into the walkie-talkie, "He's about to escape. Detonate the bomb." At his command, the bomb at the top of the warehouse exploded with a resounding bang, creating quite a spectacular scene. Spider Boy leaped down from the rooftop, screaming even more miserably. Not for any other reason but because Spider Boy's butt was on fire. The air even carried a strange, savory aroma of roasted meat. Spider Boy was sprinting ahead, while a group of new recruits chased after him from below. Spider Boy, to say the least, has an unparalleled talent for escaping. He swiftly maneuvers between buildings using his spider silk, moving at an incredible speed. However, Shin Azure Bamboo's arrangements were extremely thorough. At that moment, 3 new recruits arrived in front of Spider Boy. They leaped up and lunged at him. Spider Boy stared at the 3 of them, a flash of red light in his eyes. The next second, the 3 of them fell from midair as if they had lost their souls. Shin Azure Bamboo, who had been chasing after them, happened to witness this scene. He glanced at the 3 people lying on the ground. He then looked at Spider Boy and thought to himself, "Just as I expected." Then, with a wave of his hand, the ring on his finger transformed into the soul-cutting blade. Immediately after, he swung the blade through the air, severing the 3 spider silk threads attached to the unconscious recruit's head. Spider Boy let out a muffled groan. The 3 lying on the ground gradually regained consciousness. Shin Azure Bamboo watched as Spider Boy turned and fled, thinking to himself that with the spiderweb damaged, the spider deity must have suffered a backlash. He immediately let out a mischievous laugh. This is a perfect opportunity. With that, he snapped his fingers toward Spider Boy. A colossal explosion erupted, sending towering flames that engulfed Spider Boy. The next instant, Spider Boy burst through the smoke and continued his frantic escape. Shin Azure Bamboo was stunned. Can this thing not die? This is just ridiculously overpowered. On the other side, Lin Seven-Night was on the rooftop of the female soldiers' dormitory building. After investigating the system, he found that the soul of the magic cube had also been detained by the psychiatric hospital. But can a magic cube really work as a caregiver? At this moment, Lin Seven-Night heard a faint tapping sound in front of him. Immediately after, an 8-legged figure darted out from in front of him. The figure landed heavily not far in front of Lin Seven-Night. Lin Seven-Night stared at the spider deity in the large pit before him, sinking into deep confusion. What is this situation? A delivery right to the doorstep? The spider deity was also dumbfounded at this moment. What kind of plot is this? Just out of the dragon's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. The person and the spider stared at each other in silent disbelief. Please do not imitate. In the end, it was Spider Boy who couldn't hold on any longer. Trembling, he backed away, saying as he retreated, "Don't come any closer." Lin Seven-Night indeed did not go over. He directly used the abyssal deity ruins to slash the 2 long blades towards Spider Boy. Spider Boy frantically retreated, completely unaware that he had reached the edge of the rooftop. He suddenly tripped underfoot, and his entire body plummeted downward off the building, leaving only Spider Boy's long drawn-out scream. And Lin Seven-Night's 2 long knives spun in midair before swiftly plunging into Spider Boy's chest and abdomen. Lin Seven-Night stood at the edge of the rooftop and couldn't help muttering, "Strange, why am I hallucinating about a spider talking? Are the aftereffects of mental power overused this severe?" When Shin Azure Bamboo arrived with the others, all they saw was Spider Boy's motionless body, and 2 long knives plunged into his chest. He looked up and saw Lin Seven-Night sitting at the edge. Lin Seven-Night shrugged. Sorry you're too late. Shin Azure Bamboo didn't seem to mind and asked. You're out. So does that mean the issue with Building 3 has been resolved? Lin Seven-Night shook his head. One has been resolved, but there's another. Let's leave it to the others. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice chimed in. The last one is right here. Molly appeared opposite, leading a group of female soldiers. And in the bag she was holding was a bloody severed arm, which belonged to Sound Hunter. Upon seeing this, Lin Seven-Night leaped down from the building. He sized it up and asked in confusion, why is there only one hand left? Molly shrugged. Didn't control the vibration frequency well. The rest shattered into pieces and smeared on the wall. Lin Seven-Night originally planned to collect Sound Hunter's body as well, intending to use it for summoning magic. Now it seems that plan has fallen through. But fortunately, the massive spider mystery is still there. Suddenly, the sound of an engine approached from a distance. Before long, a military vehicle pulled up in front of the crowd. Yuan Gang stepped out, scanned the area and said with a smile, well done. It's been a long time since I've seen such an impressive carnival day drill. Seven-Night sneaks to move the mystery. A spider signs the magic cube pact. If you ask what abilities they hold, washing clothes and dishes, all tasks intact. No sooner had the rookie dealt with the 3 flowing stage mysteries than Yuan Gang arrived by car. Stepping out of the vehicle, Yuan Gang could be heard laughing heartily, saying, it's been a long time since I've seen such an exhilarating carnival day drill. As soon as these words were spoken, the rookies on the scene were completely bewildered. What carnival day? What drill? Yuan Gang naturally knew what they were worried about and waved his hand saying, don't worry, those who sacrificed in this drill are not in any real danger. We have already scored each of you based on today's performance, and the results will be announced tomorrow morning. By the way, training for today and tomorrow is cancelled. Take a good rest. Dismissed. Hearing that there were no casualties and that they could have 2 days off, the new recruits burst into cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Lin Seven-Night quietly dragged Spider Boy's corpse, attempting to pack it up and take it away, truly exuding a sneaky vibe. Suddenly, a cough sounded behind the sneaky Lin Seven-Night. Yuan Gang stood behind Lin Seven-Night and asked, what are you moving it for? Lin Seven-Night couldn't exactly say he was planning to use it as a sacrificial offering for a summoning ritual. Without thinking, he blurted out, I want to eat braised spider legs. Yuan Gang naturally couldn't believe it and said helplessly, all mysterious corpses that died during the exercise must be recovered. You won't get to eat braised spider legs. At that moment, an instructor came up behind Yuan Gang and whispered something to him. Yuan Gang sighed after hearing this. Hand over the corpse of the Rubik's Cube. Lin Seven-Night avoided eye contact, not daring to look directly. The Rubik's Cube? It exploded into pieces. There's no corpse left. I chopped it into pieces. It turned into something like sand and vanished, leaving nothing behind. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? If not, then so be it. With that, he turned and walked away. The recruits have rested, but the instructors are practically at each other's throats. Each of them has a different scoring standard for the recruits. One says you scored too high, another says you scored too low. One accuses you of being biased, another calls you petty. It almost escalated into personal attacks. In short, it was a huge argument. However, in the end, a scoring sheet was still put together and handed over to Yuan Gang. Everyone's scores are on it, except for Lin Seven-Night's. No other reason, these instructors just didn't dare to grade him. Yuan Gang was taken aback by this. Didn't dare to grade him? Why wouldn't they dare? Instructor Han nodded and explained. During this exercise, whether it's combat ability, insight or command skills, Lin Seven-Night performed at the highest level. If we were to grade strictly by the rules, he might very well have scored a perfect mark. Instructor Han nodded. Actually, the point we're struggling with is right here. If we were to give a score of 20, in the history of our new recruit training camp, there has never been a perfect score before. Yuan Gang thought for a moment. Then let's give him 19 points. Instructor Han was taken aback. How do you explain that 1-point deduction? Yuan Gang smiled. 1 more point and he might get arrogant. Besides, those who want to keep the Rubik's Cubes remains always have to pay a price. In the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Spider Boy cried so pitifully in his cage. All he wanted was to get some sleep, so how did he end up in prison out of nowhere? Before long, the sound of footsteps grew closer, and a figure appeared before him. Lin Seven-Night wore a smile more villainous than any antagonists. "Welcome to my psychiatric hospital of the gods, little spider." That grin nearly scared Spider-Boy out of his wits on the spot. After Spider-Boy calmed down, Lin Seven-Night asked curiously, "You're a spider?" Spider-Boy flew into a rage upon hearing this. "You're just a swinder." Looking at the aggrieved Spider-Boy, Lin Seven-Night suddenly recalled the voice he had heard when he saw it on the rooftop. It turned out to be Spider-Boy speaking. With a single thought from Lin Seven-Night, a system panel materialized above Spider-Boy's prison cell. Fear level reaches 60, eligible to hire him as a caregiver. Lin Seven-Night was completely stunned. This fear value is ridiculously high. Am I really that scary? Spider-Boy, overcoming the fear in his heart, leaned against the cage and whispered, "Please don't kill me, okay? If you really want to eat braised spider legs, I can give you one. No, I can even give you two." Lin Seven-Night was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this and said speechlessly, "I don't want your spider legs, I want you. Don't get me wrong. What I meant was, come work as a caregiver at my hospital." Spider-Boy looks confused. "A caregiver? What's that for?" Lin Seven-Night thought about the current situation at the psychiatric hospital, organized his words and said, "It's just accompanying the elderly gentleman in reading, cheering up the elderly ladies, sometimes cooking, doing laundry, and running a marathon. Actually, it's quite relaxed." Spider-Boy didn't notice anything off about Lin Seven-Night's words and cautiously asked, "So if I become a caregiver, you won't kill me anymore?" Lin Seven-Night nodded, of course. With that, he reached out and summoned a contract, saying, "Come on, sign the employment contract right now." After dealing with Spider-Boy, Lin Seven-Night arrived at the cell where the Rubik's Cube was held. It was the familiar choice between two options, but this time, Lin Seven-Night's computational abilities were all within its sight. Lin Seven-Night has just realized that the hiring requirements for each caregiver are different. Li Flying is loyal, because loyalty is the prerequisite for him not to betray. As for Spider-Boy, the best way to control him is to exploit his fear. And this magic cube, it is not a biological entity in the traditional sense. It lacks loyalty and fear. To control it more effectively, one must impress it intellectually. At this thought, Lin Seven-Night said, "Prove your worth. My psychiatric hospital doesn't support idlers." When the Rubik's Cube and Lin Seven-Night laid all their cards on the table, Lin Seven-Night laughed very happily. Li Flying was about to go do the laundry. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lin Seven-Night holding a child's hand, with a magic cube floating behind him, strolling leisurely over. Li Flying looked puzzled. "Seven-Night, what's going on?" Seven-Night patted Spider-Boy's head. "New caregiver. This one is called a spider, and this one is called the Rubik's Cube." Upon hearing that it was a new caregiver, Li Flying immediately burst into tears, with both tears and a runny nose streaming down. He immediately slid down on his knees and hugged Lin Seven-Night's leg. "Seven-Night, you're the one who truly cares about me. You know I'm exhausted all by myself." He cried and cried. Li Flying's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the Rubik's Cube as he asked, "What can this thing be used for?" Lin Seven-Night snapped his fingers and said, "Come on, Rubik's Cube, show us what you've got." As soon as the words were spoken, the dirty clothes and laundry detergent in Li Flying's laundry basket all floated up into the air. Those clothes spun around the magic cube continuously, and then the cube rotated faster and faster. Finally, only a water sphere could be seen floating mid-air. When the Rubik's Cube came to a stop again, Li Flying couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Rubik's Cube brand automatic washing machines, dryers, mahjong tables, and so much more, all dedicated to serving you. Li Flying clapped excitedly. Finally, no more hand-washing clothes and dishes. Seven-Night, you have no idea how many calluses I've developed on my hands during this time. With that, Li Flying turned to a spider and asked, "And you? What special skills do you have?" A spider said a bit sheepishly, I can sleep." Lin Seven-Night suddenly remembered something and said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." A spider doesn't know anything, but he's quite malleable. Please teach him more. With that, he disappeared before the others. Li Flying thought for a moment, then patted A Spider and said, "A Spider, do you know how to play mahjong?" A Spider is dumbfounded. What's going on? Scored first in the assessment, Seven-Night summons a mummy. Devouring weapons in the armory, the instructors are collectively baffled. Lin Seven-Night has just briefed Li Flying on the new caregiver, A Spider, and the Rubik's Cube. He was then shaken awake from his bed by Li Fatty. Lin Seven-Night looked at Fatty with a face full of surprise. You actually woke up this early. No matter who you are. Get off Fatty right now. Fatty ignored Lin Seven-Night's teasing and exclaimed excitedly, the scores from yesterday's exercise are out. You're first. You got 19 points. That's a full 2 points higher than the second place. Lin Seven-Night was surprised instead. Why was I deducted 1 point? Where was it deducted? Fatty shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Then with a smile on his face he said, speaking of which, aren't you curious about who came in second? Lin Seven-Night was about to say he wasn't curious, but seeing Fatty's eager expression, he simply followed up and asked, you wouldn't happen to be that second place, would you? Fatty chuckled. You saw right through me. That's right. Young Master and Chow Abyss are tied for second place. But after Fatty finished speaking, he realized that Lin Seven-Night had disappeared. Turning around, he saw that Lin Seven-Night was already at the door. Fatty, I have something to take care of outside. I'll be right back, he said before turning and leaving. Fatty wanted to chase after him, but Seven-Night ran too fast. He also closed the door behind him. Fatty took out a watch with some disappointment and said regretfully, I was just about to give you this watch as a proper celebration. On the other side, Lin Seven-Night left the dormitory and headed to the remote weapons warehouse. The area was completely deserted, making it the perfect spot for him to conduct some experiments. He then placed the fragments of the Rubik's Cube into the magic circle. As the fragments were devoured by the magic circle, a surge of light emerged, enveloping Lin Seven-Night within it. At this moment, Lin Seven-Night appeared as if standing upon the starry sea, surrounded by drifting orbs of light both large and small. Within them, one could faintly glimpse creatures that looked overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Seven-Night nodded to himself. Choosing this remote weapons warehouse had truly been the right decision. The commotion was far too great. Lin Seven-Night scanned the glowing spheres and reached out toward one of them. There was an invisible barrier on it, preventing Lin Seven-Night from touching it. Lin Seven-Night withdrew his hand. It seemed these were all high-level summoned creatures. With his current soul strength, he was unable to form a contract with these beings. Suddenly he looked toward a smaller light cluster nearby. Seemed this one might be possible. Inside that light cluster was a small mummy, silently advancing through the barren desert. Lin Seven-Night was somewhat puzzled. Given his magical talent, he should have been a formidable combatant by all means. But this mummy doesn't look powerful at all. Lin Seven-Night shook his head and said, forget it, let's give it a try. There's not much time left. As he spoke, he raised his hand and conjured a magic circle on the desert sand. The little mummy wobbled over to the edge of the magic circle, tilting its head up to look at Lin Seven-Night with a puzzled expression. Lin Seven-Night instantly transformed into a pyramid scheme leader. Answer my call, and I will make you the king of this world. The mummy didn't seem to understand, but still took a step forward. It stood within the magic circle. A flash of light swept by, and it vanished from the desert world along with the little mummy. When Lin Seven-Night opened his eyes again and saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but laugh and say, it worked. And that small mummy was now sitting right in front of him. The mummy looked around and then stood up, heading toward the weapons piled up in the warehouse. It first picked up a rifle and examined it from top to bottom. Then it opened its mouth wide and bit down on the rifle. Lin Seven-Night was dumbfounded. How can this thing eat weapons? And that's not all. The little mummy had a grenade in its left hand and a long knife in its right, shoveling them into its mouth like crazy. Lin Seven-Night was going crazy. Wait. You can't eat those. But before he could stop it, the mummy's body rapidly expanded. In just a few breaths it had already grown to the size of an adult. Even more bizarrely, various weapons emerged from its body, all things it had just devoured. Lin Seven-Night looked it up and down. It seems this little creature's ability is to store the weapons it eats, and turn them into its own power. The mummy pointed to the other weapons, as if asking something. Lin Seven-Night thought for a moment and understood. Are you asking if these can be eaten? With a wave of his hand he said, eat without worry. Eat boldly. Open your stomach and eat heartily. Consider it my gift to you as a token of our meeting. A few hours later, Instructor Hong and Instructor Gu arrived at the weapons warehouse door, ready to pick up some weapons. As soon as they stepped inside, the two noticed that the echo in the room was unusually loud today. Taking a closer look, good heavens! The weapons warehouse was completely empty. Not even a single strand of hair left. Even the weapon racks had vanished. The emptiness was downright unsettling. Instantly the two exclaimed in unison. What the hell, where are the weapons? The matter was immediately reported to Yuan Gang, whose reaction was much the same as theirs. What do you mean? The weapons warehouse is empty? What's going on? Instructor Han felt a throbbing in his temples. Sir, it's exactly what it sounds like. All the weapons are gone. Instructor Han nodded and added, we checked all the surveillance footage around the area. There was no sign of anyone moving anything. Yuan Gang frowned. Not an outside thief? Could it be an inside job then? Instructor Han sighed. Even if there is an inside job, that was a whole warehouse of weapons. If they weren't smuggled out of the training camp, where could they possibly be hidden? Instructor Han nodded. We've searched everywhere, not even a screw was found. We were about to dig up the training ground. At this point, Yuan Gang's eyes sharpened. Wait a moment. Think I know. There's someone who could hide an entire warehouse of weapons without anyone noticing. The special team competes for personnel, and the announced transfer order raises suspicions of unfairness. New recruits charge into sudden natural disasters, death retreats, survivors live. In a dense forest, the sounds of battle occasionally emerge, only to fall silent again shortly after. In the dense forest, a blonde woman stands there. Before her lies a large, mysterious creature that has just met its end. The woman pulls out a piece of paper and examines it carefully, saying, we must secure this. Dual deity agent, ranked first in the training camp, and even possesses the celestial lights medal. This Lin Seven-Night has immense potential. We absolutely must lure him to. At this point, the woman paused. She probably realized her choice of words was inappropriate and quickly corrected herself, saying, no, I mean recruit him to our Phoenix team. The bespectacled man behind her sighed at the sight. Captain, can you please calm down? Our team isn't short on people right now. The woman shook her head. Even if we're not recruiting, we have to bring him in. This Lin Seven-Night, once he grows, will definitely become a terrifying presence, surpassing both me and King Face. A talent like this, our Phoenix team absolutely cannot miss out on him. The bespectacled man frowned. But according to the regulations, our special squad cannot recruit new members unless we suffer significant personnel losses. The woman frowned. Oh, right. What should we do then? Suddenly, the woman's eyes lit up. She fixed her gaze on the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man's heart sank. Before he could say anything, the woman pulled him close. How about this? I'll beat you to a pulp first, then report you as a casualty. After I've abducted Lin Seven-Night, I'll help you recover. Isn't this a win-win solution? The man broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking to himself, is the team leader dropping all pretense and planning to resort to outright abduction now? On another battlefield, a massive octopus-like mysterious entity lies lifeless atop the ruins of a skyscraper, while two figures stand leisurely on its head. Libra looks at King Face. Captain Lin Seven-Night is about to graduate. Should we apply to transfer him here? King Face slightly shakes his head. No need. Libra looks slightly surprised. Why? We have a good relationship with Lin Seven-Night. If we send an invitation, he should agree. King Face chuckled lightly. Someone like him is destined to form his own special team. Joining other squads would only limit his growth. At the new recruit training camp, Biley Fatty returned to the dormitory with a gloomy expression. Lin Seven-Night, seeing him like this, asked, what's wrong? You were called away early in the morning and only just came back now. Fatty was also at a loss. I don't know. As soon as I entered, the instructor checked my pocket dimension. Lin Seven-Night immediately guessed what was going on and pretended not to care as he continued to ask. So what did the instructor say? Fatty also looked puzzled. He didn't say anything. After checking, he just let me go, and he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Lin Seven-Night finally felt a weight lift off his mind. It seemed that his act of summoning a mummy to empty the armory hadn't been exposed. Suddenly, a whistle for assembly sounded. Lin Seven-Night and Fatty were taken aback. How strange, wasn't the training already over? Why were they being called to assemble now? Still, the two of them headed outside. Before long, all the new recruits had assembled on the training ground. Yuan Gang scanned the crowd and announced loudly, today is your final assembly. Not for training, but to announce your assignments. Upon hearing this, Fatty said with a hint of excitement, I wonder where we'll be assigned. I hope I can go back to Chao Abyss near Guangshun. Chao Abyss shrugged and said, I don't really mind. It would be best if I could be assigned with Seven-Night, but he'll probably be sent to Shangjing or a special squad. Yuan Gang began to read out the assignments, and after a short while, he announced, Molly transferred to Team 17 in Gusu City. Biley Daylight, transferred to Team 010 in Guangshan City. Shun Azure Bamboo, transferred to Team 006 in Shangjing City. Chao Abyss transferred to Team 007 in Huaihai City. At this moment, Yuan Gang paused briefly before continuing. Lin Seven-Night, transferred to Team 136 in Songnan City. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Fatty and Chao Abyss were especially astonished. Fatty exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? Seven-Night is the top performer." Chao Abyss also questioned whether there had been some mistake. At that moment, Shun Azure Bamboo let out a disdainful snort and spat the bubblegum in his mouth onto the ground. All of this was noticed by Yuan Gang, who frowned and said, "Shun Azure Bamboo, do you have a problem?" Shun Azure Bamboo raised his hand and said, "Report, I'm not convinced." Lin Seven-Night was the top performer, so why was he transferred to a place like Songnan? He's stronger than me. If someone of his caliber can only stay in Songnan, then what right do I have to go to Shangjing? At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Yuan Gang stood in the rain and said, "I understand better than anyone else that Lin Seven-Night is the one who truly deserves to be given important responsibilities. But we are soldiers. Soldiers must follow orders." Fatty looked at Lin Seven-Night with some concern. Lin Seven-Night, however, shook his head with a smile. "No need to comfort me. Being able to stay in Songnan is something I've always wished for. My goal has never been to protect humanity, or to stand out among others. I only wish to fulfill the promise I made with Zhao Empty City." Chao Abyss was about to say something but suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Wait, do any of you feel like the ground is shaking?" Upon hearing this, Lin Seven-Night crouched down and lightly touched the ground with his hand to sense it. "You're not wrong, it really is shaking, and the amplitude is getting bigger." At this moment, Instructor Han approached Yuan Gang's ear and whispered a few words to him. Yuan Gang's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Then he turned and shouted to the recruits below. 10 minutes ago, a sudden earthquake near South Jin Mountain triggered a massive mudslide. 7 surrounding villages have been affected. The only place that can quickly mobilize a large number of personnel right now is our training camp. Great Xia needs you. Use your ability to protect the city and support the victims. At the foot of South Jin Mountain, the village swept by the mudslide is now in ruins. A man ran towards his home, but as he got closer, he was utterly devastated. His house had been crushed beyond recognition by the mud and rocks. In a panic, he rushed to the scene. He desperately dug through the rubble with his hands, crying out, "Is there anyone who can save us?" Suddenly, lights turned on behind him. Several military trucks stopped behind him. Footsteps echoed as the new recruits disembarked from the trucks. The leader shouted loudly, "Great Xia soldiers are here. Death, step aside. Survivors must live." Everyone rushed up the mountain to rescue, and Murmur appeared in front of the command post. The girls' parents did not return. Azure Bamboo went alone to rescue them. At the foot of South Jin Mountain, inside the temporary command post of the Night Watchers, Instructor Hong was marking on the unfolded map and said, "Our team's rescue target is right here." After saying this, he pointed to the marked location on the map. "This is village number 1, located deep within the South Jin Mountain. The vehicle can't get in, so we must reach the destination on foot within 4 hours." Lin Seven-Night and others saluted, yes. In the rainy night, Night Watchers' physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, allowing Lin Seven-Night and his group to sprint toward their destination almost unimpeded. Just as they rounded a bend in the mountain path, Lin Seven-Night came to an abrupt halt and shouted loudly, "Be careful. There's a landslide on the right side." As he spoke, huge boulders from the collapsing mountain came crashing toward the group. Molly reached out to draw her sword, but she was stopped as Biley Fatty grabbed her wrist firmly. Fatty said sternly, "No, the mountain structure is too fragile right now. Using the forbidden ruins will only speed up their collapse." After speaking, Fatty walked to the front of the group, raised both hands toward the sky. A strong golden light burst forth from the jade light on his chest. In an instant, a golden shield emerged, enveloping everyone within it. Despite the rain of boulders, it stood firm and unshaken. Molly gazed at Fatty's back, unsure why. She felt that he seemed different today. On the other side, in front of the command center, an instructor was reporting the rescue situation to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang gazed at South Jin Mountain and murmured, "Maintaining this level of rainfall for an extended period will definitely trigger another mudslide. They must..." Before he could finish his words, the raindrops around him suddenly froze mid-air. An elegant yet sinister voice rang out. "Hello there, Chief Yuan." As Yuan Gang turned toward the voice, he saw a man with a polite, squinting smile. The man bowed slightly toward Yuan Gang with a gentle smile on his face. Yuan Gang's expression darkened. One of the 3 oldest gods in the Murmur Ancient Gods cult, and also the creator of the Believer contract. Murmur smiled. "I never expected to be remembered by you, the deputy captain of the Shangjing City Squad. What an honor." Yuan Gang continued to ask, "This disaster was all you're doing, wasn't it? What is your goal? Is it Lin Seven-Night? Just a newcomer from the pond stage, yet you personally intervened." Murmur gracefully waved his hand and said, "Personally intervening is an overstatement. After all, what stands here now is merely a projection of my nightmare. As for Lin Seven-Night, he should already be making contact with my believer by now. And my task is much simpler. That is simply to stall you. So Chief Yuan, sink into my nightmare." As soon as the words fell, a purple light suddenly erupted around Yuan Gang, enveloping him completely. In the next second he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Seven-Night and his group had already arrived at the target village, and the rescue mission was completed. Instructor Hong, the team leader, reported the situation to the general headquarters. But upon hearing the situation described over the walkie-talkie, he froze in shock. Then Instructor Hong said with a serious expression, "According to the situation at the headquarters, it seems the chief has gone missing." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Fatty said with disbelief, "But he's a C-stage powerhouse, there shouldn't be any accidents, right? Maybe he had something to do and left early." Instructor Hong shook his head and said, "First, take a day to rest here and wait for the rescue team. If you notice anything unusual, you are not to act on your own. Under these circumstances, the commander would never abandon us while we are still in the midst of a rescue. He must have encountered an accident." Molly is comforting the little girl who was just rescued at this moment. "Don't be afraid, sweetie. We're here to protect you. What's your name?" The little girl nods and says, "My name is Yaya." After comforting the little girl, Molly brought her out. Fatty suddenly asked, "By the way, where are your mom and dad?" Yaya pointed to the South Jean Mountain in front of her and said, "Dad went into the mountain this morning. Then it started pouring rain, so Mom went up the mountain to look for Dad. They haven't come back yet." Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but exchange glances. Shin Azure Bamboo said, "I think we should go and search. We can split into 2 teams." At that moment, Instructor Hong's voice rang out, "No, the chief is missing, and the situation is unclear. Now is definitely not a rational choice to disperse. Moreover, the location where they entered the mountain is too close to the mudslide outbreak point. Under those circumstances, it's almost impossible to escape." Yuan Gang walked over to Yaya and patted her shoulder. "The Night Watchers are human too, not gods. We can't save everyone." As he spoke, he turned to the others. "You've all worked hard for so long. Everyone go back inside and rest. Once the follow-up rescue team arrives, we'll head down the mountain." Hearing Instructor Hong say this, everyone began to move toward the house. But suddenly, Instructor Hong patted Shin Azure Bamboo on the shoulder and said, "I still remember when you new recruits first entered the camp, weak and overly sensitive. Especially you, Shun Azure Bamboo, with your explosive temper, and that punchable attitude of looking down on everyone. Now you can all run for so long without stopping to rescue people deep in the mountains. You've really changed. Witnessing your growth firsthand, perhaps this is the joy of being an instructor." Shun Azure Bamboo said with a low spirit. "Even after running for so long, weren't there still people we couldn't save?" Instructor Hong shook his head. "But your growth is still far from enough. You are too naive, too young." Shin Azure Bamboo, when will you be able to fully calm your mind and control your emotions? Only then will you have truly grown. Late at night, Lin Seven-Night leaned against the staircase, feigning sleep. Suddenly, Fatty crept over to him stealthily and whispered, "Seven-Night, something's wrong. Swagger Dude is gone." Azure Bamboo Trio searches and rescues. Li Jia encountered the enemy and lost her head. Ancient gods came with enemies at sea stage. Seven-Night intends to lure the enemy away. At the foot of South Jean Mountain, a figure is sprinting rapidly up the mountain. Zooming in, it can be seen that it's a figure dressed in Night Watcher attire. That was Shun Azure Bamboo, heading alone up the mountain to search for Yaya's parents. Suddenly, shouts rang out from behind Shun Azure Bamboo. "Brother Shun, wait for us. We can't run anymore." Only then did Shun Azure Bamboo realize someone was behind him. Turning to look, he saw it was the Li brothers, Jia and Liang. Shin Azure Bamboo asked in surprise. Why have you come? Li Liang explained. We knew, Brother Shun, you wouldn't be able to rest easy and would secretly come to find Yaya's parents. So we took the chance while going to the restroom to sneak out. Shin Azure Bamboo pretended to be nonchalant, saying, I just got tired of sitting and came out for some fresh air. Before Shin Azure Bamboo could say anything more, Li Jia suddenly swung his flashlight and exclaimed, Brother Shun, look over here. Shun Azure Bamboo followed the beam of light and saw a shoe that had fallen on the ground. There were no signs of it being dried by the wind, clearly left there only after the mudslide had occurred. Li Liang exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Yaya's parents aren't dead. Shin Azure Bamboo dropped the pretense and nodded, saying, Very likely. Let's split up and search the nearby area. Let's see if there are any other clues. On the other side, after hearing Lin Seven-Night's explanation, Fatty exclaimed in surprise. So you're saying they sneaked off to look for someone? How did you know? Lin Seven-Night casually remarked. With Shin Azure Bamboo's personality, how could he possibly not go? Fatty thought for a moment and said, Seven-Night, do you think we should sneak out too and help them? Lin Seven-Night smiled and said, Of course we'll help, but charging into the mountains recklessly like they did is definitely not the way. We need to be strategic. Don't worry. I've already started searching the mountain. In the darkness of the night, countless bats, cloaked in a veil of twilight, darted and flew throughout the entire South Jean Mountain. Shin Azure Bamboo and the other two had already split up to search separately. Li Jia held a flashlight and continuously searched through the forest. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the woods beside him. Li Jia changed direction and walked toward the source of the sound. After taking just a few steps, a sudden look of delight appeared on Li Jia's face. He spotted a blurry figure carrying something behind the grove of trees. He approached in a few steps and asked, Are you Yaya's father? The visitor was a huge, bald man. He stared at Li Jia and laughed. What, Yaya? I don't know any Yaya. But you, little one, your head looks ripe enough. It's about time to be plucked. With that said, he raised the massive axe he was carrying under Li Jia's terrified gaze. The next moment, Shin Azure Bamboo and Li Liang heard Li Jia's piercing scream. Li Liang asked with some concern, Brother Shun, what is this sound? Shin Azure Bamboo turned around with a serious expression.